being 11 o'clock, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
This consideration at second reading of Bill S-222, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, use of wood, standing in the name of Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning, seconded by Mr. Bacharach, moves that Bill S-222, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, use of wood, be now read a second time and deferred and referred to the Standing Committee on Natural Resources. Debate. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy and proud to rise in the House this morning to begin debate on a bill from the other place, Bill S-222. You know, this is a small but mighty bill that will create beautiful, safe federal buildings, support our forestry sector during difficult times, spur innovation in the cement and steel industries, and help us reach our climate targets. So what does this bill do? Well, it simply states that when building federal infrastructure, the Minister of Public Works, and I quote, shall consider any potential reduction in greenhouse gas emissions and any other environmental benefits that may allow the use of wood or any other thing, including a material, product, or sustainable resource that achieves such benefits. And I mentioned this bill came from the Senate, but in fact, this bill started its life in the House of Commons, first as a block bill more than a decade ago. I took up the bill in the 42nd Parliament, where, as Bill C-354, it passed through the House of Commons, but died in the Senate when that Parliament ended. And I'd like to take a moment now to say thank you to my friend, Senator Diane Griffin. Senator Griffin guided the bill through the Senate in 2018 and 2019, and when the bill stalled there through no fault of her own, she reintroduced the bill in the 43rd Parliament. And as many here remember, that Parliament ended prematurely with an election, so Senator Griffin introduced it once again last year in this Parliament. So it is through her persistence that we are seeing it again here. Now, Senator Griffin retired last spring, so she passed the torch to Senator Jim Quinn, who saw it through its passage in the Senate earlier this fall. The initial form of the bill over a decade ago was a direct ask of the minister to consider wood in the construction of federal infrastructure. It was modeled on the Charte du Bois in Quebec and the Wood First bill in British Columbia. It was designed then to make sure that the federal government actually considered wood when building large infrastructure. Until recently, the construction industry had been totally geared to cement and steel when doing that. My version of the bill was amended in committee to remove that overt preference for wood and replace that with preference for materials that had environmental benefits, in particular regarding the greenhouse gas footprints of the building materials. This amendment allayed a couple of concerns around the trade implications of potentially favoring one sector over another, and also recognized the emerging work on making concrete and steel more environmentally friendly, and more on that later. And I was initially inspired to take up this bill in 2016 because of a company in my riding, in my hometown of Penticton. And that company is Structurelam, and it's been at the leading edge of mass timber engineered wood construction in North America. While Structurelam leads that sector, it still faces some of the hurdles that confront all innovative companies. It needs help to scale up its production, and the easiest way for a government to help a company in that situation is to provide business through government procurement. And that's one of the core benefits of this bill. It will help Canadian companies scale up to maintain our dominant position in the engineered wood sector in North America. Forest products with their sequestered carbon are obvious candidates for decisions under this policy. And if we can use more wood in government infrastructure and grow the mass timber market in Canada, it will obviously benefit the forest sector overall. These are benefits to a forest industry beset by challenges on all sides: beetle infestations, catastrophic wildfires, a long history of harvests that have all reduced access to fiber. And to top it off, the softwood lumber dispute has brought illegal tariffs from our biggest trading partner, the United States. And reduced fiber access means we have to get more jobs and more money for every log we cut, and that's what mass timber provides. To make glulam beams or cross-laminated timber panels, mass timber plants use lumber sourced from local mills. That gives those mills a new domestic market for their products, and it reduces their reliance on the United States. And on top of that, we can sell those mass timber products to the United States tariff-free. So it's a win-win-win. And just to reiterate, this bill and a rejuvenated domestic market for lumber won't mean increased forest harvest. That's limited by other factors. But it will mean getting more value added out of the trees we do cut. And there are benefits to using mass timber, benefits for the construction industry, benefits for the users of that infrastructure. Now, first I'll mention the construction process itself. Engineered wood is produced indoors in plant facilities. So the building can be literally constructed indoors with no weather delays or complications while the site is being prepared for construction. Then the building components can be put together quickly, delivered to the site exactly when needed. Now, Brock Commons, an 18-story residence complex at the University of British Columbia, the tallest wood building in the world, was built in 57 days, 2 stories per week, and it's now home to over 400 UBC students. And because the component parts are built indoors, they can be constructed to very fine tolerances within millimeters. And that means a lot when you're constructing the buildings of the future that will have to be built to passive energy specifications. And the buildings constructed in this way are beautiful. The exposed wood components are like furniture. Structurlam has an entire finishing plant devoted to smoothing and treating every exposed beam and wall panel as if it were a piece of massive furniture. And it's not surprising that many of the early examples of mass timber construction were civic buildings meant to look good as well as be functional. Buildings such as the Art Gallery of Ontario in Toronto, the Olympic Speed Skating Oval in Richmond, BC, and the Rocky Ridge Recreational Center in Calgary. The Rocky Ridge facility has over 2,000 glulam beams forming its huge roof. No two are the same. I'd like to also mention that Canada leads the way in engineered wood construction in North America. Structurlam has projects all across the continent and has recently opened up a branch plant in Arkansas. Nordic Structures in Chibougamau, Quebec was another pioneer of this technology. And another mass timber plant, a large plant, has recently opened up in my riding just outside Castlegar, opened up by Kolesnikov Lumber. And I'd like to give a shout out to Ken Kolesnikov and his son Chris and daughter Crystal for making this major investment that will pay off for the future of the West Kootenay and the forest sector in British Columbia. One issue that often comes up when talking about tall wood buildings is safety, fire safety. I hear from firefighters who just simply don't like the concept of wood buildings of any size. We've heard testimony of that nature in both the House of Commons and Senate committees. But I have to reiterate here that large infrastructure projects under this legislation will be constructed with mass timber. Firefighters I talk to are concerned about buildings constructed with traditional wood frame construction, 2x4s, 2x6s. Mass timber is another thing entirely. When you have glulam beams a meter thick or cross-laminated timber panels that are 9 inches thick, those materials react to open flame in a completely different way. They simply slowly char instead of bursting into flame. You know, think of trying to light a log on fire with a match. The National Research Council has conducted fire safety trials with mass timber and have found that it's just as safe or safer than traditional concrete or steel construction. More detailed studies are underway, including those at the University of British Columbia with Dr. Felix Wiesner. Dr. Wiesner has found, perhaps not surprisingly, that thicker components, say panels made with 5 layers of lumber versus those made with 3 layers, burn more slowly. And the type of adhesive that binds those layers also has an impact. But suffice to say, large buildings made with mass timber provide both occupants and firefighters ample time to exit the building in case of a fire. And as I said earlier, they're just as safe or safer than traditionally designed buildings. Mr. Speaker, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention some of the other materials that might compete successfully in the government's analysis of environmental benefit. We've been hearing a lot about green steel production, and there are new cement products that sequester carbon dioxide to reduce some of that material's carbon footprint. And when I first put forward this bill, I heard concerns from the cement industry that the direct mention of wood might be unfair to the cement sector that has made advances in sustainability over the past few years. Those concerns were largely met by the amendments I mentioned made in the committee in the 42nd Parliament and carried through to this version of the bill. And I just talked to the cement industry last week, and they are supportive. They pointed out that they're working with the federal government to provide data for life cycle analyses of greenhouse gas footprints of building materials. And these analyses will be critical to the use of this legislation before us, as it will provide decision makers with all the details they need. We will need similar full life cycle data for steel and wood products, of course. Madam Speaker, in recent conversations I've had with members of all parties around Bill S222, I'm heartened by the support I'm hearing. Members of all parties know that this is the right way forward, that this bill will set us in the right direction when it comes to meeting our climate targets, that this bill will support the forest industry, a sector that's been beset with challenges from all sides in recent years, and that this bill won't discriminate against other building material sectors such as cement and steel that are working hard to innovate new solutions to make their products truly sustainable. So in closing, I'll simply say I hope that every member here will support Bill S222 at second reading, and I look forward to discussing it at committee to make sure it will truly have the beneficial impacts that it promises. Because with this legislation in place, we can literally build a better Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciated hearing my colleague's speech, and first of all, I'd like to explain that I worked in the forestry sector for a decade, not just the forestry industry. And imagine, it's 2022, and at the beginning of the 2000s, in Laurentides-Labelle, I was working on the promotion of carbon capture, of the use of wood, the reduction of fire, the insurance advantages. So now in 2022, it's time to move forward with this. And what I see, Madam Speaker, is that this is just the tip of the iceberg, because as you heard from my previous colleague, he talked about how in Quebec, this is something that's in the past. We're already modulating education courses to give more access to this building material. So does my colleague agree that once this bill is passed, that now we can make sure that the forestry sector should get its fair share?
For South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for those comments, and she's correct. We need to move forward. She mentioned education. A lot of this, what this bill will promote, needs the education of architects, of engineers, of construction workers across Canada to change their mindset about the construction of large buildings. There's a wonderful program in Okanagan College in my hometown of Penticton that is on sustainable building methods. We need that kind of program across the country so that not just governments, but people building large facilities will think about wood when they make those decisions.
And comments? The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciated the member's comments, and I really do appreciate the insights as to just the fabric, the materials we're using when it comes to building. And I know constituents in the riding of Waterloo are really concerned about the way we're building, what we're building with, and the environment. So I would like to hear from the member, perhaps, what are the benefits to the forestry sector? What are the benefits of actually adding in the use of wood when constructing or maintaining real property? So perhaps what are some of the added benefits? And before I hear the answer, I just also want to say that I appreciate that he has consulted with firefighters and those who would actually recognize just some of the challenges that come with that, but really do appreciate his efforts. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Waterloo for those comments. I mentioned some of the benefits. The main benefits we need for the forest sector is if we could increase the domestic demand for wood products, and mass timber does exactly that. There's mills all across this country making 2x4s, making 2x6s. Mass timber plants use those pieces of lumber to make their own products. That would really boost the domestic demand for wood. And so you will get that value added. We will have plants creating jobs, creating value all across this country. And that's where we'll get the advantage to the forest industry. And in the same time, creating beautiful buildings.
A brief question, the honourable member of Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you. I note that this bill is an improvement on some of the earlier iterations that have come around, and that it's not quite as prescriptive as others we've seen in the past. Yet, I wonder if the member could comment on PSPC. This creates a new piece for PSPC to consider, and PSPC has been a broken department. It's broken under this government. I will say, though, that a succession of governments have allowed PSPC to become the disaster that it is today. Can he comment about any concern around giving PSPC maybe just one more thing for them to bungle in their process of procuring buildings?
The member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, a brief answer to that. I have met with PSPC, and there might have been concerns if this was presented to them and they were completely unprepared for this. They are not. They have been preparing for this for the last few years. They have processes in place, these life cycle analyses that are underway now with cement and steel and later with wood products. So I'm confident that this bill won't add to any other problems PSPC might or might not have. I think that we're headed in the right direction.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from South Okanagan and West Kootenay. Sorry about that. Such a long-riding name, for his sponsorship of the bill and for his advocacy and for his hard work on this. I really appreciate it. I think he's done a yeoman's job on this file, including through his meetings with firefighters and so many others. So thank you so much to him, because I think this is actually a very good bill. And I'm really pleased to speak about about how we can make our government operations greener through smart investments in public infrastructure. The efforts of this government to be more sustainable in how it operates, what it buys, and what it builds are more important than ever right now. After a summer of unprecedented heat waves, wildfires, floods, storm surges around the world, and right here at home, it is well past time to seriously accelerate our action against greenhouse gas emissions. Madam Speaker, this past March, this government introduced its 2030 emissions reduction plan. This plan is our path to meet our target under the Paris Agreement to get to net zero emissions by 2050. The plan maps out how we will reduce our emissions from 40 to 45% below 2005 levels by 2030 with clear milestones. It is consistent with the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We must, in Canada, lead the way. Indeed, as the Prime Minister has said, climate change is an existential threat. Building a cleaner, greener future will require a sustained and collaborative effort from all of us. He has further mandated his ministers to seek opportunities within their portfolio to support our whole-of-government effort to reduce emissions, create clean jobs, and address the climate-related challenges communities are already facing. As we work towards solutions to ease and mitigate the environmental damage, we are positioning ourselves to bring about real reductions of greenhouse gas emissions.
With Bill S-222, the government will be encouraged to use wood, which is a sustainable and renewable product, when building and renovating federal buildings and undertaking new infrastructure projects. There's one department that's particularly well placed to help the government respect its commitments under the Strategy for a Green Government, and that's Public Services and Procurement Canada, PSPC. As the main purchasing agent for the Government of Canada and manager of its real estate, PSPC can put a priority on buying and using materials which reduce our ecological footprint. Today I'll talk about how PSPC can play a specific and important role in reducing our greenhouse gas emissions and how wood products are essential to meet that goal. Madam Speaker, I'd like to start with a few words on the work that PSPC does. This department is the principal purchasing agent for the Government of Canada, responsible for about $24 billion in procurement every year on behalf of most departments and agencies within the federal government. PSPC is also the manager of a vast portfolio of buildings which it owns and others which it rents across the country. And beyond office towers, it also manages a number of heritage properties, including the parliamentary precinct, bridges, docks and dams across the country. These two sectors of activity give us an important opportunity to obtain green results for Canada.
Prioritizing green procurement, PSPC can help protect the environment in several different ways. Beyond reducing greenhouse gas emissions from government operations, green procurement will also have the same effect on our supply chains. Moreover, it cuts down on the use of hazardous and toxic substances, pollution, and plastic waste. It also supports the Canadian economy by creating new markets for innovative products and services. In this context, green procurement includes assessing the life cycles of goods that are purchased and adopting clean technologies and green products and services. The government's policy on green procurement also stipulates the criteria for sustainable goods and services to guide procurement operations. These criteria require potential suppliers to demonstrate that their products can reduce emissions, are sustainable, or have other environmental benefits. Given that it purchases nearly $24 billion on behalf of the majority of department and agencies, PSPC has substantial leverage to create markets for sustainable goods. This can act like a virtuous circle and inspire other manufacturers and businesses to up their game and offer greener alternatives to the greater consumer market, which will benefit all of us. Madam Speaker, the greening government strategy also commits the government to maintaining a plan to reach net zero for its real estate property portfolio by 2050. That plan also has to show that its buildings and infrastructure are resilient to climate change and cost-effective. For example, PSPC is transforming the iconic Centre Block from one of the highest emitting PSPC assets to a near net zero carbon facility. It is also using low carbon construction materials where possible in the new Parliament Welcome Centre. In addition, during the rehabilitation of West Block,
Excuse, il y a un appel au règlement.
There's a point of order. The honourable member for Jonquière. Is there a problem with the interpretation?
NC testing, is it working now? Ça fonctionne maintenant? OK.
It's working now? Okay. Was it just a little bit of the speech that was missed, or did you miss everything?
Étant donné que le point...
Given that, okay, the honourable parliamentary secretary may simply continue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
In addition, during the rehabilitation of West Block in the Senate of Canada building, more than 90% of construction waste was diverted from landfills, and a number of environmentally innovative measures were incorporated to save energy and reduce water use. We are also committing that starting in 2030, 75% of new lease and lease renewal floor space will be in net zero carbon climate resilient buildings. Madam Speaker, to ensure we move forward with reducing the carbon footprint of governmental operations, all departments are subject to various legal instruments. Indeed, the greening government strategy flows from the Federal Sustainable Development Act. And with Bill S-222, we have an opportunity to encourage the use of wood by PSPC and by extension the whole of government to meet our climate change objectives. Indeed, wood represents a green approach to building and renovation. It is a renewable resource that is widely available across most of this country. The forest sector is a key source of economic prosperity for people and communities across the country, including many rural, remote, and Indigenous communities. And the benefits of wood in construction have been evident for hundreds of years. Many of the wood buildings that were constructed at the beginning of the 20th century are still standing and being used today. Moreover, newer wood waste products, such as mass timber, are less carbon intensive than other materials and can be used more extensively in Canadian construction to remove carbon emissions equivalent to 125,000 internal combustion engine cars off the road every year.
Madam Speaker, encouraging the use of wood in construction at the federal level would be a meaningless gesture if this country's forests were poorly managed. As it happens, Canada's forestry laws are among the strictest in the world. They protect our forests and ensure that a sustainable forest management practice is applied all across the country. This should reassure consumers and all Canadians that Canadian wood and forest products have been harvested under a strong system of sustainable forest management.
To conclude, I would like to go back to the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and draw attention to Goal 9 of that agenda, which states that signatory countries are to build resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. This agenda commits Canada to upgrading infrastructure and retrofit industries to make them sustainable by 2030, and to increase resource use efficiency and greater adoption of clean and environmentally sound technologies and industrial processes. Madam Speaker, time is of the essence. COP27 has just called on the world to take urgent action. Canada will need to accelerate its climate action, and Bill S-22 can enhance the role that greener government operations are already playing to meet our obligations to this country and around the world. And I want to thank the member for South Okanagan West Kootenay for his work on this file. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and it's my honour to rise today to speak to Bill S-222, and I want to recognize the member from South Okanagan Kootenays for introducing this bill. Back in 1951, my grandfather was 21 years old, and he came across the ocean from the Netherlands with $200 in his pockets, which was a lot of money back then, and he bought a chainsaw and proceeded to make a fortune cutting down trees in northern British Columbia, and that was a lifelong passion of his. He was very much an admirer of the Canadian forests, very much an admirer of Canadian trees, and so having bought a chainsaw, that was his means to a living here in Canada, and it was a good living. He noted that by 1956 he bought a brand new Chevrolet pickup for $1,600, and that particular month he had actually made $2,200. So he'd made more money in 1 month than he could buy a whole brand new pickup. So today, in kind of today's dollars, that's probably like $40,000 or $50,000 in 1 month, which was incredible. The Canadian lumber industry, or the forestry industry across Canada, is one of the reasons Canada exists. There was many interests that were coming across the ocean early on, starting about year 1000. But there was the fishing industry that really came across the ocean and fished off the Grand Banks, but also the lumber industry. When folks came from Europe to Canada for the first time, they noted the large trees, and for shipbuilding, they used the trees there, and that has really was one of the reasons why people came to Canada, was to develop our forest industry and use the giant trees that we had here to build things. So that was definitely something that's part of our heritage, part of the reason why Canada exists, and I think it's good to recognize that as well. The other thing I would note is if you're ever in Calgary, Madam Chair, check out the ATCO Commercial Centre. Is a big new building in the middle of Calgary. I had the opportunity of speaking at an anti-human trafficking event that was hosted there just a couple weeks ago, and I was impressed and blown away by the grandeur of the building and the fact that all of the beamwork inside of that building, I bet you the ceiling is probably nearly 100 feet. It's as tall as this is in here, maybe taller. And all of the beamwork, whereas here we see the beams are made out of steel. They're made out of wood, and it's an impressive structure, and it's really neat to see, and it's something that we can enjoy as Canadian society. Now, getting back to my grandfather coming across the ocean to become a logger here in northern British Columbia, the challenges that we have today while this bill is very much supportive of the forestry industry and the lumber industry, the challenges that we have today is that there's many people fighting against the harvesting of our forests. Most of the forestry industry that I deal with in my area, they have a 100-year plan on how they're going to harvest the trees. And so they harvest some trees in this area, then they move to another area, they harvest some trees there, they move to another area. And within 100 years, they anticipate harvesting about 70% of all of the trees on the landscape. But by the time they're done that, they can go back to where they started from and start harvesting the trees all over again. In my area where I live, the average tree is probably 40 to 50 years old. Before either the wind blows it over, it dies, or a forest fire comes along and takes care of it. So a 100-year plan on harvesting the forest is a good idea, and there's a huge amount of value that lives in the forest. But there is increasingly a number of voices in this country that want to shut down the forestry industry. They want to shut down logging. Full disclosure, Madam Chair, I have many family members that work in the forestry industry. My brother works in the forestry industry, building roads and working on a processor. My brother-in-law, he is a heavy-duty mechanic that works on forestry equipment. So it's a big part of my family's life. And increasingly, they are frustrated with the inability for the government to get organized around managing and developing the industry. And so while this bill, I think, is a good bill, and it recognizes the potential and it recognizes the benefits of the forestry industry, it isn't necessarily, particularly I would note British Columbia, there is a more and more difficulty in getting access to the wood fiber. In Alberta, it is not a great deal better, but it is somewhat better. And the rest of the country I'm not as familiar with, so I can't say as. But that is a increasing challenge all of the time, is to get access to the wood fiber. And so while this bill would say that we should be using wood to build buildings, if we're unable to harvest the trees in the forest in order to make the lumber, this bill won't necessarily go places. So we've got to ensure that across the country we are a country that can build things again. We're a country that can develop our natural resources. We're a country that lives up to the heritage that we were given by the first peoples that developed our forestry industry. Wood has been used to build dwellings and buildings for forever. There are wood structures around the world that are over 1,000 years old, and so it is a good building product. But we need to ensure that we can develop this resource across the country. And I would note that there are voices across this country that are working very hard to minimize the development of our forestry industry, to stop the development of our forestry industry, and particularly in British Columbia is where I note this to be a challenge, and I hope that we can see governments coming around to promoting this. I would note that the NDP have been a government in power in British Columbia for a very long time, and were historically very much champions of development of the forestry industry. But today, they seem to be challenged to develop the forestry industry. We are seeing a reduction in allowable cuts. We're seeing a reduction in the available land that is available for managing it, and it's ironic, I guess, to some degree, is that most of British Columbia is covered by forests. It's one of the areas where this is probably the most valuable resource that they have. In northern Alberta, the northern half of Alberta, anyways, is covered with forest, and forestry is a big deal up there as well. But I would note that is definitely something that we got to be concerned about. Just interestingly, we've had a few discussions with folks around fire concerns and wood buildings. And it's an interesting discussion to have just around fire ratings. So just to think about it a little bit, a steel, so getting back to that ATCO building in Calgary there, the same building can be built with a steel girders. Typically, steel girders are an I-beam configuration. And what's really fascinating about a steel girder in an I-beam configuration versus a wooden beam, a glue lam beam, multiple laminated pieces of wood. What's really interesting about that is that the wood actually has a much better fire rating, which is an interesting thing to think about, because you think, well, the wood will be consumed. And the wood is consumed in a fire, but it actually maintains its structural integrity for a very long time, even if it is burning itself. Whereas a steel beam, because of the two layers, it will actually twist and buckle if one side of it is heated. We had a bridge in Edmonton that was that buckled just because of the heat of the sunshine. So it's interesting to think about some of these things. I'm looking forward to supporting this bill, and I hope that that this country can get back to developing our natural resources and harvesting the trees. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to take the floor today to speak to Bill S222. The way this all came into being, the idea of a piece of legislation that would promote forest products, we have to come back to what the bloc said as far back as March 2010. Bill C-429, sponsored by the member for Manicouagan at the time, said something very similar to this bill. And the same thing a few years later, in 2014, the member for my previous riding that was called Jonquière-Alma and is now called just Jonquière, he proposed a similar bill, but what we saw was that the appetite for supporting the forestry industry was not very great. The NDP had supported this bill initially in 2010, but then in 2014 their support was mixed because they were worried about the effect on steel. So I get the feeling that the forestry industry has never had enough clout to get enough support here in this House. And there's a reason why Quebec, being the province with the largest forestry sector, well, the Conservatives have never voted in favor of this type of thing. So I find this bill appealing, but if it goes to committee, then some changes will have to be made, because the distinction that we can already see between S22 and the bloc's previous bills is that there's no constraint. People are not forced. It's just wishful thinking. It's a wish that more wood be used in construction. But in Quebec, there's a wood charter, and there's a presumption that for all buildings less than 6 stories, wood has to be used. It's a requirement. So maybe we could fix this bill. Maybe we could do the same by working together at committee. So the Bloc will support this bill, but I think we need to go a bit further. And the study on the use of wood in federal infrastructure should be there. It should be compulsory. It should be a requirement, not just a wish. I'd like to take this opportunity. I said at the outset that the forestry industry was like the poor cousins when it comes to the federal government's affection for that industry, and I'd like to demonstrate that. We know, I've said this a million times here in the House, Canada has an economy that's based on 2 major industries, oil and gas and auto. And support for forestry has always been tepid at best. So I'm going to give you some stats based on a study that I commissioned. In fact, the Bloc as a whole, we have a wood caucus, and I'll give you the stats for the 9 main federal support programs for the forestry sector, federal programs. So for 2017 to 2020, on average, $317 million was generated or was provided, but 75% of that money, of that $317 million, 75% was in the form of loans and loan guarantees. Only 25% was an actual subsidy. And now in a minute, we're going to compare with oil and gas, and you'll see quite a difference. It'll give you a start. So Quebec makes up 22% of the population, but the Quebec's share of the forestry sector is a little over 30%. So for Quebec, it's $71 million a year in federal support. And so 75% of that is in the form of loan guarantees. So that's $53.5 million in loans and only $18 million in grants. So in my region of Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, what we bring in is more than everything. In my region alone, the sales surpass federal support for the industry. So the federal government's $71 million in support for Quebec isn't even 0.3% of the $20 billion in annual sales from Quebec's forest industry. We're one of the least subsidized, least supported industries by the federal government in the entire country. And if you look at fossil fuels, well, that's where you really are in for a surprise, because we're at the Natural Resources Committee. We're doing a comparative study across industries, of natural resource industries. And if you look at the fossil fuels industries, the Trans Mountain pipeline alone, $21 billion. Then there's an additional $18 billion per year and $5.4 billion from EDC on average per year to oil and gas. That's just for EDC alone. Not to mention the $2.5 billion in the latest budget for carbon capture strategies. And I'll leave aside completely everything having to do with cleaning up orphaned and inactive wells. All that to say, it's just incredible. There's a double standard here, and I don't know why this legislation wouldn't pass. It's not going to cost much for the federal government to look when it's tendering, to look at wood. It's just an extra step that wouldn't necessarily cost the government anything, because we know that the federal government is allergic to supporting the forestry industry. And if you had a small sawmill and they needed help, well, it wouldn't happen, because no small sawmill in Quebec gets any support. They'd be automatically redirected if they applied for support from the federal government, because they're afraid of being contradictory, of infringing American laws on softwood, and it's catastrophic.
Businesses who aren't even doing business in the United States don't get to have any support from Canada. Now, to come back quickly to actions that the Bloc has taken to support the forestry sector. In September 2020, we tabled a green recovery plan. This recovery plan rested on the development of natural resources, including the forestry sector. In October 2020, at my behest, we studied the forestry sector at the Standing Committee on Natural Resources. The committee recommended that government renew its support. And in its calls for tender, it was recommended that the federal government look at the carbon footprint. I think it would be worthwhile to consider this, because it goes much further than simply using wood in construction. If we look at the carbon footprint, all products derived from the bioeconomy, what we can do with forestry biomass, including packaging, we could replace plastics today. We could replace single-use plastics, and that means we could have a broader scope for supporting the forestry sector, reduce our carbon footprint. Unfortunately, even if those recommendations were made as part of a committee study, the government never followed up on it. Last week, we received witnesses from the forestry sector who said that it's no longer time for committee studies. We need to act. Unfortunately, we're still waiting for action. In April 2021, the Bloc Québécois organized a forum under the theme Forests and Climate Change. We invited university researchers, people from the forestry sector, producers, people who work in research and development. And the consensus was that the best lever for fighting against climate change is the forestry sector. I'm not telling you anything new by talking about carbon capture through forestry. The more that we capture carbon, the better our control of greenhouse gas emissions will be. The leader of my party was involved in this. I invite everyone to see what's happening in Chibougamau. There's a company there that takes little bits of forestry products in order to achieve extraordinary results. I'm already out of time. It will be my pleasure, Madam Speaker, to vote in favor of this bill, but it needs to be improved. And I hope that in the future, the government will be more attentive when it comes to forestry sector issues.
Je m'excuse, j'étais en train.
I apologize. I was reading something and I just did not see the time go. I'm afraid I forgot to give you the 1-minute warning.
Debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like a lot of my colleagues in this place, I spend a lot of time in airports. And yesterday afternoon, I had a chance to spend a few minutes in my home airport, the Smithers Regional Airport. And I was sitting there in the departure lounge, watching the sun set behind Hudson Bay Mountain and looking around the room and really marveling at what a beautiful space the community has created there. I know there aren't many airports you can describe as beautiful, but that is certainly one of them. Now, it has personal significance for me because during my time in local government, as the mayor of Smithers, we undertook a major renovation of the Smithers Regional Airport. It was a building dating back to the 1950s and was in much need of renovation and renewal. Part of that was a brand new departure lounge. And in undertaking this major project with help from the provincial and federal governments, we had a number of objectives. We wanted to obviously make it a functional, modern space, but we also wanted to use it as an opportunity to tackle our community's greenhouse gas emissions and to take responsibility for our role in this huge challenge that we face. So we did that in a number of ways. We installed a geo-exchange system for heating and cooling the building that takes energy out of the ground and does so mostly without the use of fossil fuels. But the other area where we really tried to drive sustainability was through the use of wood. And I know there's been a lot of discussion about some of the more technical aspects, but what I was struck by yesterday sitting in this room looking at these beautiful glulam beams and expanses of cross-laminated timber is just the beauty of wood as a building product. In addition to all of its other benefits, this is truly a spectacular product to be building with. So this is important not only because the forest industry is a big part of our economy and always has been in Northwest British Columbia, But in the context of this bill, because wood is also a lower carbon building material than many other options. And so I'm pleased, Madam Speaker, to rise and speak to Bill S222, a bill that's intended, I believe in its origin, was intended to promote the use of wood in the construction of public infrastructure in Canada. I want to take a moment to recognize Senator Griffin, the bill's sponsor, in the other place, but mostly my colleague, the brilliant MP for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, who's been a tireless champion for the role wood can play in addressing climate change. So this bill, as we've heard already, Madam Speaker, calls for amending the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act by adding to the clause laying out the minister's powers and responsibilities the following wording. In developing requirements with respect to the construction, maintenance, and repair of public works, federal real property, and federal immovables, the minister shall consider reduction in greenhouse gas emissions and any other environmental benefits and may allow the use of wood or any other thing, including a material, product, or sustainable resource that achieves such benefits. Now, I understand that this was amended to recognize some of the improvements in the steel industry, in the manufacturing of concrete, etc. I hope you'll forgive me if my comments in this bill speak directly to the benefits of wood as a building product. This is a topic, Madam Speaker, that has personal significance for me. My father worked for over 30 years in the forest industry. He was a buckerman, which for folks who are maybe less familiar with forestry is the person who works in the bush and cuts the logs to length before they're loaded onto the trucks headed for the mill. I remember how frustrated my dad was by some of the waste that used to occur in the forest industry at the time. There were trees and logs that were actually too big to be utilized by the sawmills and were left in the bush and eventually burned. And I remember on more than one occasion he would take his chainsaw mill, a little portable mill that attaches to his chainsaw. He'd take it out on the weekends and mill these logs into slabs and bring them home and build beautiful things from them. He was also the person who instilled in me a love for forests and a recognition of the need to do forestry responsibly and sustainably, an area that I believe we continue to make progress on today. And of course, he built many beautiful things out of wood. So, Madam Speaker, as I speak to this bill today, I'm thinking of my dad and those values that he instilled in me. Now, Bill S222 speaks to public procurement as an opportunity for addressing greenhouse gas emissions through the choice of building materials. And this is indeed a huge opportunity. Much of the debate around tackling climate change has focused on emissions from the operation of buildings, emissions from transportation and such, but the embodied carbon in building materials represents a significant challenge and opportunity when it comes to tackling the climate crisis. And given the billions of dollars that are spent on public procurement every year, and my colleague across the way mentioned the figure I believe it was $27 billion per year, this represents a really significant opportunity for Canada. Now, when we dig into the role of embodied carbon in Canada's overall emissions, though, it's a surprisingly complex picture. At a high level, the advantage of wood rests on the fact that trees grow back and that the carbon that is stored in wood is stored for as long as the buildings it's used in are still standing. One source I found cited softwood timber as having an embodied carbon footprint of 110 kilograms per cubic meter compared to 635 kilograms per cubic meter for reinforced concrete. Now, admittedly, when you look around for different figures on the carbon footprint of building materials, you can find a huge range. And I think therein lies some of the complexity in evaluating different building materials and their climate impacts. But the benefits of wood, I believe, as a renewable resource are quite obvious. Now, much of the life cycle climate carbon implications hinge on our management of forests. I know it's a popular idea to think of Canada's forests as climate-fighting machines that suck carbon out of the atmosphere, but the actual numbers, I think, would surprise people, Madam Speaker. A couple of years ago, it came out that Canada's forests since 2001 have actually been sources of carbon emissions and have emitted more carbon emissions than they have sucked out of the air. So it points to the need to really consider the big picture when it comes to the climate implications of forest products. Jim Pojar, who's a renowned ecologist based in Smithers, has expressed some caution regarding the notion that forestry is carbon neutral. He writes, "It should be emphasized that the underlying carbon budget calculations are complex and depend on assumptions about a future with much uncertainty around carbon dynamics in a rapidly changing environment." The approach that he advocates for is one he calls smart harvest and substitution, one that couples forest management improvements with the substitution of wood in the place of more carbon-intensive building materials. Yet despite the complexity in evaluating the carbon emissions from different building materials, there does seem to be broad agreement that using wood products in buildings is an important tool for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Now, I mentioned the beauty of wood, which admittedly is a subjective benefit, but less subjective is the economic impact of manufacturing wood products in regions like the one I live in. So many people I speak with are alarmed by the volume of raw logs that we continue to export, and they understand intuitively that the more that we can add value to our raw resources, the more we can manufacture things, the more employment we're going to get, the more people in our communities are going to have jobs, and the more benefits we can accrue. In our region, Madam Speaker, there are thousands of people employed in forestry: loggers, truck drivers, mill workers, tree planters, foresters, and so many more. And as we grapple with midterm timber supply constraints and managing a landscape for multiple values, it becomes ever more important to maximize the number of jobs and the economic benefits from every cubic meter of timber that is harvested. If we can use public procurement to increase demand for manufactured Canadian wood products, we can spur investment in new manufacturing facilities, new technology, and new applications for wood. And Madam Speaker, as my time runs down, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the Wood Innovation and Design Center in Prince George, which is home to UNBC's Masters in Integrated Wood Design program. It's one example of how in British Columbia we're seeking to do more with wood, to innovate and to create models that can be applied around the world. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me the time today to talk about this important topic, and I hope this bill passes into law very soon. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And how much time would I have?
You have 10 minutes for your speech. I may have to interrupt you.
You probably will.
In about 3 or 4 minutes.
3 or 4 minutes. Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill S-222. I, too, as the other speakers have said, certainly support this legislation. I think, one of the things that I haven't heard much of today that I'd just like to talk about in the short period of time that I have, Madam Speaker, is why it makes sense to transition to using more wood products. Indeed, even if you just look at residential buildings that are being built in Ontario recently, obviously Ontario has its own building code, but it's quite often informed to a large degree by the National Building Code. We're seeing many more buildings that are being built taller out of wood. Until recently, within the last decade or so, you couldn't really build higher than, I believe, 4 stories was the maximum that you could build with wood, but now we're seeing that increase by quite a bit, 6, 7, 8 stories in different parts of Ontario that are being permitted to be built out of wood. And I think that one of the reasons why we're seeing this shift back towards more wood-based construction is not just because of the environmental impacts associated with that and how environmentally unfriendly concrete can be, even though concrete has come a long way just in the last couple decades in terms of its carbon footprint. But one of the things that we're really seeing is the manner in which we can protect people from fires. Quite frankly, when wood was being used a lot decades ago, there weren't a lot of mitigative measures in place to prevent fires from spreading in structures that had an incredible amount of wood. I think that's probably why most building codes moved away from using wood towards concrete, in particular in large residential and commercial applications. But what we're seeing now is more fire suppression tools that are being used, better ways of suppressing a fire by using certain types of drywall, by installing different measures to ensure that there's proper egress from a building in the event of a fire, as well as ensuring that if a fire does occur, that there is an opportunity to allow people a certain amount of time to escape before they can be impacted by it. I see you want to interrupt.
Fortunately, I do have to interrupt the member, but the honourable member will have 7.5 minutes the next time this matter is before the House. La période prévue.
Private member's business has now expired. The order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills commons, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-27, Digital Charter Implementation Act 2022.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to start this week to speak to Bill C-27. Quite an extensive bill, over 140 pages in length. It actually amends several acts, and the most consequential are three of them in particular. So it's an act to amend the Consumer Privacy Protection Act, the Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal Act, and the Artificial Intelligence Data Act, and make consequential and related amendments to other acts. Now, Madam Speaker, I should start by saying that this is really three pieces of legislation that have been bundled into one. As New Democrats, we have actually called for different voting for the third and final part of this act. The first two parts of the act being the Consumer Privacy Protection Act and then the Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal Act do have enough common themes running through them to be put together in one piece of legislation. I still think it would be better in two separate pieces of legislation for those issues because one of them is brand new. The first one is the act to the Consumer Privacy Protection Act is a former C-11, which was highly controversial in the previous parliament. And when we had an unnecessary election called by the Prime Minister, that bill died with all of the work for Parliament that was not concluded, despite extensive lobbying and consultation going particularly through the Ethics Committee at that time in particular. Now this has been bundled with some other legislation to go through the Industry Committee, which is fine. The Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal Act is a new component of this legislation. I have some concerns about that element of it, but it does have a common theme that is worthwhile, and at least it has a potential to be put together and bundled, although again extensive. It's one that we can accept. What we have called is for a speaker's ruling with regards to the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act, as this is brand new legislation as well, but doesn't have the same connections as the previous two pieces that are bundled together in a way that one could argue for them. But the second part of this, we want a separate vote on that because the legislation will be studied at committee together. There will be a high degree of interest in this legislation since, again, C-11 did have that in the past. The new bill right now is actually going to change from the position from C-11 significantly. So I expect that itself will garner a lot of different types of chatter and also review and interest amongst a number of organizations, many of whom we've already heard from right now. And the other part with the tribunal will be another important aspect because it's a divergence away from our traditional way of enforcement and creates another bureaucratic arm that again, I'd like to see more on this, and I'm open to considering the idea, but it certainly is different than our private right of law that we've had traditionally to have dispute settlements with regards to data breaches and other types of corporate malfeasance and others that have actually had to deal with the types of laws that are necessary to bring compliance upon people. And this goes to the heart of really where a political party resides with regards to their expectations of companies and the use of data and information and algorithms. And for New Democrats, we fall very much in line to what I have tabled before several years ago as a digital Bill of Rights, so that your personal rights online are consistent with that of your physical rights, where you are expected to be properly treated in a physical world, and also a way that it should be also exemplified on the digital format world. And that includes your rights to privacy, your rights to expectation of proper behavior conducted to yourself, and the rights not to be abused. And there should be significant penalties to those that actually do those abuses, especially when we're looking at the corporate world. And then where this legislation really becomes highly complicated is the artificial intelligence emergence that's taken place over the last decade, but will be significantly ramped up coming forward in the years to come. And that's why the European Union and others have advanced on this, the United States. Our concern is this bill tries to split both worlds. And we all know, quite frankly, the industries of Google and others, web giants, have had significant lobbying efforts over the last number of years. In fact, they've tripled their efforts since this administration has come into place, and have had quite a direct line of correspondence going with regards to that lobbying, which is fine to some degree, but with the expectation that it would be balanced amongst people, it doesn't seem that it's taking place with this. So I want to bring into the discussion here to be a little more practical before I get into the technical aspects of the bill, with the impact on people and the data breaches that we need to remind ourselves. That's why we need to have protection amongst our citizens and amongst other companies as well, too, Madam Speaker. One of the things that's often forgotten is that other small SMEs and others can be compromised quite significantly from this. And so protecting people individually is just as important for our economy, especially when we have the emergence of new industries. And if their behaviors are hampered or are basically manipulated or streamed, they can become significant issues. But if I want to remind people, though, that some of the data breaches we've had is Yahoo, Marriott, the Desjardins Group, and Facebook, among others, have seen significant differences between the regulatory system between Canada and the United States and how they treat the victims in the country. A good example is in 2009, a settlement in the U.S. with regards to Equifax data breach. In the case that brings it to a specific is that Equifax agreed to pay $700 million to settle lawsuits over the breach of an agreement with the U.S. authorities and states that includes up $425 million in monetary relief to consumers. And we have not had the same type of treatment back here in Canada. This is similar to, Madam Speaker, the work I've done in the past with regards to the auto industry and the fact that our Competition Bureau and our types of reimbursement systems are not up to date. And we have been treated basically as a colony amongst many of the actually industries when it comes to consumer and retail accountability. You could just look at the example of Toyota, for example. This is a data software issue. If you remember, it was the pedal that was blamed for the actual car going out of control. And it turned out that's not the case. It was actually data. The U.S. resulted in hundreds of millions of dollars of investment into safety procedures. Because of that, we got zero for that. There was also consumers got a better treatment where their vehicles were towed back to dealerships to be fixed, and where in Canada we didn't receive any of that. Same could be said with Volkswagen, another situation that took place with regards to emissions, where not only did we not receive compensation similar to that of the United States, we actually imported a lot of the Volkswagen vehicles that were used from Europe, but that was on our own accord and time frame when those vehicles were being basically sunsetted in those countries because of emissions. In the case of Facebook, the U.S. Federal Trade Commission was able to impose a $5 billion fine for the company's violation, while the Privacy Commissioner Office was forced to take the company in federal court here in Canada. And that's one of the things I'd like to point out is our Privacy Commissioner and our office has well stood the needs for Canadians, and one of the concerns with this bill will be the erosion of the Privacy Commissioner's capabilities with regards to dealing with these bills and legislation. The Privacy Commissioner has made some significant points with regards to how to amend the bill and how to actually balance the bill. They have not all been taken into account. So that'll be one of the strong points we'll be looking forward to see if there's amendments that are necessary from our Privacy Commissioner in this. So one of the big distinction between Canada and the United States in our benefit and to Canada's credit is the Office of the Privacy Commissioner, whereas we don't have some of the teeth that's necessary for dealing with these companies. We do have the independent Privacy Commissioner that's able to investigate and to be able to follow through, at least with bringing things to, I guess, a formal process through the legal system. It's very laborious, it's very difficult, but at the same time, it is independent and is one of the strengths of the system that we have here as well. And so when we look at the bill, and if the government proceeds, it's going to see this go to committee, which we're agreeing to do. And we do want to see the separate voting. And so I'll before I get into the more of the thing of the bill, is we want to see the separate voting again, because we really distinguish the fact that this is inappropriate in terms of the Artificial Intelligence Act being the first time that we've actually even dealt with this in the House of Commons, and it really should be something done differently. So we will be looking for amendments for this, and we've had big corporate data privacy breaches becoming quite the issue. In fact, even some of these privacy breaches get highly complicated when it comes to dealing with them. There's been cases with cybersecurity, even extortion taking place. The University of Calgary was one that was well noted. There's been others. And so we need to have some of these things brought together. And it's important because the bill does include some important fixes that we've been calling for stronger enforcement of privacy rights, tough new fines, transparency, and corporate decisions made by algorithms. And so, I do want to, I've pointed out a lot of the concerns that we have about the bill going forward is just because of the seriousness nature, but we are glad that this is happening, albeit again, with the caveat that we feel it should be separate legislation. But the minister does deserve credit for bringing forth at least bill or trying to bring this debate to the House of Commons. Again, C11 should have been passed in the last Parliament, but here we are again dealing with it. And the new tribunal is the concern that we have, is because it could actually weaken existing content rules, and we'll study to look at this new tribunal. The tribunal itself is going to be interesting because it's going to be an appointment process. There's always a concern when you have a government appointment process. There's a concern, too, that there could be complications setting up the tribunal, who gets there, what their background is and what their profession is, and whether or not there's going to be enough support. One of the things I've seen that gives me trouble is that CRTC, for example, the CRTC takes so long to make a decision. It's so laborious to go through. And it has not always acted, most recently, in the best interests of Canadians when it comes to consumer protection and individual rights, that it gives me concern that another tribunal to act as a referee instead of the court system could actually delay things. And there's some testimony that's been provided already in terms of analysis that suggests that this tribunal thing might also end up with lawsuits anyways. So we could be back to square one potentially after that. And so the time duration, the funding of it, the ability to investigate, and all those different things are very good and very good issues to look at and to find out whether or not we're going to have the proper types of supports for such a new measure brought in. Another government resource for this is key, because if it is very much at the end of the day a tribunal system that is not supportive of protecting Canadians' privacy and rights, then we will weaken the entire legislation. So that's a big concern, because that would be outside of Parliament, and the way that some of the amendments and that are written in here could be coming through more regulatory means and less of parliamentary oversight. So who's on the tribunal again, how it's consistent, how it's going to basically regulated. And again, I would point to the CRTC, where the minister provides the CRTC with a mandate letter, so to speak, where they're supposed to actually emphasize the public policy direction they should go. And in my quite frank assessment, the CRTC has not done the consumer protection that New Democrats would like to see over the last number of years. Now, when it comes to modernizing this law, we do know that this will be important to address because there's issues with regards to the data ownership that's really at the heart of some of the challenges that we face. There's everything from algorithmic abuse, but there's also areas related to compensation, enforcement, data ownership and control, and a number of different things that are necessary to ensure the protection of people. When you look, for example, an area where I've done a fair amount of work and where my area comes from is the car, with automobile production, there has been basically the production of the car and the value there, but also too, it's going to be the data collection and the use of that data collection that can actually influence not only your individual behavior, but that of all of society. And that's a significant economic resource for some of these companies. It's one of the reasons I've tabled an update to my bill on the right to repair. The right to repair is your ability to have your vehicle fixed at an auto shop of your choice in the aftermarket. The OEMs, the original manufacturers, have at times resisted this. There's been examples, say, for example, Tesla is not even part of what's called a voluntary agreement, but we still don't have an update with regards to the use of data and how that actually goes about the process of fixing your vehicle. It also creates issues related to ownership of the vehicle and also insurance and liability. So these could become highly complicated issues related just to the use of data and the rules around it. And so if we don't have these types of things clear with regards to the process of rights for people, expectations by those that are using the data and protection for people, then it actually can create a real significant issue, not only for individuals, but our economy. So dealing with this issue in the bill is paramount. And a lot of this actually comes about by, looking what the GDPR did, and this is the General Data Protection Regulation, European law. They were one of the first ones to actually bring forth this type of an issue and have actually provided an adequate level of protection, is one of the things that they stand by with regards to protection privacy. There's been some on the side over here in North America that have pushed back against what the GDPR is. And even though this landmark legislation has created a path forward, there still is really understanding, what is going to be, the penalties for monetary abuse and transparency, which is also very much important to what we expect for this legislation. So erosions of consent rights is one of the things that we're worried about in this bill. Individuals on C-27 would have significantly diminished control over the collection, use, disclosure of their personal data, even less than in C-11. The new consent provisions ask the public to install an exemplary amount of trust to businesses to keep them accountable, as the bill's exceptions to consent allows organizations to conduct many types of activities without even knowledge of the individuals. The flexibility under C-27 allows organizations to shape the scope of not only legitimate interests, but what is reasonable, necessary, and socially beneficial, thus modeling their practices in a way that maximizes the value derived from the personal information. So what you have there is that the actors are setting some of the rules. And that's one of the clearer things that we need through the actual discussion at committee that will take place, but also from the testimony that we'll hear, is because if we are actually letting those that use and manage the data have the, thank you, Madam Speaker, have the decision about what is actually consent and how it's used, then it's going to create a system that really could lead to abuse. And there's also the issues of a danger of de-identification With this is artificial intelligence and you being able to actually scrub much of your data when you want, how you want. That is one of the things that we're concerned about. There is not enough acknowledgement of the risk that's available in this, and that includes for young people. We believe that this bill is a little bit lopsided to the business sector at the moment, and we want to propose amendments that will actually lead to better protection of individual rights. Having informed consent as to what you want to do with your data, how you want it to be exercised as a benefit to you and your family versus that of you being accidentally or willfully brought into exposure that you have not consent to. So as I wrap up, Madam Speaker, I just want to say that we have a number of different issues with this bill. Again, we believe that there should be a separate vote for the second part of this bill, being the third piece of it. It's very ambitious legislation. It's as large as the budget bill, and that should say enough with regards to the type of content we have. And I thank the members and who have debated this bill already. It's going to be interesting to get all perspectives, and I look forward to the work that comes at committee, but it will be one that requires extensive consultation amongst Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the great intervention there. I was just wondering, he touched a little bit on children's and personal rights protection, but I wondered about if he could comment on seniors and what kind of impact it would have on them if they've got exposed to this legislation, and how could this legislation, in fact, harm seniors more, especially if they made it more bureaucratic.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate that question because I did not touch on seniors, which I really appreciate the member raising because, we don't even have consistency right now in your decision-making process about privacy as you currently now agree to a number of different things by clicking the box, and there's no standardization of it. And with seniors, we've seen even, let's say, for example, the Arrive Canada app, the confusion that can take place as we have complex technology at times thrust at them during times of stress and times of highly important decisions. And as we move towards this, I think the member brings a good point in the sense that we have those seniors and also other people that will need some type of support, education, and coaching that goes along with this. And being very much, shown in a plain language in the sense that, we're dealing with a highly technical bill here that we've had to scrub through the system several times to go through it. It's unbelievable in terms of the complications it has. And we know that we have a very good educated population, but this is a big change. And I hope that there'll be a program of education as part of this. And that's a good point. The seniors actually have been left out of this debate, and I'm glad the members raised that.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Châteauguay.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate the speech by the honourable member from Windsor West, especially around this issue of artificial intelligence. And I'm just wondering, this is a brand new area. How does he feel about the fact that this is important to? Does he think that we are ready to legislate in this area? I know it's an area of concern for my constituents, and I'd like to hear his thoughts on that.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate that question as well. And I think we are, and I do, applaud the minister for bringing forth the issue to Parliament. Again, I think that, though, I just want to exercise some caution about the first two pieces of the legislation are much easier to deal with because at least there was some discussion with C11. It's a little bit different in this one here, and the tribunal's an issue, but I'm open to looking at it. I just have concerns about that. But the artificial intelligence part of it is critical, and I'm glad it's in front of us, but I think it's going to require much more extensive debate and care. And that's why I think it actually should be entirely separate. Now, what we've proposed as a compromise as the NDP, I think is a fairly reasonable one, and the Speaker will rule on, is that there be a separate vote for that particular part of the bill. And the reason for that is that because perhaps the first two parts could lead to, maybe a decision that might be different on the last part, just to ensure that we're going to get enough testimony and time in committee for it. And so I'm looking forward to all perspectives in the House on this. And I think it is time for us to look at that. And I think it's a reasonable position. And I'm glad it's in front of us. I just don't like the way it's in front of us, but we'll deal with that.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. This is a critical time. This is a delicate and very complex subject. These are areas that were not previously regulated. It's important to get it right. We need to take the time we need to do just that. There are things that are needed, for example, adapting with provincial and Quebec legislation. We know that there should be no overlap if there's any equivalency that's already there. I'd like to hear from my colleague. Will he commit? Because I think his party has a bit of trouble respecting overlapping jurisdictions or jurisdictional issues. So that's the first part of my question. Will my colleague undertake to respect what's already out there in Quebec and the provinces? The other thing is that this party has a tendency to limit debate, and I'm concerned about a bill like this being subject to that kind of limited debate. Will the member commit to respect Quebec's jurisdiction and a full debate? The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you. I thank my colleague for the questions. And I have extensive notes here, more than I could even go through with regards to this bill being the pages that it is. And first of all, I think my party has an exemplary record of actually respecting Quebec and using, including this bill, some of the practices in Quebec that are actually solid for all of Canada. So I disagree with him on that. And I also, at times, I have seen his party also close debate many times during the years that I've been here. I've been here just over 20 years, Madam Speaker, and the Bloc has limited debate on different bills at different times for different circumstances and so forth. And so I want to have a robust discussion about this, and we're committed to that. I've expressed that to the minister and to other parties, including anyone who wants to talk about this bill to try to make sure it gets its due course. So those are the things that I think that are quite strong. And I'll complete just by again saying, Madam Speaker, I think what we've shown is some of the best practices from Quebec are part of actually our strategy. And so that's flattery. It's not at odds with Quebec.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the complexity with which this bill has been introduced and presents to my honourable colleague and the work involved in going through it. He mentioned about the problems in terms of the tribunal process. I know that the Privacy Commissioner has raised a lot of concerns. Could he perhaps go into a little bit more detail about the insistence that our party certainly has, but the Privacy Commissioner has raised in terms of ensuring that the consumers have far more access to that fairness within this legislation than typically organizations would have, because they have more monetary resources to pursue things under legal precedents. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague from London Fanshawe for that question, because it is something I didn't touch on. Again, there's so much in this bill. And so she's quite right with regards to that if you actually, as a person, want to actually take a legal right of action against an abuse, it's going to be quite more cumbersome for yourself. And if you're a company, you would have a better chance for that. The tribunal and the division of power with that of the Privacy Commissioner is going to be very interesting. I guess what I don't want to do is anything that would undermine the Privacy Commissioner. I suppose I'm biased in the sense that, I mean, from my experience, the Privacy Commission has been an excellent model, has done some excellent work. It needs more support. And that's the other thing we have to do, is that we're going to give them more responsibilities, they'll need more support. My worrisome part is that the tribunal will be a little bit disenfranchised from that consistency. And that's one of the reasons we want to see this debated thoroughly.
Time for one more question. Nous avons le temps pour une autre question. Questions et commentaires? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, we know that data can be very useful to companies in providing consumers better products and services, but it can also be used in a major way to reduce competition, to charge a higher price to one person instead of another for the same product, or to increase the prices for delivering food to areas where there's less competition. So it can be used in ways that run counter to competition. So Canada has a system that's very outdated, and I wonder whether, in his view, the member thinks this bill will bring back some justice toward Quebec and Canadian consumers who are currently very likely to get had by companies that have access to their personal data unbeknownst to them. The honourable member for Windsor West.
In the minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's a really interesting and good question, actually. It is going to be really where we want to steer as New Democrats this towards, is more empowerment to consumers and watching that abuse be eroded. The problem that we have is that some of the companies and lack of competition that we have in Canada right now could even lead to greater abuse potentially, because the information, the sharing of data could be done behind closed doors and behind the system of accountability. So that'll be one of the things to watch for, and that really is our objective of parliamentarians. So I'm glad the members raised that, because I think it's one of the ones that we don't want to lose sight of. A good example is that we see outright abuse of competition right now. When we had the Loblaws bread scandal, they also were putting their money offshore, and then on top of that, they ended all their pandemic hero pay at the same time. So these are good questions.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député de Château.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. I would remind members that they have to stand up if they want to be given the floor. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing with my time with the member for York Centre. Madam Speaker. Honourable members, I'm pleased to take the floor today to speak to the bill, the Digital Charter Implementation Act 2022, and this to enact the Consumer Privacy Protection Act, the Personal Information and Data Protection Act, and the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act. This bill would support the information transition and will also help Canadians navigate this new world with confidence and in security. Canadians have been witness to this transition and have been able to benefit from new technologies. In 2021, over 72% of Canadians used e-commerce services, and even more will use these technologies in the future. It's been found that a 10% increase in digitization can reduce the unemployment rate by 1% and can also add $8.7 billion to Canada's GDP. And in order to take advantage of these substantial advantages to our economy, we need to see to it that consumers remain confident in our digital market. Madam Speaker, it's obvious that technology is an integral part of our lives and that Canadians have growing expectations of the digital economy. So it's essential for the Government of Canada to be in a position to meet those expectations. With this bill, the government is moving forward with a system that provides Canadians with protections they deserve. For example, as noted in the preamble to the Digital Charter Implementation Act, Canada recognizes the importance of protecting Canadians' rights when it comes to personal information. The Act provides significant protections to Canadians. However, our government listened to comments from stakeholders, and we intend to make changes to improve this bill. I personally was a member of the committee in the previous Parliament where there was a lot of discussion of the previous version of this bill, C11, and I'm very pleased to be able to talk to 27 in order to remember all the work that was previously done. One of the changes we made earlier was to bolster protections for minors. Some stakeholders said that the previous version didn't go far enough to protect children's privacy, and I agree. So we amended the bill in order to define information about minors as being delicate or sensitive in nature by default. And so the standards will be stricter for data concerning minors. It also gives minors a more direct channel for deleting their personal information, so it'll be easier for minors to manage their online reputation. I think that's truly an important change because we know that young people are very savvy. They know how to use all these digital platforms, but at the same time, we have to make sure that they're also able to protect themselves and their reputations. Furthermore, in addition to protections for minors, we also made adjustments to the concept of de-identified information. People indicated that the definitions in the previous version of the legislation were confusing. And we recognize that having good definitions helps enforce the law and helps people comply with the law. It provides for better protection for consumers. And because new technologies are constantly evolving, it's important for everyone here to share their expertise with one another, because that will help us produce the best possible legislation. So we clarified the difference between anonymous information and de-identified information. Because if you de-identify the information, but a company is capable to re-identify the data, then we aren't meeting our goal of having anonymous information. And this would provide countless benefits for Canadians. The changes we're making will make it more difficult to repersonalize or re-identify people without an unauthorized use of that information. The legislation offers people greater control over the use of their information too, and that goes to the very foundation of this bill. Individuals need to be able to understand the purposes for which personal information is being used, and they need to be able to consent to that use. However, the modern economy must also make allowances for beneficial situations. And of course, limits have to be respected in the name of protecting individuals. And the approach that's advocated here is based on the notion of individual control, but there are new exceptions to consent to make up for any shortcomings when it comes to protection of privacy. So there are general provisions in which organizations would be able to use personal information without consent on condition that they can justify their legitimate interest in using that information, and in situations where the individual expects that use to be made of their information. And in a case of abuse, the organization is required to attenuate the risk. For example, when it comes to digital maps that take photos of streetscapes in order to help people visualize where they're going, that's largely accepted as a beneficial use of that information, and it's unnecessary to obtain consent from each and every individual resident of a city. That would be impossible, and I think that's an application that we all here would agree. Like, how did we get around before there were these navigation apps? Last night, myself, I had a family member visit. I visited a family member rather, and I was very happy to be able to use my navigation app to get to my destination. So an exception combined with a risk attenuation requirement is beneficial to everyone while at the same time protecting privacy. This example shows another crucial aspect of public trust or confidence, and that is transparency. The Act provides for a certain level of transparency. We see cars driving around the city with cameras on the roof, and they're identified, and the information is disclosed on the internet. But there are other new technologies that are more difficult to see and understand. But the Act gives individuals the right to ask organizations questions about how their data is being used. In addition, the explanations given by these organizations have to be given in plain language. They have to be readily understood by individuals. There's also the new proposed Act on artificial intelligence, but I don't think I'll have time to get into that. So I think I'll wrap up there, and I look forward to my colleagues' questions. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the comments by the member. At the beginning of your speech, the member spoke of protection of minors. So I have a simple question. I cannot find in the bill anywhere where it actually defines what a minor is, or the reference that it has in the bill to sensitive information, which it doesn't define. So could the honourable member please inform the House how the bill defines what a minor is and sensitive information?
L'honorable député de Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the concern that the member brings with that question. I would say we have many definitions of minors, but certainly I think it's generally understood that it's actually different provinces that will establish legally who a minor is. But I think we can understand that it's anyone that is a youth that is using the internet, and that we need to make that extra effort to protect them and to ensure that they have the tools to protect themselves.
L'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague with whom I participated for a few months in the deliberations of the review of protecting personal information. We had a concern, which was protecting privacy. Several recommendations were made. C11 became C27. I recognize the improvements brought by this bill, but I do have two questions. On the one hand, in 2022, it's banking institutions that have shown us just how important it is to protect privacy, and that's not all right. So this bill is important. I would also like to know if my colleague thinks we should look at the subcommittee to study it thoroughly. It seems like there's two bills: artificial intelligence and protecting privacy. What does she think of it? The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you. Thank you very much. I am sure that my colleague on the other side is very interested in this subject, because we went through the personal data leak in Quebec done by a banking institution, which was very worrisome. In that sense, I think that not only banking institutions, which have business interests to protect, they don't want to lose clients, they need to go forward, but the provinces have also heard the call. And now, at the federal level, it's important to reinforce these protections and ensure that there are standards throughout the country. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's notable that Bill C-27 does not explicitly apply to political parties, and given the potential for privacy breaches and other issues to exist in the political arena, I wonder if my colleague across the way could comment on the potential for amending it to explicitly reference and include political parties in the scope of the bill.
L'honorable député de Châteauguay-Lacolle a 1 minute.
The honourable member has 1 minute to answer. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Interesting question, which I believe has come up at different times in this Parliament and previous Parliaments. It's an area I'm sorry to say that I don't have a lot of insight into, but I think that the overriding principle of safeguarding the information of Canadians has to be first and foremost, especially for any political party that hopes to earn their votes. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and honourable colleagues. I rise today to speak about the Digital Charter Implementation Act of 2022, also known as Bill C-27. I want to thank the member from Châteauguay-Lacolle for sharing her time with me today. It's an important discussion that's happening amongst Canadians about what our digital environment looks like. As we know, Madam Speaker, over the past few years, we've witnessed the constant evolution of our digital environment, and Canadians have been successfully navigating through this changing environment. But they've also made it clear to us that they want better protection of their privacy. They want to be able to benefit from the latest emerging technologies with the confidence that they can be used safely. Canadians also believe that organizations need to be fully accountable for how they manage personal information and how they go about developing powerful technologies such as artificial intelligence, also known as AI. But from the very beginning of our consultations on digital and data, stakeholders have stressed the importance of maintaining flexibility to innovate responsibly and maintain access to markets at home and abroad. And I'm proud to say that the Digital Charter Implementation Act 2022, which would enact the Consumer Privacy Protection Act, or CPPA, and the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act, or ADA, would do just that. The CPPA represents a complete transformation of Canada's private sector privacy regime. The Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act, or PIPEDA, which came into force in 2001, so 20 or so years ago. CPPA would introduce significant changes to better protect Canadians' personal information, including strong financial consequences for those who seek to benefit from curtailing their legal obligations. This new framework would also ensure that all Canadians can enjoy the same privacy protections as individuals have in other countries. The AIDA, for its part, is being proposed to build confidence in the key part of the data-driven economy. This part of the bill would introduce common standards for responsible design, development, and deployment of AI systems. This will also provide businesses with much-needed guardrails for AI innovation and ensure that Canadians can trust the AI systems that underpin the data economy. Madam Speaker, PIPEDA was passed at the start of this century, when other countries and some provinces were moving forward with privacy laws governing the private sector. Recognizing the potential for a patchwork of provincial privacy laws to emerge and the need to align internationally, Canada put in place PIPEDA as a national privacy standard. PIPEDA drew on best practices to provide robust privacy protections for increased consumer confidence and a consistent and flexible regulatory environment for businesses that allowed for legitimate use of personal information. The key element for alignment was the recognition of provincial private sector privacy laws as substantially similar. This meant that where such a law is given, that designation, PIPEDA, did not apply to an organization's activities within that province. PIPEDA would continue, however, to apply to the federally regulated sector in that province and to use any personal information collected, used or disclosed in the course of commercial activities across borders. This provided both a stable regulatory environment and flexibility for provinces, and it supported Canada's trade interests well for many years. Today, Madam Speaker, history is repeating itself, but the stakes are much higher. The role of a digital economy is far more central to our lives than it was 20 years ago. To harness all the modern digital world has to offer, we clearly need to modernize our federal private sector privacy law. The provinces are moving in that direction. Again, the risk of fragmentation looms. Quebec has amended its private sector privacy law, and BC and Alberta are examining their private sector privacy laws as well. Ontario, too, is considering introducing a new private sector privacy law. So, Madam Speaker, the federal government must act now to ensure that all Canadians benefit from a substantially equivalent degree of protection and facilitate compliance for organizations that do business across the country. Like PIPEDA, the CPPA is grounded in the federal trade and commerce powers. It builds on the best practices developed by Canadian provinces and internationally, and foregrounds the importance of the ease of doing business across boundaries. Madam Speaker, the CPPA replicates the approach under PIPEDA and updates the mechanism and regulations for recognizing the provincial laws as substantially similar. The regulations will set out the criteria and process for such recognition and will continue to provide the flexibility that has been important to PIPEDA's success. CPPA, like its predecessor, would also maintain the Privacy Commissioner's ability to collaborate and cooperate with his or her provincial counterparts, an important tool to ensure consistency in guidance and enforcement, and one that has enabled our commissioners to lead the world in privacy collaboration and cooperation. Madam Speaker, Canada also needs to move proactively to regulate in the AI space, given that the operation of these systems transcends national and provincial borders in the digital environment. AIDA will create a common standard which all organizations involved in international and interprovincial trade and commerce will have to meet. The AIDA would place Canada at the forefront of international regulation in the AI space and provide clear rules across the country. This will spur innovation and build confidence in the safety of AI systems used or developed in Canada. Madam Speaker, honored colleagues, we live in an interconnected world today. Data is constantly flowing across borders. And in 2001, the European Commission recognized PIPEDA as providing an adequate protection relative to EU law, allowing for the free flow of personal information between Canadian and European businesses. But in 2018, a new EU regulation came into effect known as the General Data Protection Regulation. It updated many of the existing requirements and added strong financial penalties for contraventions. The EU is currently reviewing its existing adequacy decisions, including the one that applies to Canada. We expect to hear more on the outcome of this review soon. Madam Speaker and colleagues, the CPPA makes a positive contribution to maintaining Canada's adequacy with the EU privacy regime, which would enable personal data from EU businesses to continue to flow to Canada without additional protections. But beyond the EU, the changes proposed in the CPPA represent important updates that will bring us in line with other international jurisdictions that have updated their laws and will ensure interoperability with consistent rules, rights, and consequences. Madam Speaker, other jurisdictions international are also moving ahead on their AI regulation, and strong action is needed to maintain Canada's leadership position internationally. Interoperability with international partners remains a key priority. The EU in particular has advanced a framework for regulating AI that would set standards for any AI systems being deployed in the EU market. AIDA proposes a risk-based approach that would ensure interoperability with the EU while keeping in mind that the Canadian context is unique. For example, AIDA includes flexible compliance options in order to ensure that our many small to medium-sized businesses will not be left behind. The proposed AIDA represents an opportunity for Canada to lead internationally, ensure market access for Canadian companies, and uphold Canadian values. Madam Speaker, the government launched Canada's Digital Charter in 2019. Its 10 guiding principles offer a foundation on which to build an innovative, inclusive, digital, and data-driven economy. Ensuring interoperability, a level playing field, strong enforcement, and real accountability are clearly reflected in the Digital Charter Implementation Act 2022. Madam Speaker, esteemed colleagues, I want to thank you for your attention today, and I can assure you that our approach is pragmatic, principled, meets our trading needs, and provides a consistent, coherent framework that Canadians and stakeholders can rely on. With Bill C-27, we will continue to encourage trade and investment and grow an economy that extends across provincial and international borders alike. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for her speech. One of the important concepts of this legislation is Clause 18, which introduces the concept into law of legitimate interests of the business. And it says that when there's a legitimate interest of the business can choose to use a person's data for something that they didn't intend if it's of more importance to the business, and they don't think it'll cause too much harm to the individual. So I was wondering if the member could tell us why the government believes that a company has a right to use an individual's data without their permission.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So I want to thank the honourable member for his question. And, you know, this is why this legislation is so important right now, so that we can weed through legitimacy and what's not legitimate. We all have these phones. You have one, I have one. It tells you when you've been to the grocery store. It tells you when your flight's on time. And it tells you where you are in the world. And you acquiesce to that every day. And that data is used. And in the same mind, we want to make sure that when businesses, large or small, have access to that information, because we've agreed to it in theory, that it's guardrailed and that it's protected. So it's a great question, and I think this is exactly why we're moving on this legislation at this time.
I remind the honourable member she's not to use her phone as a prop in the House. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Laurentides.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle, questions and comments. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. What a lovely Monday morning. Especially this subject, which will likely change some situations that are difficult for people who either did not give their consent or whose personal data was freed. Unfortunately, I didn't get an answer to my question. Does the government intend to really study this bill carefully and call enough witnesses to make sure that it's clear for everyone that will have to legislate on it? Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from the bloc.
And, Madam President, I actually, as part of the Ethics Committee team, have already begun these really deep dive discussions on the impact of AI and privacy. We've looked at mobility data of movement as it even pertained to the pandemic. And I can rest assured that I have interest in this at committee to see whether it's at ethics or at justice or where this lands, to really make sure we do get those answers, because consumers, Canadians, have a right to know how their data is used and to understand when it's used and the purpose for it. So I'm deeply encouraged by our own work at committee of what we've done, and look forward to the discussions that will be ahead.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her speech. Privacy rights are so critical, and when they are violated, consumers deserve to be compensated. There have been numerous examples in the United States where consumers have been compensated in the realm of hundreds of millions of dollars, where for the same breach here in Canada, consumers haven't been compensated. So I'm wondering if the member would support amendments that would ensure in Bill C-27 that there's parity, that for the same breach, Canadians and Americans would be getting fair compensation.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague across the way. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned in my speech, part of this Act and its contemplation is financial consequences for misuse of the Act in terms of privacy and data breaches. So it's certainly that's something that will come up. But, you know, I'd heed warning. The member and I have actually talked about this in case of the Volkswagen case between the U.S. and Canada. We need to compare apples to apples, and it's a little bit of apples to oranges when it comes to the litigious nature of the United States in compensation and the guardrails that are here in Canada. And I think we should always be mindful of that while in principle we want to make sure that there is accountability and transparency in the use of this, and that with accountability comes financial penalties. But I'd like to make sure it's a made in Canada approach. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable for South Shore St. Margaret.
Thank you for that warm welcome. Data is used for good and data is used for evil. Data is money, data is power, and data is knowledge. Data can improve our life, data can also harm our life. Data tells the story of our lives, and our personal data flows globally. The amount of data the world has doubled since 2020 and is expected to triple according to Statista 2022. To understand why we need modern privacy rights in the digital world, it's important to understand that businesses have evolved from providing a specific service like a social network, like a Facebook or Twitter, or search engines like Google or Microsoft to find things, and they've evolved into businesses that use data to gather information on individuals and groups and to manage and deploy people's data to sell them and sell their information to others, also to sell them goods and services. We have evolved from businesses providing these services for interest to using these services for surveillance on us and making enormous money on our personal information. And as legislators, we must determine the uses of data collection with an individual's right to privacy. It is a delicate balance Bill C-27 aims to address by modernizing our privacy laws. At the heart of this long overdue revision to our privacy laws must be the rights of the individual. In my view, commercial usage of data under privacy law should be secondary to personal privacy and should only be focused on how business interests enhance personal needs and how commercial entities protect individual privacy rights. My remarks today will focus on why this legislation falls far short of what individuals, groups, and businesses need for a clear legislative framework of data collection and management of personal information in this digital age. First, Bill C-27 is really 3 bills in one omnibus bill. The first update is to the privacy law. The first bill is updates to the privacy laws. The second bill contains a new semi-judicial body, potentially duplicating what the Privacy Commissioner could do while removing the right to go to courts. And the third, a rushed bolt-on bill on artificial intelligence, which does not have much intelligence in it, in my mind. The Liberal legislation manages to weaken privacy and put up barriers to innovation at the same time. Bill C-27 fails Canadians right up front in its preamble. Despite demands from privacy advocates over the last few years, the government has failed to recognize privacy as a fundamental right in the preamble. The bill states that individuals' personal information should have the, quote, full enjoyment of fundamental rights, and this is clever language that avoids giving personal privacy the recognition that it is a fundamental right or a fundamental human right. Quotes, full enjoyment of fundamental rights, unquote, as the preamble is worded, needs to be amended to change of fundamental rights to as a fundamental right. Further, leaving it strictly to the preamble reduces, if not eliminates, any real legal impact. If privacy is a fundamental right, for it to have true force in this bill, it needs to be included as well in Section 5, which is the purpose of the bill. So why is privacy a fundamental right? Freedom of thought, freedom of speech, and freedom to be left alone are derived from privacy. The legal protections of privacy limit government's intrusion into our lives. In free and democratic societies, we consider these freedoms as essential rights. The right to think what I want, to say what I want, to be free from what I do, what I am interested in, whom I interact with, and where in our digital world these data points to me are my personal information and therefore a fundamental right to privacy. What does this mean? It means that privacy rights under law are prioritized over commercial rights. A rights-based approach serves as an effective check on technology's potential dangers while ensuring businesses can function and thrive. Government officials have told me this cannot be recognized in the bill the way it needs to be, to have true meaning under law and force because it intrudes on provincial jurisdiction. And I don't agree, and neither does the Privacy Commissioner for Canada. Both levels of government can regulate privacy and do. The federal government's role is to regulate aspects under its control, including the fact that commerce does not follow provincial boundaries and therefore requires federal oversight. I believe most Canadians accept and expect their data to be used to enhance their experiences and needs in our modern society. I also believe that for organizations to obtain the data of Canadians, they must first consent to it, and that if these same organizations find new uses of our data, they need to get express consent as well. They want their data safely protected and not used for things they did not give permission for. And if they choose to end a relationship with the service provider, that their personal data is destroyed. I don't believe Canadians want their personal data sold to other entities without their express consent. So how does C-27 deal with these expectations of Canadians? I think poorly. The legislation in the purpose section states the dual purpose of the bill to, quote, govern the protection of information of individuals while taking into account the need of organizations to collect, use, or disclose personal information in the course of commercial activities. What it does not do is place privacy rights above personal privacy rights above commercial interests. This bill also requires express consent in Section 15, and that's true. But a great deal of this bill goes on to describe the many ways in which consent is not required and is left up to the discretion of the organization that has collected the data if they need consent for its usage. It also is weak in terms of making sure individuals understand that consent when given. For this consent to be meaningful, it must be understood and what the usages proposed are. The lack of definition and placement of burden of interpretation on business exposes those same businesses to legal action and penalties if they get it wrong. This lack of clarity may stifle innovation in Canada as a result. The bill needs to ensure that individuals understand the nature, purpose, and consequences of the collection, use, and disclosure of their information to which they are consenting. In addition, the bill gives organizations the right to use information in new ways and requires businesses to get an update to consent for this information, and that's good and that's necessary, but the bill also enables organization to use implied consent in Section 15.5. And when combined with Section 18.2d, gives businesses carte blanche to use implied consent rather than express consent. An organization can decide on its own that the original consent implies consent for a new purpose, and they don't need to sync the individual's views. This is a version of the old negative option marketing that was outlawed in the 1990s. Either you give consent or you don't. There is no such thing as applied consent in my view, and this needs to be removed from the bill. Additionally, the bill uses the term, quote, sensitive information, which companies and organizations must determine to protect data. But it does not anywhere in this more than 100-page bill define what sensitive information is. It needs to be defined in the bill to include information revealing racial and ethnic origin, gender identity, sexual orientation, religious and other affiliations, just as a few examples. But that's not the worst of it. Bill C-27 introduces a concept called legitimate interests. This is a new rule that ranks the individual's interests and fundamental rights below that of the organization that gathered the information. The exact opposite of what a personal privacy bill should do. How does it do this? Well, in Section 18.3, it allows the organization or business to use your information if they have a legitimate interest in doing so. But here's where it really gets goofy. To try and reduce the business using your data under legitimate interest, that clause for their own needs over yours, the Liberals have decided to limit the power under 18.3b This clause could prohibit the business or organization from using your information for the purpose of influencing your behavior. For more than 20 years since the invention of loyalty and rewards programs, retailers have used your data to offer products you might enjoy based on your purchasing pattern. Have you ever bought a wine online or in a store because it said, if you like this, you might enjoy this alternative? Have you ever watched a show on Netflix because it was recommended for you? How about a song you listened to on Spotify because it was recommended based on what else you had listened to? Well, guess what? Under 18.3b, that section could now make this service illegal. So Liberals can't get express consent right. They're allowing companies to use your data with implied consent or no consent at all, and the Liberals are putting business use of your personal data above your privacy rights. That's why it's really the no privacy bill, while at the same time they are making illegal the good parts of what business do in enhancing your customer experience by removing the ability to study your purchasing patterns and offer you products that you might enjoy because of Section 18.3b. This bill makes influencing your decisions illegal. The minister has spoken to me and mentioned in this House in his opening speech on this bill, as I have other members today, that he is proud that he is protecting children from harm in this digital bill. This 100-page legislation has one clause, only one clause related to children. Section 2.2, under definitions, states that information of minors is considered sensitive. But the bill does not define sensitive, nor does it define what a minor is. Officials tell me that the definition of a minor is determined by provincial law. So each province will have different rules, and companies will have to comply with the different rules in every province. This legislation, if the protection of children were really a major purpose, would devote some space to defining both what a minor is and what sensitive information is. During COVID, minors used many online apps and programs to continue their formal education. There were then, and still are, no protections under law as to what is done with their data. This technology will be a new normal for our education system. The online surveillance of children resulting from the COVID experience is huge, and protections are zero, even with this bill. This bill needs to define in law, not regulation, age-appropriate consent for minors, and comprehensive rules to prevent the collection, manipulation, and use of any of that minor's data. This bill leaves it up to businesses to decide what is sensitive and appropriate for minors. It is a colossal failure on the minister's main selling point for this no privacy bill. This bill is silent on the selling of personal data. This bill needs provisions on the limits and obligations of data brokers. The bill is silent on the use of facial recognition technology. The bill prohibits using data in a way that produces significant harm, and it defines it inadequately, though. For example, psychological harm caused by a data breach and embarrassment caused by privacy loss are not included. This needs to be expanded. The damages role needs to be expanded to include moral damages, since most contraventions of privacy do not involve provable, quantifiable damages. Creating more government bureaucracy and the growth is the true legacy of these Liberals in government. This bill is no exception. With the creation of a body to appeal the Privacy Commissioner's rulings to, an appointed new body of non-lawyers called the Personal Protection and Data Tribunal. This is the second part of the bill. Frankly, these powers, if they really are important, should be given to the Privacy Commissioner and eliminate the middleman of bureaucracy. There is no need for this tribunal. Finally, let's turn to the ill-conceived and poorly structured, ill-defined artificial intelligence part of Bill C-27. It really needs to be removed from this legislation and puts this bill's passage into question. AI is a valid area to legislate, but only with a bill that has a legislative goal. That is why I am hopeful that the Speaker will rule in favor of the NDP's point of order reiterated by our Conservative House Leader, which would ensure that Part 3 of the bill is voted on separately from Parts 1 and 2. Essentially, this part of Bill C-27 will drive all work on AI out of Canada to countries with clearer governance legislation. It tells me the government has really not done its homework, does not really know what AI is or will become, and has no idea how it will impact people in our country. The bill asks parliamentarians to pass a law that defines no goals or oversight and gives all future lawmaking power to the minister through regulation, not even to the governor and council, but to the minister. The minister can make law, investigate violations, determine guilt, and impose penalties without ever going to Parliament, Cabinet, or any third party. It's a massive overreach, anti-democratic, and is anti-democratic in an area critical to Canada's innovation agenda. Promises of consultation in the process of crafting regulations is too little, too late. It puts too much power in the hands of unelected officials and the minister. The definition in this bill of what AI is, and therefore what they want to total regulatory power over, is a system that autonomously processes data related to human activities using a genetic algorithm, a neural network, machine learning, or other network to make decisions, recommendations, or predictions. If you think this is futuristic, it's not. It's already happening in warfare to determine and execute bombings. Without parliamentary oversight, this bill introduces the concept of, put in quotes again because it's in the bill, high-impact systems. It does not define what that is, but it will be defined in regulation and managed in regulation. No regulatory power should ever be given to the minister or the governor and council for anything that is not defined in law. The only thing the bill defines is the unprecedented power to rule all over this industry and the fines to those who breach the unwritten regulations. The massive financial and jail penalties that extend down to the developers and the university researchers for undefined breaches of law as part of a statute are huge. Unless this portion of the bill is separated when members vote, this AI section is reason alone that the bill should be defeated. AI is a significant need, but it needs a proper legislative framework, one that actually is developed with consultation. I urge all members to read this bill carefully. Current privacy laws need amendment, but the current law is preferable to this ill-defined proposal. The AI bill will drive innovation and business out of Canada's economy, making us less competitive. It's hard to believe anyone could get this legislation so wrong, especially since this is the second time the Liberals have proposed updating our privacy laws. Without splitting of this bill, without having separate votes, and without considerable amendments in committee in the first two parts, this bill should be defeated. And I urge all members to consider it seriously in their deliberations as we go on and the many speeches that we will hear going forward, that while this is a critical point of updating our personal privacy, that this bill in its current stage does not do it, and it gives equal, if not greater, rights to businesses and organizations than it does the individual. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his intervention today on this important piece of legislation. I've heard the Conservatives talk a couple times now, and this member did too, about the definition of minor. I think that for a lot of people that is self-explanatory. I think that we can assume what is intended by minor. To me, what is intended by the definition around a minor. I'm wondering if the member, would support this going to committee so that questions like that could be answered. If it's a matter of defining that, and the member and others feel so passionately that it should be in there, wouldn't it be beneficial to get it to committee so that that discussion could be had?
The Honourable Member South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Well, I suspect the bill will go to committee given the costly coalition of the NDP and Liberals, but on the specific answer to that question on defining minors, I don't think it's not clear in the bill because it doesn't set an age. And, we're allowed to drive at 16, vote at 18, age of majority can be 19 for consuming alcohol. In the United States, the law for the purpose of the digital economy, I think, defines it as low as 13 on the digital economy. So, and so that's where I think some of the confusion will lie. If you're running a business and you got to say, well, we have all these different definitions in Canada of what a minor is, how am I supposed to determine, for the purpose of managing that database and whether that information should stay there or not, what the cutoff age is? I think it's too vague. So yes, I'm hopeful that that's one of the areas, because I'm presuming this bill will reach committee with the coalition, that we will study in depth and perhaps be able to come up as a committee with a more precise definition.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for South Shore St. Margaret's for his speech. Now, listen, I understand from my colleague's speech that everything isn't black or white in this bill, that it could be improved, Madam Speaker, and I understand as well that the Conservatives simply want to vote against it so that it doesn't go to committee. And so I get the impression that there would be room to agree to make amendments, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to highlight the fact that it gives the impression, with this lack of will to send the bill to committee, it leaves the impression, a little bit like in the case with the Broadcasting Act changes, that, somewhere the Conservatives are maybe influenced by big companies which would prefer not to have a regulatory framework. It seems like that approach that says we don't want to go to committee is bad for the trust that Quebecers and Canadians have in our institutions. The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Mirabel. We have some spirited discussions as seatmates. On the first point, if there is not a separate vote, as has been requested in the point of order for the artificial intelligence, the third part of the bill, then yes, we agree that this needs to be defeated because it will really hurt our economy. In terms of the issue of personal privacy versus companies, I think in my remarks I made it very clear that this bill is inadequate in dealing with the personal protection of privacy and data of the individual and places the interest of business over that, and we're opposed to that.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. I thought it was very well done. And I share his concern about the lack of due diligence on the artificial intelligence aspect of this bill. And I'm just wondering if the member wants to expand and elaborate on that point a little bit more, because artificial intelligence it can be anywhere from national defense all the way to just something as simple as products that you have in your own home. So I'm just wondering if he wants to talk a little bit more about the importance of separating that part off of this bill.
The Honourable Member South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. It's an enormous area. Artificial intelligence is already here in aspects of our lives that we're not aware of. Machine learning has evolved into this neural net. There was a conflict in Azerbaijan where all of the targets were chosen by artificial intelligence, and the actual bombing and execution of that was all done by artificial intelligence without any human intervention. Obviously, that's a worrisome thing from our perspective, maybe not from some perspectives of other companies with different ethical backgrounds or approaches to these issues. So the need to do a proper consultation beforehand, because we're at the early stages of trying to figure out the balance of how to do that in a way that still enhances our lives, like those things that we get now through machine learning about your better purchasing options, right through to the issue of the point at which the machines are making a decision-making process. So it's an important area to put some regulatory structure around and some law structure around, as other countries have. But I think we need to have much more detail in the bill rather than just give the minister carte blanche of regulatory power in the future to define it, execute on it, and investigate it.
Who gets up? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the concerns that I have with this bill, of course, is again in terms of companies' ability or that they have too too many rights, too much power within this. And of course, one of them is around the disposal of information. Could the member talk about his party's concerns maybe with that as well, when they're saying that they're disposing of it, and yet that information is truly not disposable? Thank you.
For South Shore, St. Margaret's.
I think that's a great question. The ability of an individual to request the destruction, for example, of their data if they leave. There's a case actually in the news today that I heard this morning of an email I got from somebody yesterday who's been having this ongoing battle with TELUS saying, I want my information destroyed. I'm leaving your company, and they can't even get a response from TELUS. So that's one of the areas clearly in committee, if it gets to committee, that we need to explore is the issue of providing amendments to the bill that would give the individual more control over the decision to destroy their data if they leave. And there's a worrying provisions, as I mentioned already, about minors, and that the minors, a member of the government side said minors can request the destruction of the bill. Their data, I don't think minors should have to request it. Personally, I believe that minors' data shouldn't be kept in any way in storage in this system that we have today.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, just on that point, when we think about data that's collected, quite often a lot of data that's collected, especially by AI, is collected in a manner that is not identifiable with who the data came from. The whole point to AI really is to develop the systems by just pouring massive amounts of data into it so that the technology can become intelligence, so to speak. I'm wondering, how does the member square that comment that he made with respect to demanding data be deleted from somebody like TELUS, for example, when it might not be identifiable, and ultimately you wouldn't want it to necessarily be identifiable in many situations, or would he exclude that from those comments?
Member South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Good question. All information is identifiable because it involves and should involve express consent up front and is trackable under all systems that we have now, even under AI. It can be theoretically and is at times the identity is removed to put it together in a larger context of data. I'm looking forward to hearing testimony on this because there are technologies that allow you to, through a back end, is my understanding, to actually figure out and get at that data, and I'm not sure that this legislation is strong enough in dealing with the issue of de-atomized data, the stuff that has had your individual identification taken off, that it can't be reconstituted. I know there are penalties for doing that if you do that without permission in this bill, but I think there are questions around the technology's ability to truly hide your data at this point.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honor today to rise to speak to Bill C-27, the Digital Charter Implementation Act. And I think, it's important to reflect on how long it's been since we last had an update to legislation regarding the privacy laws that exist around data. The last time was over 20 years ago, and 20 years might not seem like a long time, but when you think about it, 20 years ago, Facebook was probably just a program that Mark Zuckerberg was working on in his dorm room. We think of like iPhones, pretty much non-existent 20 years ago. Smartphones were out, but they certainly didn't have anywhere near the capabilities that they do today. So many other technologies that we've come to rely on now that over the years have been getting smarter and smarter are acting in different manners, and they're able to do all of the work that they do because of the data that is being collected from individual users. Another great example would be Google. 20 years ago, Google was nothing more than literally a search engine. You had to type in into the Google form what it was that you were looking for. Sometimes you had to put weird characters or pluses between words that you wanted that had to be in your search results. It literally was just a table of contents accessing information for you. But but the program Google Now is so much more than that. I mean, how many of us have, at some point said to somebody, oh, I'd really love to get a new air fryer. And then suddenly the next day or later that day, you see in your Google ads or on Facebook or whatever it is, these advertisements for air fryers that keep popping up. And, I'm sure that sometimes it's a coincidence. I know that in my experience, it would seem as though it happens way too often to be a coincidence. But these are the results of new technologies that are coming along, and in particular AI, that's being able to work algorithms and build new algorithms based on information that's being fed into the system. And of course, more and more information that gets fed in, the smarter they get, and the more they're looking to feed off of new data that can even further make greater precision with respect to advertising, targeting tools at people. And it's not just about selling advertising. AI can also lead to incredible advancements in technology that we otherwise wouldn't have been able to get to. Advancements in health, advancements in the automotive industry. Think of your vehicle. The big thing now in new cars is that lane assist. That's all using technology, depending on what company you have, LiDAR or whatever the technology might be, to help to read signals in the road. When there's the technology that sometimes when you go to enter your password and it wants to confirm you're a human being, you have to pick different things from pictures. Well, that's all, when you're doing that, you're feeding information back into helping those images be properly placed. You're not just confirming that you're a human being. So it's all of this incredible amount of data that's being utilized to give out better evaluations to various different formulas and equations that are basing on the things that we do. So when we think of things like intelligent and self-autonomous vehicles, vehicles that will be basically driving themselves, never, 20 years ago would we have ever thought that something like a car could actually drive itself. And now we're pretty much halfway there. We're at a point where vehicles are able to see and identify a road and know where it needs to be, what the hazards are, what the possible threats are that are existing in that drive. But what's more important is that when I get in my vehicle and I drive my vehicle around and I'm engaging with other vehicles and my vehicle is analyzing all this data, it's using that information to send it back to the to help develop that AI system around intelligent vehicles to be even better and even more predictive. So it's not just the data that goes into AI, it's the data that AI can generate and then further feed the algorithms and make even better. So I think that, it's very obvious that things have changed quite a bit in 20 years. We're nowhere near where we were 20 years, we're nowhere near where we were 20 years ago. We're so much further ahead, but we have to be conscientious of what's happening to that data that we're submitting. And sometimes, as I asked in a previous question, it can be data that's submitted anonymously for purposes of utilizing to help algorithms around LiDAR and driving electric vehicles, for example. But at other times, it can be data that is used for more commercial and marketing and advertising purposes. I think of my children who my 6-year-old who's in grade 1, who is developing his reading quite quickly, but 2 years ago, even at the age of 4, when he'd be playing a video game and he wouldn't be able to figure out how to get past a certain level, he would walk up to my wife's iPad and basically say, "Hey Siri, how do I do this?" Now, just saying that, I probably set off a bunch of phones to listen to what I'm saying. But the point is that, even at such a young age, you already have children that are using this technology. I didn't grow up being able to say, "Hey Siri, how do I do this or that?" And what we have to be really concerned about is you know, the development of children and the development of minors and what they're doing and how that can impact them and impact their privacy. So I'm very, you know, relieved to see that there's a big component of this that, in my opinion, aims to ensure the privacy of minors is maintained, even though, you know, I've heard the concern or the criticism, I guess, from some members today that the definition of a minor needs to be better reflected in the legislation. I do feel as though if it's not known what a minor is in terms of how it relates to this legislation, I believe that is something that can be worked out in committee and something that the governing members would be more than welcome in terms of listening to the discussion around that and why or why not further clarifying the definition is important. But I would also, you know, I'd like to just back up a sec, Madam Speaker, and talk more specifically about the three parts of this bill and what they do. And the first one is to enact that Consumer Privacy Protection Act to govern the protection of personal information of individuals while taking into account the need of organizations to collect, use, or disclose personal information in the course of the commercial activities. And a consequence of this first part is to repeal other older pieces of legislation. But I think that this is absolutely critical because this goes back to what I've been talking about in terms of how things have changed over the last 20 years. Now we're at a place where we really genuinely, I don't know what information I'm giving or is being used from me. I realize, and you know, as some other colleagues have indicated, we accept, you know, quite often, I'd say 99.9% of the time, without reading the terms and conditions. We always click that, yes, I accept the terms, not knowing exactly how our information is being used and what is actually being linked directly back to us. So through the Consumer Privacy Protection Act, there will be protections in place for the personal information of individuals, but at the same time, really respecting the need to ensure that companies can still innovate, because it is important to innovate and it's important to see these technologies get better, and quite frankly it's important that when it's important for me personally, and this is very this will be very selfish of me, but it's important for me, Madam Speaker, that when I'm watching Netflix and I'm watching a show that I really like, that I get recommendations of other shows that I might really like, or as the member from South Shore, Margaret, mentioned earlier, when it comes to Spotify, it's important to me that when I start listening to certain music, that other music gets suggested to me based on what other people have liked and share similar interests that I do, and how these algorithms end up generating that content for me. So it is important to ensure that companies, if we want them to continue to innovate in these incredible technologies that we have, it's important that they can have access to the data. But it's also, and even more important, that they are responsible with respect to that innovation. There has to be the proper balance between privacy and the business innovation and how people are innovating and how that data is being used. And we've seen examples, you know, in recent years, whether in the United States and, you know, some examples in Canada, where data that has been collected has been used in a manner that was not in keeping with how that data was supposed to be used. So there has to be a comprehensive act in place that properly identifies how that data is going to be used. Because quite frankly, last time that this legislation was updated 20 years ago, they had no idea how we would be using and how that data would be used today. So encouraging that responsible innovation and ensuring that we have the proper terminology in the legislation is going to ensure that companies know exactly what they should and shouldn't be doing, and how they should be engaging with that data, what they need to do with that data at various different times, how to keep it secure and safe, and most importantly, how to maintain the privacy of individuals. So I think it's to the benefit not just of individuals in 2022 or 2023 almost, to have this data that is being properly secured. It's not just to their benefit, but it's also very important to the benefit of the businesses so that they know what the rules are and they know what the playing field is like when it comes to accessing that data. The second part of this bill, Madam Speaker, as has been mentioned, enacts the Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal Act, which establishes an administrative tribunal to hear appeals of certain decisions made by the Privacy Commissioner under the Consumer Privacy Protection Act and to impose penalties for contravention of certain provisions of the Act. And I think that that's absolutely critical, Madam Speaker, because there has to be an avenue. There has to be somewhere that people can go to ensure that if they do have a concern over the way that their data is utilized from a consumer perspective, and they're not happy with the result from the commissioner, that they have an avenue to appeal those decisions. Because if we don't do that and we put too much power in the hands of a few individuals, or in this case the Privacy Commissioner, or the said it a second ago, the Privacy Commissioner under the Consumer Protection Act, that's what I was trying to say. If we give all that power and not have the ability for an appeal mechanism, we will, certainly run into problems down the road. It will help to ensure that the commissioner is keeping in check with the legislation, and it will also help consumers have the faith that they need to have in terms of accountability when it comes to their data and how it's being utilized and how it's being maintained in a safe way. And then the third way that this the third part that this bill attempts to accomplish, and I guess this is the more controversial in terms of whether or not it should be part of this particular legislation or whether it should be in a separate vote, and that's with respect to Part 3. And that's enacting the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act to regulate international and interprovincial trade and commerce in artificial intelligence systems by requiring that certain persons adopt measures to mitigate the risks of harm and bias output related to high-impact artificial intelligence systems. That act provides for public reporting and authorizes the minister to order the production of records related to artificial intelligence systems. The act also establishes prohibitions related to the possession or use of illegally obtained personal information for the purpose of designing, developing, using, or making available for use an artificial intelligence system in an intentional or reckless way that causes material harm to individuals. See, that's that's one of the consequences of artificial intelligence, quite frankly, Madam Speaker, and this is the idea that if we allow all of this bias information to be fed into the artificial intelligence systems and be utilized to create and produce results to important algorithms, we do run the risk of those results being biased as well if the inputs are going to be that way. So in ensuring that there is proper measures in place to ensure that individuals are not going to be treated in a biased manner is going to require true accountability. The reality is that artificial intelligence, even in its current form right now, is very hard to predict. It's very hard to understand exactly when you're being impacted by something that's being generated from an artificial intelligent form. Quite often, a lot of the interactions we already have on a day-to-day basis are based on these artificial intelligence features that are using various different inputs in order to determine where it is that or what we should be doing or how we should be engaging with something. And the reality is that if this is done in a biased manner or in a manner that is intentionally reckless, people might not be aware of that until it's well past the point. And so I think it's important to ensure that we have all of the proper measures in place to protect individuals against those that would try to use artificial intelligence in a manner that would intentionally harm individuals. And I think, you know, I'll go back as I come to the conclusion of my remarks. I'll go back, Madam Speaker, to, you know, where I talked about in the beginning that artificial intelligence, quite frankly, has a lot of benefits to it. It is going to transform just about every way of our lives and how we interact with individuals, how we interact with technologies, how we're cared for, how we move around by transportation, how we make decisions on, as we already know, what to listen to or what to watch. It's incredibly important that as we see this technology develop and artificial intelligence becomes more and more common, that we ensure that we are in the driver's seat in terms of understanding what's going into that and making sure that we are fully aware of anybody who might be breaking rules as it relates to the use of artificial intelligence, because it will become more difficult, quite frankly, as the artificial intelligence forms take on new responsibilities and new meanings to create new decisions and outputs. And we must ensure that we're in a position to be able to always be in the driver's seat or be able to have the proper oversight that is required. So, Madam Speaker, I do recognize that there have been some concerns that have been brought forward today by various different members. I've certainly heard, and I think that, you know, at first glance, I think that the member from South Shore, Margaret, and others that have brought forward the concern around the definition of a minor, not something that I had thought of when I originally looked at this bill, but I can appreciate, especially after hearing his response to my question about why that is necessary to properly put a definition in there. I look forward, I hope that this can get to committee, and that when it's at committee can study some of those important questions so that we can keep moving this along. I certainly don't feel as though we should just be abandoning this bill altogether because we might have concerns about one thing or another. The reality is, and what we know for certain, is that things have changed quite a bit in the last 20 years since the legislation was last updated. We need to start working on this now. We need to get it to committee. We need the proper studies to be occurring at this point so that we can properly ensure that individuals' privacy and protection is taken care of as it relates to these three particular parts that I talked about today. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his intervention there. Just on some points, and as he spoke, he did mention about some of the things that were missing in the bill, and hopefully we could get to committee. But there was no mention, as he mentioned, about the minors and defining the minors. My other colleague mentioned today that in the U.S. it's actually defined as 13 years old, which I found quite surprising. Here in North America, we have so many definitions of minors that we still don't know even here in Canada when they wrote the laws. So, and then there was no mention of seniors. I mentioned that already this morning. But I guess overall, why did this government pick a more ambiguous or a more bureaucratic way of approaching this legislation and offer clarity versus just having the rules, doing it right the first time?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I must admit to me, Madam Speaker, when I first looked at it and it said minor, I just assumed what a minor would be, and I think that my natural assumption was that, you know, anybody under the age of 18, and that was an assumption. I probably shouldn't have made it. I've been listening to the discussion today. I actually think that when I asked that question from the member from South Shore, St. Margaret, he actually gave a really good answer in that. That made me pause and reflect on that. That, yeah, okay, even in Canada, we do have various different terms for minors. So I'm looking forward to this going to committee so that the committee can study this, and then we can hear the pros and the cons of actually defining it versus not. Maybe there isn't any con to it, and there's only pros to it, and in which case I look forward to hearing what the committee has put forward on that. Maybe there's another reason why it shouldn't be defined that I'm unaware of at this point, and again, that's something that I'd like to hear the answers to, but the debate today certainly has opened my eyes to that perspective on it.
Ces commentaires, l'honorable député de la Pointe-de-Ligne.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, personal information is an area of shared jurisdiction. The Government of Quebec already has Bill 25 on protecting privacy. Do we have any guarantees that this new legislation will not infringe on Quebec's areas of jurisdiction? Has the member thought about this? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, and my understanding, based on the information that I've received, Madam Speaker, is that this bill aligns itself very closely with the approaches of other jurisdictions, indeed where this member is from in Quebec, and I think that the two bills can work together, and that this doesn't necessarily supersede the other. Again, a good question for the committee to study and for the committee to report back on, but at least my understanding at this point is that it works very closely with other laws that exist. Perhaps, that might, be part of the reason why the information wasn't concluded on when it relates to defining a minor. Perhaps that is information, that's a decision that has to be made with the provinces and other jurisdictions. I don't know, but I think that it's a good question, and I'd like to hear the answer to that too when this returns from committee.
Dans commentaires, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. One of the things that concerns me in this bill is the Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal. The way that it is formulated, the vagueness of the membership, especially since many of them will be appointed by the government, gives a concern that it might be used as a political tool by the government of the day to overturn rulings that they don't like. No other jurisdiction in the world has a tribunal like this. No other privacy regime has a tribunal like this. And so I'm curious if the member thinks it might be better just to empower the privacy commissioner.
Mr. Secretary.
I don't understand exactly what she means, Madam Speaker, when she says just empower the privacy commissioner. My understanding was that the tribunal, the intent of the tribunal was to oversee the decisions that were made by the commissioner. And if that's the case, then I think that it is important that there is a body in place to be able to bring complaints about the commissioner too. Having said that, I mean, again, if the concern is not about the structure of the bodies, but more about the composition and how that is determined, then I think that this is a great conversation that can be had at committee, and the committee can bring forward its suggestions on this. This government that introduced the bill certainly isn't in a majority, as we know, and the NDP have been there to work with the government quite a bit, and if these are suggestions that need to be brought forward, well, in a minority parliament, there's going to have to be at least two parties or at least a majority of the members on the committee that make recommendations back. So I guess, we'll see what comes back from the committee.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd appreciate hearing the member for Kingston and the Islands' thoughts on one section of the bill that's a concern to me. It's section 18.3 that talks about an organization may be able to collect an individual's personal information without their knowledge or consent if the collection or use is made for the purpose of an activity which the organization has a legitimate interest that outweighs any potential adverse effects on the individual resulting from this collection and use. I wonder if the member could comment on the possibility of tightening up the language of what a legitimate interest is, and if this is, in his view, something that the committee could look at improving when the bill gets there. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, of course, and given the fact that the governing party doesn't have a majority, there will have to be some kind of, if a majority of the House feels a concern over that, there'll have to be some kind of compromise or resolution that has come to in committee with respect to this. My only caution would be, what does it actually mean? Like, when we hear stuff like this and we read it, we might intuitively just say, wait, hold on, there's a problem with this, without actually getting all of the feedback. So, I mean, committee, again, is a great place to ask these questions specifically and to get examples of when that might happen, when it might not, and then that will better inform the committee to make a recommendation like the member is suggesting, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to compliment my colleague on his wonderful speech. He did mention that it's been 20 years since this was reviewed and re-looked at. I wonder, could he describe why now and how important it is to get it right at this time?
Your Secretary.
Well, thank you to the member from Avalon for that very important question. As I said in the beginning of my remarks, 20 years ago, none of us were on Facebook. I think that it was just Mark Zuckerberg and some of his college friends. And look where we are now in the way that Facebook and Instagram and all those other social media services not just impact our daily lives from a perspective of being on them, but how they're selling stuff to us and how they're collecting information from us and how they're feeding stuff back to us. The same can be said about, Google. The same can be said about your iPhone. All of these things have come a tremendous way in the last 20 years. So having the proper measures in place now is critically important, because these technologies are not going to slow down. They're just going to speed up and get better and better, more efficient. And we need to make sure that the proper accountability and the proper rules are in place at this stage in the game, so that we're not trying to play catch up even more later on.
Questions and comments. The Honourable for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my neighbour and for his intervention and for the speech. He talked about being in the driver's seat, talking about AI, talking about privacy, and this bill really is a balance. It's a balance between business interests and privacy. But one thing really missing from this bill that we've seen is the exclusion of mentioning privacy as a fundamental right and a fundamental human right. It's not included in the purpose clause. When we look at other provinces like Quebec, Quebec has privacy listed as a fundamental human right into their privacy legislation. So my question to the member, to be in control, to be in the driver's seat, to protect our minors, to ensure that businesses don't have something like legitimate interests that take control of this bill, does the member agree that having privacy listed as a fundamental human right is imperative to this bill going forward into the purpose statement? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Secretary has just a little bit less than a minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my neighbouring colleague for the question. I guess I would say, he indicated that it's not indicated in the preamble. Could it be in the preamble? Maybe it should be. I'm not sure. What I did learn very quickly from my days on municipal council is that the preamble really doesn't matter. It's the resolve clauses in your motion, or in this case, a bill, that really matter. Do I believe that privacy is of utmost importance? Absolutely. It's talked about throughout this bill. Should that be in the preamble? I'm sure that at committee, that's another thing that they could discuss and determine if that's appropriate.
Resuming debate, and as I go to the next member, I'll have to advise her, I wish to advise her that I will have to unfortunately cut her off, but she'll have an opportunity to continue her speech after. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the average citizen in the digital age, we have entered uncertain times. To almost everyone at face value, the convenience of our time is remarkable. Access to any piece of information is available at our fingertips. Any item imaginable can seamlessly be ordered and delivered to our door. Many government services can be processed online instead of in person. Canadians have taken these conveniences for granted for many years now. The pandemic accelerated our ascent or descent, depending on who you ask, into the digital age. The inability to leave our homes and the necessity to maintain some rhythm of everyday life played a significant part in that. But around the world, we saw governments taking advantage of the plight of their citizens. Public health was used as a catalyst for implementing methods of tracking and control. Social media, which has been putting a friendly face on exploiting our likes and dislikes and movements for years, continues to develop and implement that technology with little input or say from their millions of users. Canadians no longer can be sure that their personal information won't be outed or doxed to the public if doing so would achieve some certain political objective. We saw that unfold earlier this year with the users of the Give, Send, Go platform. The long-term ramifications of our relationship with the digital economy is something that Canadians are beginning to understand. They're now alert to the fact that organizations, companies, government departments operating in Canada today do not face notable consequences for breaking our privacy laws. As lawmakers, it's our responsibility to ensure that Canadians' privacy is protected and that that protection continues to evolve as threats to our information and anonymity as consumers unrelentingly expands both within and beyond our borders. That brings me to the bill we're discussing today, C-27. It's another attempt to introduce a digital charter after the previous iteration of the bill, C-11, died on the order paper in the last Parliament. My colleagues and I believe that striking the right balance is at the core of the debate on this bill. On the one hand, it seeks to update privacy laws and regulations that have not been modernized since the year 2000, implemented in 2005. It would be hard to describe the scale of expansion in the digital world over the last 22-year period in a mere 20-minute speech. It's therefore appropriate that a bill in this form, any form, particularly one as long awaited as C-27, is considered by Parliament to fill the privacy gaps we see in Canada's modern-day digital economy. Parliament must also balance the need for modernization of privacy protection with the imperative that our small and medium-sized businesses remain competitive. Many of these businesses sustain themselves through the hard work of 2 or 3 employees, or perhaps even just a sole proprietor. We must be sensitive to their concerns as Canada improves its image as a friendly destination for technology, data, and innovation. This is especially true as our economic growth continues to recover from the damaging impact of the pandemic lockdowns, crippling taxes that continue to rise, and ever-increasing red tape. That extra layer of red tape may very well be the catalyst for many small businesses to close their operations. No one in this House would like to see a further consolidation of Canadians' purchasing power in big players like Amazon and Walmart, which have the infrastructure already in place for these new privacy requirements. In a digital age, Canadians expect businesses to operate online and invest a certain amount of trust in the receiving end of a transaction to protect their personal information. They expect that it will be used only in ways that are necessary for a transaction to be completed, and nothing more. In exchange for convenience and expediency, consumers have been willing to compromise their anonymity to a degree. But they expect their government and businesses to match this free flow of information with appropriate safeguards. This is why C-27 and any other bill similar to it must be carefully scrutinized. As many of my colleagues have already indicated, this is a large and complex bill, and we believe that its individual components are too important for them to be considered as one part of an omnibus bill. There's 3...
Going to cut in and interrupt, I'm sorry, the honourable member. She will have 15 minutes and 45 seconds. When we return to this, we're going to have to break right now for statements by members. Statements by members, déclaration de député, the honourable member for Canada, Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, last week I had the pleasure of joining the Minister of Public Services and Procurement in Canada to announce $1.7 million in federal funding for Blue Wave AI, a clean tech company in my riding of Canada Carleton. Blue Wave AI is leveraging artificial intelligence to help utility companies add renewable energy sources to their electricity grid. Our federal funding will help them build and commercialize their software to manage electric vehicle fleet operations while reducing energy consumption on carbon-emitting vehicles. By investing in these transformative technologies, our government is supporting workers and businesses as we move towards smarter and more reliable made in Canada, and in this case, made in Canada technologies. Way to go, Blue Wave. Way to go, FedDev Ontario. The future is green.
The honourable member for Peace River, Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, December 2nd is the International Day for the Abolition of Slavery. In Canada, forms of modern slavery can take place in factories, on job sites, in farms, and in restaurants. However, sex trafficking is one of the fastest growing crimes happening in every province, in thousands of Canadian communities. It's happening 10 blocks or within 10 minutes of where you live. Most victims of this crime are from Canada and coerced into prostitution by pimps. Over 90% of them are women and girls. And around the world, over 50 million people are trapped in modern-day slavery, making the very products that Canadians buy. Modern slavery takes advantage of the poor and vulnerable throughout this world, and it robs people of their God-given dignity and freedom. It destroys lives and families. But we can change this. We can end this. On this International Day for Abolition of Slavery, let us recommit to the ending of slavery in all its forms, seeking justice for those enslaved and hope and restoration for those who are freed. May Canada be the first country to declare a zero tolerance to modern slavery and human trafficking. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, almost 4 years since construction started, almost 5 years since all the funding was approved, and over 50 years since it was first conceived, a third crossing of the Cataraqui River in Kingston is almost ready for its opening date of December 13th. Officially known as the Waban Crossing, its name is an Ojibwe word meaning dawn, morning light, or east. An appropriate name as the bridge will further connect Kingston's east end with the rest of the city while recognizing our Indigenous roots. On time and on budget, this was the first bridge built in North America using the integrated project delivery model made possible only because of the incredible collaboration of public and private efforts of the City of Kingston led by Mark Van Buren and contractor Peter Kiewit and Sons, along with the incredible labor delivered by Liuna Local Laborers 183, Local 793 operating engineers, and Local 765 and 721 iron workers. The largest infrastructure project taken on by the City of Kingston to date. This bridge spans nearly 1.4 kilometers and includes a fully accessible active transportation lane, allowing residents to enjoy the beautiful Cataraqui River while moving between Kingston East and Centre. Once again, congratulations to all those involved.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, I would like to highlight the exceptional tennis season of Quebec's Félix Auger-Aliassime. It ended with an impressive victory in the Davis Cup, where his performance was decisive to our winning this emblematic trophy for the first time. His progress this year has been phenomenal. He won his first tournament this year in Rotterdam, to which he added titles in Florence, Antwerp, and Basel. During this sequence, he won 16 matches in a row, qualifying for the ATP finals. And during these finals, he managed to mark his first career victory against Rafael Nadal and ended the year ranked 6th in the world. Félix Auger-Aliassime is a source of pride for Quebecers. He is an example of perseverance and determination as one of the most successful athletes on the international scene in 2022. All of Quebec is behind him and hopes to see him reach the top of the world rankings next year. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellant. Mr. Speaker, the 2022 budget will provide $100 million over 3 years to support addiction, harm reduction, treatment and prevention at the community level. There are many reasons why people may turn to substance use, but one thing is certain: no one chooses to develop an addiction. This past weekend marked the end of National Addictions Awareness Week, but that doesn't put a stop to our necessary and daily struggle to minimize addiction's devastating effects on individuals, families, communities, and the country. On the contrary, I see it as an opportunity to call Canadians to action. So, in a non-judgmental way, I ask all Canadians to offer support and help eradicate the stigma. And if you are struggling with addiction, there are federal resources available to you, such as Wellness Space or Kids Help Phone. Know that you are not alone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
The lobster season from Halifax down the south and western shores of Nova Scotia, Canada's most lucrative fishing region, will open this week. It's dangerous work fishing in the North Atlantic in the winter. This year, fishermen are facing more challenges. If the howling winds, frigid temperatures, and unpredictable waves weren't bad enough, the Liberal government's taxes are making it more difficult for fishermen to fuel their boats and make a living. The government's unscientific closures for bait fishery has made it tougher and more expensive for fishermen to set their traps. The men and women who make a living on the sea feed Canadians, and in southern Nova Scotia, the lobster industry is the main economic driver. Families depend on a thriving lobster season to pay the bills and put food on the table. I hope everyone in this House will join me in wishing all the fishermen in lobster fishing areas 33 and 34 a safe, successful, and prosperous lobster season.
Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, it's that time of the year. I'm talking about a special day for kindness and generosity. And boy, couldn't we use a little more of that these days. This Tuesday, November 29th, is a special day. After Black Friday and Cyber Monday, it's Giving Tuesday, a global movement of generosity. On Giving Tuesday, I'm encouraging everyone to perform random acts of kindness. You can help a neighbor, buy a coffee for the person in line behind you, pick up litter, let someone have your seat in the bus, folks. The opportunities are truly endless. Have a favorite charitable organization in your community? Call them. Ask them if you can volunteer. Ask them how you can help. Let's be inspired by Giving Tuesday and be kind to one another. On Tuesday and every day, let's help those who need us in our communities. Mr. Speaker, I ask that everyone in this House and across all of Canada join me in celebrating Giving Tuesday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Mr. Speaker, local businesses are the heart of our communities in Cape Breton-Canso, and Freeman's Pharmacy, nestled in the small community of Inverness, is no exception. Recently, Freeman's Pharmacy went far above and beyond in their efforts to give back to their community. They did so in the form of a $75,000 donation to the local Inverness Consolidated Memorial Hospital. Mr. Speaker, this incredible donation will go a long way toward purchasing medical equipment for the local hospital, something that will benefit this community for years to come. This not only is a testament of the positive impact of small businesses within our communities, but it is also a true testament, Mr. Speaker, to the people of Inverness, whose commitment to their neighbours remains undoubtedly strong. On behalf of the residents of Cape Breton-Canso, I extend my gratitude to the staff of Freeman's Pharmacy for their fine example of community-oriented kindness. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, last Saturday, November 26th, something great happened, something that makes me personally very proud. Quebec City's Laval University football team, the Rouge et Or, won the Vanier Cup for the 11th time in its history against the Saskatchewan Huskies. It was an exciting game which showed us all that team solidarity, perseverance, and hard work until the very end of the game all pays off. The last time the Rouge et Or won the Vanier Cup was in 2018. 4 years later, this Quebec City team is back at the summit of Canadian university football. I would like to congratulate receiver Kevin Mittal, who was named the Vanier Cup Offensive Player of the Game. And finally, I want to pay tribute to Rouge et Or coach Glenn Constantin for leading his football team to this 11th victory. I would like to mention that this is Mr. Constantin's 10th career Vanier Cup. That means 1 out of 2 over 20 years. The people of Quebec City are all very proud of the Rouge et Or. Enjoy your victory. You deserve it.
Go ahead. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Conservatives believe passionately in the value and potential of immigration. Immigration allows us to fill skill gaps in our economy, to incubate movements for freedom and justice, and to pollinate our national conversation with the good and beautiful from all over the world. Unfortunately, Liberals are undermining support for immigration by piling on silly red tape, extending wait times, and denying newcomers the opportunity to work and serve in their communities. A Conservative government would make our immigration system work again. First and foremost, we would ensure that those who come to Canada can work in their fields. We would support programs to allow newcomers to qualify before they even get here, provide support for foreign-trained professionals to get certified, and sign deals with provinces to guarantee that we would get a clear yes or no answer on their qualifications within 60 days. Under these Liberals, new Canadians are seeing red ink and red tape. It's time to replace red with blue skies. Conservatives are excited about the limitless potential of a diverse, pluralistic, and free society where anyone, no matter how long they've been here, can use their skills to build our country up. Mr. Speaker, for new Canadians and for all Canadians, it's blue skies ahead.
Hear, hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Cost of living and record high inflation, small businesses have been forced to bear the brunt of cost increases, which are hitting them hard after more than 2 years of challenges. According to the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, small businesses have incurred on average $150,000 in new debt. Yet, what Christmas gifts are the Liberals giving them for 2023? Tax increases. Carbon tax increases add cost to their heating bills and anything that is shipped. There's the payroll tax increase and an automatic tax increase on beer, wine, ciders, and spirits, affecting beverage production and hospitality industries. No wonder 1 in 6 Canadian small businesses are considering closing their doors. A female entrepreneur from my community recently told me she was making the tough decision to raise her prices, knowing knowing it would affect her clients and that she held off as long as she could. Small businesses are among the most affected by inflation, and they're making tough decisions every day. Only the Conservatives will axe the carbon tax on gas, groceries, and heating and give our small businesses the breaks they need now.
Honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, like so many in my riding of Kitchener South Hespeler, I was saddened to hear the news of constituent Aaron Fisher's sudden and tragic passing while on holiday in the Philippines on Friday, November the 18th. Aaron was a professional millwright and was a valued employee at Septodont in Cambridge for many years. Aaron served as the past president of the Kitchener South Hespeler Federal Liberal Riding Association. He was also the former executive director of the Hespeler Village BIA. In this role, he was a tremendous advocate for small businesses in Hespeler's downtown core. But most of all, Aaron was a dedicated father to his two sons, Sammy and Cole, who have lost their father way too soon. Every member of Parliament in this House knows what it is to have that dedicated and enthusiastic political volunteer. Aaron contributed greatly on both federal and provincial boards and campaigns in various capacities. I extend my sincerest condolences to Aaron's family, friends, and former co-workers during this difficult time. He will be greatly missed.
Well said. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne. Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure last Saturday of joining the members of the 34th Canadian Forces Services Battalion and their spouses for a regimental dinner at the Saint-Hubert garrison. During the evening's events, we celebrated the career and command of Lieutenant Colonel Mario Saint-Denis, who retired as battalion commander in June of 2020. Lieutenant Colonel Saint-Denis is an exceptional soldier who had a brilliant career in the Canadian Armed Forces. I had the chance of working with him for many years, and let me say that over the years, he became a good friend. I wish him a well-deserved retirement. Lieutenant Colonel Lance Gosselin has now taken the reins, and I look forward to working with him and to continuing the strong relationship I've had with this battalion for many years. Once again, congratulations, and thank you to the 34th Battalion for that excellent evening. Thank you.
Honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, today I recognize the hard work of trucking companies and drivers who keep our supply chains and economy moving. But those companies and employees are coming face to face with an illegal tax scheme that threatens the livelihood of the industry, rights of truckers, and the safety of people on our highways. Driver Inc. is a tax scheme designed to convince employees to register as a corporation. The company then pays the corporation, which is not subject to normal tax deductions. Drivers are not entitled to overtime pay, paid sick days, vacation, or severance pay.
This illegal tax scheme leaves truckers unprotected in the event of workplace injury and vulnerable to unjust termination.
Legitimate carriers and labor stand together in condemning this practice that benefits large corporate entities who push the demand for this illegal tax scheme. We must work together to clamp down on systemic labor abuses, close tax loopholes, and support those who respect the rules, protect workers, and keep our economy rolling. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on November 17th, Statistics Canada released data on urban greenery. The good news is that Saint-Jérôme, with a result of 93%, is first in all of Quebec and even in all of Canada, Mr. Speaker. We can be very proud of our community's efforts over the last few years. We can be proud of our Petit Train du Nord Trail, our Lac Jérôme Nature Park, which is as big as the Mount Royal, or our Rivière du Nord, which runs through the Laurentians. In the face of climate change, developing green cities means building quality living environments, mitigating heat islands, reducing rainwater runoff, maintaining healthy wildlife habitats, and maintaining the beauty of the area. If Saint-Jérôme is first in urban greenery, well, rest assured that we will not stop there, Mr. Speaker. Saint-Jérôme will become even greener and consolidate its title as a champion of transit electrification. Forward for the planet, forward for Quebec.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The addiction crisis is destroying lives and tearing families apart. Whether it be the rapid increase in opioid-related deaths, a massive spike in meth use driving rural crime, or an overuse of alcohol that continues to utilize more health resources than all other substances combined, Canadians are suffering. I hear so often from communities that the system is broken. In fact, it often feels like everything is broken. But we can fix it. Conservatives believe that addiction is a health condition. We believe in a fair, firm, and compassionate approach to addressing the addiction crisis, and that every Canadian deserves to live in a safe community, and that every person struggling with this illness deserves an opportunity to pursue recovery. We believe there should be a recovery-oriented system of care that helps people on their journey. This means prevention, intervention, treatment, and recovery. And Conservatives believe that you have to meet people where they're at, but that we need to stop leaving people there. We should be helping them get their life, family, and dignity back. Recovery is possible.
The honourable member for Orleans.
With Karen Hunter, the Canadian Remembrance Torch meet and greet event with the students Anna, Sebastian, and Raj from McMaster University. These accomplished students were involved in engineering and constructing the torch, which serve as an important symbol for the contribution of Canadian veterans. During this morning's event, the students shared their journey in manufacturing the torch and bringing awareness of Canada's military contribution in the liberation of the Netherlands during the Second World War. The students also shared their thoughts on why commemorative initiative like this Canadian Remembrance Torch is important for Canada's domestic, international, and military history. I stand with them in commemorating those that did not return and our Canadian veterans, and echo to their voice for bringing more awareness to our great veterans who risk so much to defend and preserve our freedom. Thank you, Monsieur le Président. Merci. Bravo.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Last week, the governor of the Bank of Canada indicated that inflationary deficits under this government had added to the inflation we're experiencing today. The Prime Minister said it was just because of COVID that he had to create this kind of exorbitant deficit. But 40% of the deficits had nothing to do with COVID, and they're costing each Canadian $350, according to the Governor of the Bank of Canada. Will the government reverse its inflationary deficits so that Canadians can pay their bills? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin the day and the week with good news. This week, on Thursday, December 1st, Canadians can begin applying for a benefit that will allow parents with kids under 12 to claim $600 for dental care. This is excellent news for all Canadians, especially for our children. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Bank of Canada has said that this government's deficit spending is driving inflation, that inflation is costing $3,500 for the average Canadian. And furthermore, we're facing a heat crisis over the winter. The Liberals say they're going to buy everyone a heat pump, but according to McLeod-Lowry Insurance Group, many insurance companies will not accept heat pumps as a main source of heat. That's because they can't be counted on to keep the pipes from freezing. So instead of distracting with promises that won't work, why won't the Liberals cancel their plan to triple the carbon tax and raise home heating prices?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Providing dental care for all Canadian children under 12 is not a promise that won't work. That is a commitment that starts this Thursday, and it means that never again will a Canadian parent of young children need to choose between buying the groceries, paying the rent, or taking their kid to the dentist. That is something for us all to celebrate. When it comes to fiscal responsibility, Canada has a AAA rating and the lowest debt and deficit in the G7.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the question was about home heating. The NDP has voted to raise home heating prices. They voted against our motion to take the carbon tax off home heat, and they did it right before a winter where analysts expect that home heating prices will double. Now the Liberals say they'll buy everyone a heat pump, which insurance companies say will not be insured because you need a backup heat supply in order to keep the pipes from freezing. So instead of coming up with new schemes, why don't they just cancel the tax so Canadians can stay warm this winter?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, and I certainly think that we can all agree that affordability is an incredibly important issue for Canadians, for all Canadians. That is why we have done a number of things, including doubling of the GST benefit, enhancement to the workers' benefit, and investments in energy efficiency to ensure that we are addressing affordability. It's also the case, no matter what the opposition tries to say, that 8 out of 10 Canadian families actually get more money back than they pay in the price on pollution. And I would say every member on that side of the House, including the Leader of the Opposition, campaigned on a platform of putting in place a price on pollution. What does he say to his constituents now?
I don't know. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, I say to my constituents that we want them to have lower, not higher home heating bills. As for his claim, the Parliamentary Budget Officer says that when you take into account both the financial and economic costs of this government's carbon tax, that 60% of people paying it will pay more than they get back in any rebate. That is published information, and it's only going to get worse as the Liberals triple the tax with the help of the NDP. We're headed into a cold winter. Canadians need to heat their homes. It is not a luxury. Will they cancel their plan to triple the tax?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the honourable member has now made the most bizarre argument I could have possibly imagined when it comes to inaction on climate change. He's now suddenly opposed to heat pumps. Heat pumps have the ability to reduce pollution in our community and bring the cost of power down, or heat, for homeowners who live in my community. This is particularly important as we're coming up on the winter season, and I'm so pleased to have been able to make an announcement in my hometown last week that will provide an upfront grant of up to $5,000 for homeowners to help them lower their heating bills every month. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to do what's right for climate change, but because we know the cost of inaction is simply too great to ignore.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
In the recently published government strategy on the Indo-Pacific, they say, and I quote, "In areas of profound disagreement, we will challenge China, including when it engages in coercive behavior or ignores human rights obligations." There's a wave of protests across China right now, and there are now reports of government crackdowns against those protests. If the government is serious about what it put in its strategy, then will they indicate to Beijing that the peaceful protest should be allowed to go ahead and that any crackdown should be resisted?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
So we are following the unfolding events in China very closely. We remain in close contact with our embassy and consulate. We believe in freedom of expression at home and abroad, including in China, and that protesters should be able to peacefully protest and share their views without fearing for their safety. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to follow the events very closely. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, let me sum it all up. According to Global News, there was Chinese interference in the 2019 election. At least 11 candidates are believed to have been funded by China. Intelligence agencies reportedly notified the Prime Minister's office as early as January of this year. We've been trying to get to the bottom of this, but there's no clear answers from the Prime Minister nor from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, as if secrecy somehow served democracy. I'll put the question another way. Are we to understand that the Global News story is fake news? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, we take all threats of foreign interference very seriously. And that's why we created not just one, but two independent panels that confirmed the results of both elections, both in 2019 and 2021. And we will continue to provide the National Security Committee all the tools it needs, and the Public Safety Committee as well, so that they can protect our democratic institutions. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, let's say there was no Chinese interference in the financing of 11 candidates, let's just say. But we do know there's a real risk. Just think of the Chinese researchers at the Winnipeg lab, the undercover Chinese police stations in Toronto, or the spying at Hydro-Quebec. To believe there's no threat of Chinese interference in the election process is, let's just say, naive. Instead of bluster, will the government recognize that public funding of political parties would be a good way to protect the integrity of our elections? The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, we obviously share the colleagues' sentiments about how important it is to protect our election system and our elections, and that's why our government did take action years back by setting up a panel set up by the Clerk of the Privy Council and intelligence experts specifically to ensure that Canadian elections are free and open. And that's what was confirmed in 2019, and good news, Mr. Speaker, in 2021 as well.
Member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are struggling to keep up with rising food costs. Canada's biggest grocer, Loblaws, made $556 million in profits in 3 months. While first-time visits to food banks go up by 64%, the Loblaws CEO is just getting richer. The NDP called on the Liberals to make this right and make them pay their fair share, but Canadians have yet to see any action. Will the Liberals stand up with everyday Canadians and make these people pay their fair share?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government is absolutely committed to ensuring that everyone pays their fair share. That's why we are taking action by permanently raising the tax on financial institutions and insurers by 1.5%, by introducing a Canada Recovery Dividend of 15%, and by introducing a luxury tax on luxury private planes, yachts, and luxury cars. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the use of food banks is going up all across the country. This affects children, seniors, and low-income families, everybody. Meanwhile, Loblaws is filling its boots at the expense of struggling families. The CEOs and shareholders have benefited from unprecedented profits. Why do the Liberals refuse to make CEOs pay their fair share to help people who are hungry? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Because they don't.
Mr. Speaker, our government undertook to make everyone pay their fair share, and we did exactly that. We increased the corporate income tax rate by 1.5% and for banking and financial institutions. And we also introduced a 15% Canada Recovery Dividend. And we also put a luxury tax on luxury cars and yachts.
Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is the only country in the developed world to increase the carbon tax during an affordability crisis. Even Japan got with the program and cancelled its plan to increase the carbon tax. The Liberals keep raising the tax, yet emissions keep going up, and they haven't hit a single emission reduction target. Even the Governor of the Bank of Canada said, axe the carbon tax and the Liberal inflation will be reduced. So why won't the Liberals stop forcing their failed carbon tax scheme on Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, last week we heard really good news for Atlantic Canadians. 3 Atlantic provinces are going to get access to the climate action rebate. That's going to put more money in their pockets, Mr. Speaker. But even more good news, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of millions of dollars are going to flow into Atlantic Canada to transition from dirty, expensive fuel oil to cleaner forms of energy. Heat pumps rule, Mr. Speaker. We're making life more affordable people and fighting climate change.
The honourable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, that is a tax plan and not a climate plan. Their failed plan is sending more Canadians into the food bank, more families that have to skip meals. They keep on failing on the environment, they haven't fixed the economy, and they keep on charging Canadians even more. So why won't the Liberals get out of the way, give Canadians a break, and axe the tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Conservatives never met an environmental program that they didn't want to cut. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned last day that they gutted our environmental laws. They cut $350 million from the climate action budget. Mr. Speaker, for 10 long years, they did absolutely nothing on climate change, Mr. Speaker. We're on track to meet our emissions target. We're doing something about climate change. We're building the economy of tomorrow.
Member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
The Liberal carbon tax have driven up the cost of home heating, fuel and groceries. Canadians are suffering. People are wearing their winter coats inside of their homes just to keep down heating costs. Mothers are diluting their baby's milk just to stretch it. And yet, Canada pitifully lacks and ranks 58 out of 63 countries for climate action. Will the Liberal government stop forcing their failed climate tax on suffering Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Rural Development.
Mr. Speaker, I really find it quite rich coming from the party opposite who promised a climate plan and we haven't delivered. They haven't delivered because I can tell you the people in my riding, they want action on climate right now. The impacts of Fiona are still being felt on the ground. Now add not only to the damage done to personal homes, to infrastructure and wastewater, municipal infrastructure, add 4 feet of snow to that, Mr. Speaker. My constituents want action on climate now.
The Honourable Member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
I remind the Liberal government that they are in government. They need to present a plan. This government lacks credibility when it has not met a single climate target. A tax on the backs of average Canadians does nothing to drive down emissions. It drives up poverty. More Canadians are relying on food banks than ever before. The food banks fear that they are going to run out of food. The carbon tax is not an environmental plan. It is a tax plan. Will this government cancel their cruel carbon tax on gas, groceries, and home heating?
The tax. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, and yes, we are in government, and we are in government in part because we actually have a credible plan on climate. I think Canadians actually expect from His Majesty's official opposition to have a climate plan, which they clearly do not. Mr. Speaker, affordability today is critically important, but so is affordability tomorrow. We cannot leave the kinds of costs to our children that we will if we do not address climate change. The Climate Institute estimates $100 billion a year by 2050 if we do not act to mitigate carbon emissions. We are going to do so in a manner that will promote economic opportunity and address climate change.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, inflation is hitting hard in the pocketbooks of all Canadian families. Everything is more expensive. As a result, meanwhile, the government is looking to raise the Liberal carbon tax. There's one thing they need to understand. When you raise taxes in times of inflation, it pays off for the government, but not for taxpayers. When will the government finally make the right decision and scrap the carbon tax hike in these inflationary times? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need to focus on the issue of affordability to help Canadians deal with. We need to take into account the costs of climate change, adaptation. Those costs will be in the order of $25 billion by 2025. In dealing with the question of affordability, we have to also tackle the question of climate change. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. And it's certainly not by attacking Canadians' pocketbooks that the climate problem is going to be solved. This minister the Prime Minister, rather, has made a name for himself with some harebrained economic theories like budgets balance themselves or that SMEs are being used for tax evasion. Ridiculous economic theories. But this is the first time a head of state has ever said it's a good idea to raise taxes in a period of inflation. So, is there anyone in this government who can stand up and say when they're going to scrap the carbon tax hike in times of inflation? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I find it interesting that my honourable colleague has raised the question of absurd economic theories put forward by Canadian politicians, because the most harebrained theory we've heard was the Conservative leader's recommendation that Canadians fight inflation by investing in crypto. That was a crazy idea and a dangerous one. And this is the time for all Canadians to smarten up. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the government continues to be secretive about its decision to invoke the Emergencies Act. CSIS says the convoy wasn't a threat to national security at all, and we know it didn't meet the definition of national emergency in the Act. The only document the government says it relied on was an obscure legal opinion that the Minister of Justice is hiding. The minister, as a lawyer, may well be bound by solicitor-client privilege, but not the government, the client. If the legal opinion really justified invoking the Act in every respect, can we seriously believe the government would want to hide it? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, you have to remember that last winter we were facing an unprecedented situation. The consequences for Canadians, for workers, for families, it was all unprecedented. And after much consultation with police and other levels of government, we took the decision that was necessary. A number of ministers, including the Prime Minister, testified, and now Justice Rouleau has said he's got all the evidence he needs to make a report, and we will continue with transparency while we await that important report. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, if the legal opinion was entirely in the Liberals' favour, there would have been hundreds of copies distributed to the media. In fact, the Liberals read the opinions, they read the Act, they saw they didn't meet the threshold to proclaim the Act, and they invoked it anyway. It was exactly to prevent this that the old War Measures Act was changed to the Emergencies Act, because it was necessary to prevent any government from saying, just watch me, and arbitrarily suspending individual freedoms. Does the government realize that it has set a dangerous precedent here? The Honourable Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I'll describe the process, the precedent we set. It was a precedent of transparency, of caution, of following the guidelines strictly, of protecting the lives and finances of Canadians. Yes, we invoked the Emergencies Act in a targeted and balanced way for 9 days, and it solved a national emergency which was threatening Canadians from coast to coast, and we're proud of the decision we made as a government. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, last Thursday the Prime Minister said, with reference to the Rouleau Commission, I think it's a shame there wasn't enough French. Obviously, I'll try to use French as much as possible so everyone can understand me in both official languages. Mr. Speaker, we were expecting the Prime Minister and we were looking forward to him setting an example and rectifying the situation on Friday, but the result was 12 short minutes. Using French as much as possible to the Liberal government, is that it? 12 minutes out of 5.5 hours? Well done. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I appeared, I know the member is very interested in this, so I myself appeared before the commission with the Minister of Public Safety on Tuesday. I spoke French. I answered questions asked in English. I answered in French. This government was there. We answered questions from Council, from Justice Rouleau, and we're proud of the testimony and the evidence we put forward as a government, and we're looking forward to Justice Rouleau's report.
Edmonton Mill Woods.
Mr. Speaker, my parents, like most other immigrants, came to this country for the economic opportunities available to them here. The idea that if you work hard, you can make a decent living and provide for your family. But because of this Liberals' inflation crisis caused by mismanagement and overspending of Canadians' taxpayer dollars, too many Canadians are struggling. And now they're going to triple the carbon tax and make everything more expensive. When will they cancel their plan to triple the carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Recognize the challenges that seniors are facing, and our government has been there for them. Mr. Speaker, unlike the party opposite that has opposed every single measure that we have put forward to support seniors. Mr. Speaker, we're delivering for them by doubling the GST credit that will help 11 million people. We're providing rental and dental support. We have permanently increased the old age security by 10%, Mr. Speaker, for those 75. We're going to continue to be there for seniors. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Well, here's some facts for you, Mr. Speaker. Too many Canadian families, hardworking Canadian families, are lining up at food banks just to provide food for their families. 20% of Canadians are having to skip meals just to save money. And so many Canadian families are struggling to heat their homes. And now the Liberals are going to triple the carbon tax and make everything even more expensive. So when will they cancel their plan to triple the carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to remind the member across the way what it means to stand up for Canadians. Over 2 million Canadians have been lifted out of poverty since this government has taken action. That's 450,000 families in the last year alone. Let me remind the member across the way that the Conservatives voted against and do not support the CCB that lifted 435,000 children out of poverty in this country. We're building an affordable childcare system across this country. We've added $500 to low-income families' renters, and we've made sure that children under 12 have dental care. Mr. Speaker, we understand what Canadian families need now and also in the future.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the Ontario Superior Court has ruled that Iran's Revolutionary Guard is a terrorist entity under Canadian law. The courts have shown leadership while this government refuses to ban the IRGC. So my question is to the Attorney General. Now that the precedent has been set, will he advise all federal government departments that the IRGC is to be considered a terrorist organization under Canadian law? Will he respect the court decision, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first I want to underline that we stand with women who are marching for their rights in Iran. We stand with those who have been protesting here in Canada. We continue to engage with members of the community here because we know that this is a critical time to stand up for human rights. And Mr. Speaker, as I've said now on numerous occasions, that is why we have gone further than just looking at the IRGC as a problematic contributor to the transgression of human rights. We've targeted the entirety of the Iranian regime, Mr. Speaker, including members of the IRGC, which is a very effective tool that we can use to ensure that Canada will never be used as a safe haven for the transgression of human rights.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, healthcare in Alberta is in chaos. Kids are waiting 20 hours for care. Paramedics are overwhelmed. Nobody can find a family doctor. Now, the Alberta Children's Hospital is so overwhelmed that it's added a portable trailer in the parking lot to treat sick kids. All this while Danielle Smith is dismantling public health care and, in her own words, preparing people to pay out of pocket. The Canadian Health Act guarantees equal care for all Canadians.
I'm having a hard time hearing the question. I'm going to have to ask the Honourable Member to repeat it.
She meant to ask this question in the Alberta legislature.
Okay, now that everything's calmed down, I'm going to ask the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona to maybe start from the top, please.
In Alberta is in chaos. Kids are waiting 20 hours for care, paramedics are overworked, and nobody can find a family doctor. And now the Alberta Children's Hospital is so overwhelmed that they've added a portable trailer in the parking lot to treat sick kids. And all this, well, Danielle Smith is dismantling public health care and, in her own words, saying that she's preparing us to pay out of pocket for care. The Canadian Health Act guarantees equal care for all Canadians. What is this government doing right now to protect our universal and our public health care system?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think everyone in this House does feel the duty to support the Canadian Health Act, not because it's the right thing to do only, because it's the important thing to do right now. Our workers, our patients are suffering across Canada. That's why we have invested just a few months ago $2 billion extra in reducing backlogs in surgeries and treatments. That's why the CHT will increase by another 10% in March this year. That's why we are investing $3 billion for mental health, $3 billion for long-term care, and $3 billion for home care. And there'll be more, Mr. Speaker, we'll be doing over the next few weeks.
Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, our emergency rooms are overwhelmed, and Canadians with no mental health supports are having to turn to these overcrowded ERs for help. The Liberals promised that mental health care would be treated as part of Canada's universal health care system. With long wait lists for treatment and the high costs of therapy, Canadians have been left with nowhere to turn. And the cost of essentials like food, I can't even get my question off, Mr. Speaker. Like, I'm trying. Like,
deal with them.
I just want to point out, if I can have your attention, please, order. And I understand that when you're close to someone near in proximity in this chamber, it's easy to yell or shout at them, and it's not respectful. And I just want to point out the honourable member for Edmonton West, if he's listening. I could see him, I could barely hear him, but it really carries well. So if he's going to heckle, maybe just heckle a different way, if he's going to heckle, but I recommend against heckling. The honourable member, finish off his question, please.
Mr. Speaker, if you don't mind, could I start it from the top? Okay. Well, Mr. Speaker, the long wait lists for treatment and the high cost of therapy, Canadians have been left with nowhere to turn. And the cost of essentials like food is putting even more stress on Canadians struggling with their mental health. When will the Liberals finally deliver a mental health transfer so that people can access the health services they need when they need them the most?
That's right.
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health.
Mr. Speaker, our government is working with the provinces and territories to strengthen Canada's health system. We've already made historic investments to support mental health, including $5 billion through the bilateral agreements with all provinces and territories, which is now providing $600 million on an annual basis until 2027. We know more needs to be done. Other further actions, engaging with provinces and territories and stakeholders to invest additional funding through the mental health transfer. We are also working on a comprehensive evidence-based plan, including the timely sharing of data.
Member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, keeping our oceans safe and clean is a top priority for many British Columbians, with dozens of vessels transmitting every day in the BC waters. Protecting our oceans is of utmost importance to British Columbians. Can the Honourable Minister inform this House of further ways our government is keeping our waters safe from coast to coast to coast?
Solid question.
Well, Minister of Transportation.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from Surrey Newton for his leadership and his advocacy on behalf of the community. 10 days ago, I joined my colleagues in BC, including the Minister of Natural Resources and the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, as part of announcing $1.2 billion for the next phase of the renewed Oceans Protection Plan, which includes 29 new initiatives that will strengthen marine safety. And Mr. Speaker, our government continues to be committed to meaningful work with Indigenous peoples and coastal communities so we can ensure our oceans remain safe for all.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government's carbon tax will increase the price on gas, diesel, and home heating fuel. It'll also increase the price we all pay for groceries, clothing, building materials, and school supplies. And of course, it will force many businesses to pass these costs on to consumers. An analysis done reveals that Nova Scotians will pay $2,000 more a year in 2025 and $3,100 more in 2030. Atlantic Canadians cannot afford this Liberal government's carbon tax plan. When will this Liberal government stop forcing Atlantic Canadians to accept their terrible plan?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
The honourable member talks about a terrible plan. I'll tell you what a terrible plan is not taking action on climate change. His communities and mine are both still dealing with homeowners who are cleaning up the debris in their backyards. His community and mine are both dealing with farms that have had silos torn down and farmers who are more than $100,000 out of pocket so they can feed their cattle this season. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to do what we can to reduce pollution because it's the right thing to do, but we found a way to make sure that homeowners and families are left better off. 8 out of 10 families are left better off. We also introduced a new plan that will have $5,000 upfront grants so people can reduce their power bills by installing heat pumps. It's confounding to understand why he can't support something so simple.
Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's very interesting. Perhaps the member should go speak to his own premier, who's asking Canadians to weigh in on the Liberals' punishing carbon tax on Nova Scotians. We all know the tax is going to disproportionately affect low and middle-income families and will cost as much as 14 cents or more a litre at the pumps. The No Carbon Tax for Nova Scotia petition is asking Nova Scotians to support Made in Nova Scotia plan that builds on our climate leadership, safeguards to our environment, and protect the pocketbooks of Nova Scotians. Will this Liberal government stop forcing their failed carbon tax plan on Nova Scotians?
The Honourable Minister.
Talks about protecting the pocketbooks of Nova Scotia. And I found it interesting to have him explain to his constituents why he's voted against making sure that low-income families can afford to send their kids to the dentist. I find it interesting why he's not putting out social media posts about today's announcement that child care fees are going to be reduced by 50%. I find it interesting that he voted against a $500 supplement for low-income renters. The reality is, every step of the way since we formed government in 2015, we've had the interests of working-class and middle-class Canadians at heart. That'll continue to be the case. We just don't have to pollute to make sure people are better off. We can protect the environment and protect the economy at the same time.
Well, member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
I tell you what's interesting, Nova Scotia Power does not allow homes to have a heat pump as their only source of heat. I'll tell you what's interesting is that home inspectors and insurance companies in Nova Scotia won't allow heat pumps as their only source of heat. And you know why? Because the Canada Building Code prohibits them from doing so because they have to maintain a house at 20 degrees or more, which they cannot do in cold weather. So I will ask this government, will they stop their fairy tale programs and stop forcing Nova Scotians to pay for their unhelpful and fail?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Sherlock is on the case. We would never have figured this out. Holy smokes. It's unbelievable, but somebody could have a heat pump and some other source of heating as well. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is we have a new $5,000 grant. There will be an upfront payment directly to homeowners that is going to allow them to save thousands of dollars every year. It would help reduce pollution in our communities.
I'm going to have order. I just want to remind the honourable members, the protocol is you ask a question and you listen. You can't hear the answer if you're shouting. The Honourable Minister of Immigration, he's got about 15 seconds left if he wants to finish off that thought.
I will simply say, Mr. Speaker, we have found a way to save people money and reduce pollution. That's a good thing. If the Conservatives agree, I invite them to support us.
The Honourable Member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, between the monthly increase in mortgage payments, the price of groceries, gas to drive to work, and the cost to heat their homes, Atlantic Canadians don't know where to turn. Yet, the main minister from Newfoundland and Labrador says he's sick and tired of them complaining about the cold winter. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to keep the heat on this cold-hearted minister. And I implore him to beg his old buddy, the Prime Minister, to not force this carbon tax plan down the throats of Atlantic Canadians.
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, to be given yet another opportunity to tell the family of four in Newfoundland and Labrador that they will be receiving $1,312 in cold hard cash directly to their bank account 4 times a year. That's $328 starting in July, another $328 just when they're getting ready for the winter in October, and another $328 come January. I will take that as cold-heartedness. No, I will take that as good money. Cold, hard cash, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député d'Avignon, la Métis-Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Speaker. 1 second, please. I'll just wait for everyone to calm down.
Maintenant que tout le monde est calme.
Now that everyone is calm, I would ask the honourable member to continue.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La semaine prochaine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next week, Canada is inviting the world to COP15 to discuss biodiversity. Meanwhile, in Newfoundland, 5 oil companies have been authorized to conduct exploratory drilling for finding oil in the ocean without environmental assessment. We're talking about a marine area that includes the humpback whale, blue whale, fin whale, and the right whale, an endangered species with only 336 left in the world. These species are part of the wealth of our biodiversity. So what credibility does Canada have at COP15 to talk about protecting biodiversity? The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je tiens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to specify that any proposal for production in the areas under proposal are part of our climate plan and have to offer better performance with regards to emissions, including no net emissions by 2050. Biodiversity is a very important issue for the Government of Canada and for Canadians throughout the country.
Honorable député d'Avignon, la Métis-Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur le Président, il n'y a pas juste des balais.
Mr. Speaker, there's not just whales in those waters, there's coral too. The federal government imposes fishing restrictions to protect coral. Fishers aren't allowed to do anything that comes into contact with the seabed, but the federal government allows oil companies to dig up the seabed to find deposits to develop. Strange logic. Will the minister take advantage of COP15 to explain to us why protecting biodiversity is important for fishers, but not oil companies?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Comme j'ai dit, Monsieur le Président.
As I said, Mr. Speaker, it's very important to have a solid environmental assessment system for all projects involving oil, forestry, and other resource industries. We have a process in which we can review environmental impacts. We have set up that process, and it's very important. And that is what's going to happen with the projects that my counterpart mentioned.
For Fundy Royal.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the evidence is in, and it's not good. Violent crime is up 32%. Canada's homicide rate is at the highest it's been since 2005. And gang-related killings are on the rise. And what does this Liberal government choose to do? Rather than go after criminals and gun smugglers, they're going after farmers and duck hunters. Mr. Speaker, will the minister finally admit that the Liberal soft-on-crime approach is not working and the evidence shows it has to end?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear that we are absolutely not targeting law-abiding gun owners. The guns that we are going after are the assault rifles that were used in Portapique and Truro in Nova Scotia. The guns that we are going after are the guns that were used at the Quebec City Mosque in Quebec City. The guns that we are going after, Mr. Speaker, are the guns that were tragically used in Polytechnique. Those are the assault rifles that we are targeting in Bill C-21, and it would just be time now for the Conservatives to stop filibustering and study this bill, debate this bill, and pass this bill so that we can end gun violence once and for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Speaker, these Liberals have failed to make life easier for violent criminals by repealing mandatory minimums. Many of these mandatory minimums were implemented by this Prime Minister's father. They failed to stem the tide of illegal handguns coming across the border, including those 4 breaches in Niagara. Mr. Speaker, it's been mentioned before. Violent crime is up 32%. Stats Canada now reports homicide rate is up 3%. Speaker, when will they begin protecting Canadians and end their soft approach on crime?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to talk about our very smart criminal justice policy. Mr. Speaker, serious crimes will always have serious consequences. Bill C-5 is moving past failed policies of the Conservative era, who clogged our justice system and filled our prisons with low-risk first-time offenders. Time and resources that should be devoted to fighting serious crimes, Mr. Speaker. In fact, former Supreme Court Justice Moldover, whom no one can accuse of being soft on crime, recently stressed the need for different approach to less serious offences. Our communities are not safer for it, Mr. Speaker.
Le député de Charbot-Saint-Charles.
Monsieur le Président, selon un sondage.
Mr. Speaker, according to a survey, 84% of Quebecers are concerned about the surge in violence in the Greater Montreal area. The 2021 annual report by the Montreal Police confirms that crimes against people are up by more than 17% compared to the average over the last 5 years. Crimes are being committed with illegal firearms by criminals, not hunters. Will the Liberals finally do the right thing and deal with violent criminals, protect Canadians, and leave our hunters alone? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I share the concerns of my colleague. That is exactly why in our fall economic update we added $138 million to provide tools and resources to interrupt the traffic of illegal weapons at our border. That's why Bill C-21 gave more tools to target criminal organizations and stop the terrorism they're visiting on communities with firearms. It's time for the Conservatives to stop their arguing about it. Mr. Speaker, we've seen a substantial increase in cases of the flu and RSV compared to previous years. Recent Canadian studies have shown that vaccination coverage declined during the pandemic. Vaccinations for measles, mumps, and rubella. This year's flu season is particularly dangerous for young children and the elderly. Many parents in my constituency are worried about their children's health. Can the Minister of Health please tell the House about the importance, the Minister of Health? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her question and her hard work. We obviously share the same concerns about getting people vaccinated. We're worried about teachers and children. We're worried about what's happening at hospitals and in pediatric care units. That's why I want to talk about the benefits of vaccination. Vaccinations work, they're free throughout the country, and they're accessible as well to all adults and children. Let's take advantage of it to protect our families and communities.
Barry Innisfil.
Feels like everything is broken in Canada because of this Prime Minister and this Liberal government. And why should anyone be surprised? It's part of the Liberal playbook not to unite Canadians, but to divide them. And the Prime Minister has been very effective at pitting Canadians against each other. Imagine a Prime Minister calling his own citizens racist, misogynist, and extremists for not agreeing to his political ideology or his politics. Canadians are losing their hopes, their dreams, and their dignity. Does the Prime Minister not realize that he's here to serve and unite Canadians, not divide them like he's been doing for the last 7 years?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And look, the reality was that in the previous Conservative government, they actually created a playbook to show how you could divide Canadians and divide committees and play the kind of games that he's talking about. But what we saw at the Emergencies Act Commission, which I believe what the honourable member was referring to, was a government that faced a critical challenge in this country, where our infrastructure was besieged, where Ottawa faced an illegal blockade, and while the Conservatives were going and getting Tim Hortons and donuts to those people who are illegally protesting and blocking a critical infrastructure, we were doing the hard work of keep Canadians.
L'honorable député de Bellechasse et Échemins-Lévis.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Le gouvernement
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government is afraid of chaos. There are protests showing against inflation. 1.5 million Canadians have had to use food banks in a single month. Pregnant women have to choose between feeding themselves or feeding their children. People are fed up. This Liberal government needs to stop making daily life complicated for Canadians. And will they let them breathe a little bit by backing down on their carbon tax? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that many Canadians are facing very real difficulties due to inflation. That's why we have a responsible, compassionate plan. That's what we're implementing. We've doubled the GST tax credit. We're giving money to people who need it to pay their rent. We're helping parents with dental care. And we're increasing the Canada Workers' Benefit. These are necessary and important measures for Canadians. And the Conservatives should support us. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Échemins-Lévis. It's not working, Mr. Speaker. The cost of housing has doubled since this Liberal government took power. Young families are giving up on their dream of home ownership. Students have to sleep in shelters. It's happening here in Canada, a G7 country. It's shameful. It's embarrassing. When will the government let people take back control over their lives? The Honourable Deputy Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know full well that Canadians are having difficulties today because of the worldwide economic situation. That is why we have set up a plan to help Canadians. We're improving the GST tax credit. We're helping out with student loans and improving the Canada Workers' Benefit. If the Conservatives really want to help Canadians, they have to support our plan.
For Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, global food insecurity has been growing for the last several years, but it has been brought to a critical level because of Russia's genocidal war in Ukraine and Russia blocking the food exports from Ukraine that feed hundreds of millions of people in countries around the world. As a result, countless people in countries around the world are facing food shortages and are facing starvation, with the vulnerable suffering the most. Could the Minister of International Development speak to what Canada is doing to fight food shortages and to fight starvation around the world?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of International Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Etobicoke Centre for raising this very important issue. Now, despite the challenges Ukrainians face, they continue to look beyond their borders in supporting the fight against hunger in the global south. Our government commends Ukraine on its commitment to donating grain to help address the global food crisis as part of its Grain from Ukraine humanitarian initiative. This is why Canada is providing $30 million to the World Food Program to facilitate additional shipments of Ukrainian grain moving through the Black Sea Grain Initiative. And with our partners, we will continue to look at ways on how we can make sure that food is available for the most vulnerable. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Wednesday, childcare workers and advocates are holding a day of action. Their message? That childcare staff are worth more than they are being paid. As a former childhood educator, I know firsthand how inadequate pay and benefits make recruiting and retaining staff more difficult, and the biggest barriers to expanding licensed childcare and improving access is the shortage of childcare staff. Will the Liberals ensure that the federal child care funding is used for livable wages and good benefits for child care workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Full Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for her advocacy for a national child care system so that we can make sure that every child in Canada gets the right start in life. Mr. Speaker, we continue, through every agreement that we sign with the provinces and territories across this country, we continue to work with them year by year with the agreements that we have in place to ensure that there is high-quality staff that are well paid for their work in the daycare system. As we expand spaces, we will expand staff, and we work with our provincial counterparts to make sure that all our network of systems, our childcare systems, are working for in the best interest of our kids.
The honourable member for Spadina Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, the actions of Iranian and Chinese operatives in Canada has received a pathetic response from this government. Canada has become a doormat for foreign interference. Is the government aware of Article 41.1 of the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations? It states that all persons enjoying privileges and immunities in Canada have a duty to, and I quote, respect the laws and regulations of the receiving state. They also have a duty not to interfere in the internal affairs of that state. Mr. Speaker, other nations expel pseudo-diplomats and agents. Does the government even understand the concept of persona non grata?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. I want to be unequivocally clear that the government has taken decisive actions in sanctioning the Iranian regime, including most recently using a sparingly used provision under the IRPA Act to ensure that no one in the most senior echelons of the regime can set foot here or use Canada in any way as a safe haven to advance their transgression of human rights or terrorist activities. Mr. Speaker, we will stand with women in Iran. We will stand with all those who are protesting. We will stand with the community to stand up for human rights both here and around the world. Thank you very much.
That's all the time we have today for questions. C'est tout le temps que nous avons. We'll continue with the operations of the House. Si je peux avoir votre attention.
If I may have your attention, please. Introduction of government bills.
For Courtney Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate you giving me a moment here. Mr. Speaker, many times, during question period, when a member rises on a very sensitive issue, you've made it very clear to members in this House to show respect, to be quiet, and let the question happen. Today, I was asking a very important question around mental health at a time in Canada where we have 10 suicides a day, Mr. Speaker, taking place. And I was belittled. I was attacked by my Conservative colleagues, Mr. Speaker. And I'm hoping in the future, Mr. Speaker, that you'll actually take action and remove...
Okay. The Honourable I just want to explain what happened because, it did happen during question period. Now, normally what happens is the Speaker will stop the question and then either continue it or take it from the top. But if I allowed every member in the House to not be happy with what's going on with his question or her question and stop when they wanted, it would happen a little too often. I'm sorry that the honourable member didn't like the way it worked out. Now let's go to the shouting that's going on. The honourable member was shouting, and sometimes when it's close, it really does make it difficult. So that's something that I want to make sure that everybody understands, including members of the honourable member for Courtney Alberni's party, who sits just behind him, who makes a terrible amount of noise when other people are asking questions. So I want to put that point out there for all the members, and I want everyone to listen when someone else is asking a question or answering a question. I ask them to be respectful. Every one of us. Thank you. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation. We have another point of order for the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Today in question period, I sit very close to the member for Edmonton Strathcona. And I want to note that she tried on multiple attempts to get her question out. I recognize Standing Orders 16 and 18 are designed to ensure that a member can hear themselves, that members near them can hear them speaking also. And I would just like to offer my support for the member for Courtney Alberni with respect to ensuring that Standing Orders 16 and 18 are enforced during question period. Thank you.
Once again, I want to thank the honourable members, and I want to remind each and every one of them to respect each other in this chamber. Don't forget, you're putting out an example to the rest of the country and people who are watching, along with children who are watching, and trying to get an example. So trying to shout over each other does not set a good example. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan is rising on a point of order.
Yeah, just on the same point of order, I think there may have been a particular problem with the audio because the question from the member for Edmonton Strathcona was, I think, intended to be heard in the legislature in Alberta. And the audio...
Mark, excuse my language. That is not a point of order. And I apologize for using the language that is not parliamentary. That was my slip. Now we'll continue, if that's okay, or do we have any other points of orders? Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de...
Presenting reports from committees.
Waterloo.
Conformément au mandat qui lui confère les articles 104 et 104.
Pursuant to Standing Orders 103 and 104, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, changes to membership of standing and standing joint committees. I intend to move adoption of this report later on today.
Introduction of Private Members Bill. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
To introduce this bill, seconded by the member for Elgin, Middlesex, London. Mr. Speaker, human trafficking is a major problem here in Canada. It's very profitable, it's brutal, and it's growing. Fighting human trafficking must always be a priority for the Canadian government, and this bill that I'm introducing would introduce a national strategy to combat human trafficking. This bill would ensure that Canada undertakes a long-term approach to ending human trafficking and centers on the voices of survivors, which provides robust supports, puts more traffickers in jail, and empowers Canadians to tackle this crime in their own communities. The National Strategy to Combat Human Trafficking Act requires that the Government of Canada maintain a national strategy to combat human trafficking, that this strategy would have clear objectives and timelines. There would be a review every 5 years, and there would be an annual report that would have to be tabled on behalf of the government to Parliament on the government's progress on combating human trafficking. And the Minister of Public Safety would have to make every reasonable effort to fulfill these obligations under the key international conventions that we have signed relating to human trafficking. I'm honored to have the support of victims and victims groups from across the country, anti-human trafficking organizations, frontline service providers, including Tamea's Cause, the Canadian Centre to End Human Trafficking, the Joyce Smith Foundation, hashtag Not in My City, Bridge North, Next Steps Ministry, the Allard School of Law, International Justice and Human Rights Clinic, the All-Party Parliamentary Group to End Modern-Day Slavery and Human Trafficking. Canada must take a zero-tolerance approach to human trafficking and prioritize the voices of survivors, and this bill hopes to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done.
Mr. Viersen, seconded by Ms. Vecchio, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the National Strategy to Combat Human Trafficking. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Viersen, seconded by Ms. Vecchio, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill.
At a second time at the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier this day be concurred in.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving a motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried.
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker.
It's an honor to table the petition on behalf of my constituents. This was brought to my attention by one of my constituents, and we've got dozens of signatures from people in Calgary Rocky Ridge that are concerned about the ongoing situation with trafficking in organs obtained without consent and scourge of organ transplant tourism and the need to deal with this in Canada by way of creating a law that would criminalize such behavior. So on behalf of my constituents, I'm happy to table this petition.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
It's an honour to rise in the House and present a petition concerning many of my constituents and other Canadians from coast to coast, and that is the ongoing threat to pollinators, particularly honeybees. The petitioners call on the Government of Canada to catch up with the European Union, follow their lead, and adhere to the precautionary principle and ban the use of neonicotinoid pesticides in Canada to protect our pollinators and our food. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition here signed by dozens of petitioners that are concerned about the international trafficking in human organs that are being removed from victims without their consent. And it's led to there's a bill in the Senate, S223, which is currently in the House of Commons Standing Committee. And they're urging our Parliament to move quickly on that bill, which would prohibit Canadians to travel abroad to acquire or receive such an organ. International investigations conclude that this Chinese communist regime has been committing mass killings of Falun Gong prisoners of conscience for their organs, which are sold for profit, and many to international organ tourists. Legal experts say crimes against humanity have been occurred, and would generally encourage support for Bill S223, and they would like this Parliament to move quickly on that, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to present a number of petitions in the House today. The first petition is raising concern about a commitment made in the Liberals' last election platform. They said that they plan to politicize charitable status determination, effectively denying charitable status to organizations that don't share the Liberal Party's views with respect to abortion. This politicization of the charitable status would in fact jeopardize the good work being done by hospitals, houses of worship, schools, homeless shelters, and other charitable organizations that happen to have a different perspective from the Liberal Party on these issues. This would involve the application of another values test similar to the Canada Summer Jobs Program values test that was put in place previously under this government and roundly criticized. Petitioners note that all Canadians who are involved in charitable activity should not face discrimination on the basis of their deeply held personal convictions. Petitioners call on the House and the government to protect and preserve the application of charitable status rules on a politically and ideologically neutral basis, without discrimination on the basis of political or religious values, and without the imposition of a values test. And petitioners also want to see the government reaffirm the right of the right to freedom of expression. The next petition I am tabling highlights the continuing detention and human rights abuses faced by Hussein Khalil. Mr. Khalil is a Canadian citizen. He has been detained in China for well over a decade, and the Chinese government has not recognized his Canadian citizenship. At times, sadly, there have been even mixed messages sent on that here in this place, but I think we've got that point squared away. The Chinese government has continued to detain Mr. Khalil, and petitioners have the following asks of the government. They want the government to demand that the Chinese government recognize Hussein Khalil's Canadian citizenship and provide him with consular and legal services in accordance with international law, to formally state that the release of Mr. Khalil from Chinese detainment and his return to Canada is a priority of the Canadian government of equal concern, as was the unjust detention of the two Michaels. They want to see the government of Canada appoint a special envoy to work on securing Mr. Khalil's release, and then also seek the assistance of the Biden administration, as happened in the case of the two Michaels. Mr. Speaker, the next petition I'm tabling raises concerns about Bill C-21. This is a bill that makes it much more difficult for law-abiding firearms owners, and that it doesn't effectively tackle the real problems of crime in this country. Petitioners are concerned about the fact that the government is moving forward with amendments that would in effect ban hunting rifles and the extreme overreach by this government while failing to address real issues of crime. Petitioners have a number of asks. Number one, to not proceed with Bill C-21. Number two, to take stronger action against criminals, smugglers, and gangs rather than law-abiding citizens, and to allow the airsoft industry to continue producing and selling airsoft guns. Next, I'm tabling a petition in support of Bill S-223, a bill that it would make it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ taken without consent. It also creates a mechanism by which a person could be deemed inadmissible to Canada if they are involved in forced organ harvesting and trafficking. I believe this bill will be automatically reported to the House today. Petitioners are hopeful that this Parliament will be the Parliament that finally succeeds in passing legislation combating forced organ harvesting and trafficking. And I believe because of time, this next one will be my final petition, Mr. Speaker. Alongside other issues of human rights abuses that we see in China, this petition raises concerns about escalating violations of the fundamental human rights in China of Chinese Christians. They highlight the persecution we've seen of Christians in China, how that is increasing, and they call on the government to prioritize the advancement of human rights in its relationship with the government of China, and to include as part of its broader human rights advocacy attention to the worsening plight of China's Christian community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
More. Presenting petition, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlaw.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to, Mr. Speaker, I want to also add my voice to the thousands of Canadians who have signed the petition from across Canada to draw attention to the House of Commons of the plight of Mr. Salil. Mr. Salil has been in prison for over 5,000 days. He's a Canadian citizen. He's of Uyghur origin, and he's been in jail since 2001. The Chinese government has refused to accept his Canadian citizenship and have denied his access to lawyers and his family and Canadian officials while he has been coerced into signing a confession and has undergone unlawful and unfair trial. Evidence now makes it clear that the Chinese government's treatment of Uyghur meets most, if not all, of the criteria for genocide as outlined by the UN Convention on the Punishment and Prevention of the Crime of Genocide. Canada cannot remain silent. Therefore, the folks that have signed this petition are calling on the Chinese government to recognize Mr. Salil's Canadian citizenship and provide him with consular and legal services in accordance with international law. They are calling on the government of Canada to do all that it can to secure his release and appoint a special envoy to work to help Mr. Salil and to seek the help of the Americans in this challenging time. The next petition I have to present, Mr. Speaker, is from Canadians from across the country who want to raise the urgency of protecting children from predators and sexual abuse. This is an issue that I've raised many times and has often confronted this government on their lack of action. In June, the government was asked to inform this House the number of passports that they'd given to child sex offenders over the past few years. The Harper Conservatives have left the government with a number of tools in order to be able to provide it. So they're calling on the government of Canada to ensure that Canadians are not going abroad to participate in illegal activities such as organ harvesting and child pedophilia. The folks that have signed this petition recognize that there is a bill in front of the House of Commons right now, Bill 223, calling for a banning on Canadians going abroad, or making it illegal for Canadians to go abroad to gain illegally harvested organs. This is a horrific act that is happening with more and more frequency, and so they're calling on the government of Canada to do all that it can to reduce the illegal harvesting of organs. The final petition I have today, Mr. Speaker, is from Canadians from across Canada who are concerned about the Liberal Party's election platform from the last election, where they promised to revoke charitable status for pro-life organizations, such as pregnancy care centers. These pregnancy care centers are invaluable for all of the communities. They counsel young women and save countless lives every year. Revoking charitable status for pro-life organizations is the first step to more and more politicization of charitable status. This could also mean that churches, summer camps, all kinds of faith-based organizations may have their charitable status jeopardized, and this would result in a definite cheapening and thinning of our civil society. The folks that have signed this petition are concerned about the thousands of innocent babies that lose their lives to abortion every year, and call on members of Parliament to do everything they can to prevent, block, and organize against and vote against any effort from the government to revoke charitable status of pro-life organizations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Je suis maintenant prêt.
I am now ready to speak to the point of order raised on November 22nd, 2022 by the member for New Westminster Burnaby concerning Bill C-27. More specifically, Standing Order 69.1 to Bill C-27, an act to enact the Consumer Privacy Protection Act, the Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal Act, and the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act, and to make consequential and related amendments to other acts.
The member for New Westminster Burnaby stated that there is a clear link between the first two parts of Bill C-27, which respectively enact the Consumer Privacy Protection Act and the Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal Act. He further noted that these elements were both part of the previous Bill C-11, which was introduced in the House during the 43rd Parliament. However, the member argued that Part 3, which enacts the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act, should be considered separately because it does not directly concern privacy protection or the analysis, circulation, and exchange of personal information. Accordingly, he asked the Chair to divide Bill C-27 for the purposes of voting as Standing Order 69.1 permits.
The official opposition House Leader concurred. He added that outside of Clause 39 of the bill, which mentions the new Consumer Privacy Protection Act in definition of the term personal information, Part 3 of the bill, of Bill C-27, does not refer to Parts 1 or 2. Furthermore, the member for South Shore St. Margaret's stated that parts of 1 and 2 of Bill C-27 deal with privacy protection, which is nothing to do with the subject of Part 3, the regulation of the new industry of artificial intelligence. On November 23, 2022, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader pointed out that privacy protection is the common theme that links every part of Bill C-27 in his view. The bill's 3 parts constitute a framework for protecting the privacy of Canadians from the risk posed by artificial intelligence systems. He argued that dividing the bill would prevent members from considering all the risks and impacts that the new artificial intelligence technologies may create for the security of personal information. He also noted that privacy laws do not adequately protect the public from new artificial intelligence systems, and that, as a result, Bill C-27 should be considered as a whole.
Standing Order 69.1 gives the Chair the authority to divide the questions for the purposes of voting on the motions for second or third reading of a bill. The objective here is not to divide the bill for consideration purposes, but to enable the House to decide questions that are not closely related separately. The Chair has carefully reviewed the provisions of Bill C-27 and taken into account member statements on the issue of dividing it for voting purposes. The Chair agrees that the bill's 3 parts are connected by a broad theme, namely the use and protection of personal information. While parts 1 and 2 of the bill are closely related, this is not true of Part 3. The Chair is of the view that, given the lack of cross-references between Part 3 and the preceding parts of the bill, with the sole exception being one reference to the new Consumer Privacy Protection Act, which serves to propose a common definition of the term, and I quote, personal information, dividing the bill for voting at second reading is justified.
In his intervention, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader emphasized the common theme that links these 3 acts, the 3 acts enacted by Bill C-27, yet in a decision on similar matter delivered on March 1st, 2018, which can be found at pages 17,550 to 17,552 of the debates, Speaker Reagan said the following pages at 1755-51, and I quote, "The question the Chair must ask itself is whether the purpose of the standing order was to deal with matters that were obviously unrelated, or whether it was to provide members with the opportunity to pronounce themselves on specific initiatives when a bill contains a variety of different measures," unquote. In the absence of a clear link between the 3 parts of the bill, of Bill C-27, other than the theme of privacy protection, the Chair is willing to divide the question. Accordingly, 2 votes will take place at the second reading stage for Bill C-27. The first will be on parts 1 and 2, including the schedule to Clause 2. The second will deal with Part 3 of the bill. The Chair will remind members of this division before the voting begins. If any part of this bill is negatived, the Chair will order the bill reprinted for reconsideration at committee. I thank the honourable members for their attention. Resuming debate. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills, commons, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-27, Digital Charter Implementation Act 2022.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yorkton Millville has 15 minutes and 45 seconds coming to her. I'll let her continue.
As many of my colleagues already indicated, this is a large and complex bill, and we believe that its individual components are too important for them to be considered as one part of an omnibus bill, and I'm pleased with the ruling of the Speaker. There's 3 separate pieces of legislation to this bill. Part 1, the Consumer Privacy Protection Act would repeal and replace decades-old measures concerning personal information protection. Part 2, the Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal Act would strike a tribunal to administer penalties for violation of the CPPA. Part 3, the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act, is brand new to the bill and sets up a framework for design and use of AI in Canada, which is almost entirely unregulated. Long before the widespread use of the Internet, our Supreme Court was clear that privacy is at the heart of liberty in a modern state. The government should be taking every opportunity possible to enshrine privacy in our laws as essential to the exercise of our rights and freedoms in Canada. As Daniel Theron stated in the Toronto Star earlier this month, democracies must adopt robust solutions anchored in values, not laws that pretend to protect citizens but preserve the conditions that created the digital Wild West. The value of privacy should anchor this bill. Instead, this bill fails right out of the gate. The preamble states that the protection of the privacy interests of individuals with respect to their personal information is essential to individual autonomy and dignity and to the full enjoyment of fundamental rights and freedoms in Canada. By placing this value in the preamble of the bill where it has no teeth, raises distrust rather than confidence that this government truly respects Canadians' privacy rights. The CPPA would require organizations, companies, or government departments affected by the bill to develop their own codes of practice for the protection of personal information. While these codes must be approved and certified by the Privacy Commissioner, one can only imagine the variation of protection that will result. This requirement adds significant red tape, yet another onerous task to the backs of small and medium-sized businesses that employ most Canadians. It also creates more work for the Privacy Commissioner to parse through complicated codes created by larger, wealthier, powerful corporations, companies, or government departments that have legal teams whose sole purpose is to find creative ways to perhaps game the system. Although it would take more time and investment up front, the better option in my mind would be to create a standard code of practice which all entities are to follow. This could certainly be taken on as one of the first responsibilities of the expanded Office of the Privacy Commissioner in defining the universal code of practices, where confidence in the process would be greatest and where the greatest level of concern for individual privacy actually exists. This bill states that personal information can be transferred without Canadians' consent for purposes ranging from research to analysis to business purposes, but it must be de-identified before this can take place. At first glance, this is a positive measure until it's compared with anonymization as an alternative. According to the bill, de-identification means, and I quote, to modify personal information so that an individual cannot be directly identified from it, though a risk of the individual being identified remains, end quote. That leaves much to be desired when compared to the anonymization of personal information. The bill defines that as, and I quote, means to irreversibly and permanently modify personal information in accordance with general accepted best practices to ensure that no individual can be identified from the information, whether directly or indirectly, by any means, end quote. Any attempt to identify individuals from de-identification information is prohibited, except for approved circumstances. While many of these approved circumstances relate to the ability of an entity to test the effectiveness of its de-identification system, the potential for abuse still exists. This bill would be improved by eliminating those chances for abuse. We should examine replacing de-identification with anonymization wherever possible. Comparing C7 to the EU regulations, there are several ways in which the CPPA does not live up to what is widely considered to be the international golden standard of privacy protection, and that's in the European Union 2016 General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR. A glaring example of C27's inferior protections, the GDPR processes personal data in such a manner that it can no longer be attributed to a specific individual without the use of additional information kept separately, subject to technical and organizational measures. This is a security and privacy by design measure of the GDPR. Regarding what C27 considers to be sensitive information, there's nothing to indicate what sensitive information actually entails. It is also limited in its application. Only the personal information of minors is considered to be sensitive. All information Canadians surrender to any entity should be considered sensitive. On the other hand, the GDPR possesses a particular regime for special categories of personal data, including racial or ethnic origin, political opinions, religion or philosophical beliefs, trade union memberships, genetic data, biometric data, data concerning health, sex life, or sexual orientation. We're happy to see the consent is better defined in C27. However, exceptions for activities not requiring consent remain in place. They are so broad, some of them, that an entity could interpret them as never requiring consent. These are loopholes that Canadians should not have to endure when they're required to check the box that they have read and accepted the terms before they're able to interact with a digital site. For example, legitimate interests in a given situation may be used by companies to disregard consent. There's a danger that these interests will outweigh potential adverse effects on the individual. Attempting to define legitimate interests allows too much for interpretation, and interpretation is not something that lends itself to privacy laws. The use of personal information could also be exempt from consent if a reasonable person would expect the use of their information for business activities. There's no definition as to what a reasonable person is. The bottom line is that there are far too many loopholes in vague terms. For the savvy, wealthy, or well-lawyered, the potential for abuse exists. The GDPR, conversely, is unequivocal on consent. It must be freely given, specific, informed, and unambiguous in an intelligible and accessible form, and is only valid for specific purposes. Canada should have followed that example. Canadians cannot help but wonder why C27 doesn't. Under the proposed CPPA, there is no minimum age for minor consent, nor is minor defined. In the EU, the GDPR sets out a minimum age for minors' consent at 16 years of age. Member states also have the flexibility to allow for a lower age, provided the age is not below 13 years. If a breach of personal information does take place, C27 will make Canada slower to respond than its international counterparts. This bill mandates that a notification be made to the Privacy Commissioner of any breach that creates a real risk of significant harm as soon as it's feasible. The individual affected would also need to be informed, but again, as soon as feasible. The GDPR sets out a mandatory notification must be made to the supervisory authority without undue delay, or 72 hours after having become aware of the incident in certain circumstances. Prior to and even after the introduction of this bill, Canada is lagging behind internationally. The GDPR is already 6 years old. That's 6 years of extra time in which the Liberals have failed to develop this legislation to meet the robust international standard. In C27, the Privacy Commissioner is empowered to investigate any certified organization for contravening the Act. The Commissioner has been rightly asking for increased power and responsibilities for some time, and this goes beyond a mere recommendation to violators to stop their actions. The Commissioner can now recommend greater penalties of no more than $20 million or 4% gross global revenue for a summary offense, and no more than $25 million or 5% gross global revenue for an indictable offense. These penalties should add more bite to what the Privacy Commissioner can do and impact how Canadians' personal information will ultimately be treated. The penalties will also apply to a greater number of provisions, such as actions that contravene the establishment and implementation of a privacy management program, and failure to ensure equivalent protections for personal information transferred to a service provider. However, these new powers for the Privacy Commissioner hit a dead end when taken in context with the second part of this bill, which establishes a tribunal. The Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal will consist of no more than 6 members, and only half of what those members are must have experience in information and privacy law. The Privacy Commissioner would have order-making authority and the ability to make recommendations to this tribunal regarding penalties. However, the tribunal has the power to apply its own decision instead, which would be final and binding. Except for judicial review under the Federal Courts Act, the tribunal's decisions are not subject to appeal or to review by any court. These are power equivalent to a superior court of record. The existence of this tribunal dulls the new teeth given to the Privacy Commissioner. While the Commissioner can recommend that a penalty be levied for violations of the CPPA, it is the tribunal that has the power to set the amount owed by these organizations. The cost associated with striking this tribunal is also a concern. Despite the fact that its work will likely be limited to a handful of times per year to determine penalties, it will apparently require a full-time and permanent staff of 20. I'm deeply concerned that this government also has a bad habit of striking advisory councils or so-called arm's-length regulatory bodies in advance of bills being debated and passed in this House, long before the ink on legislation is even dry. My memory is drawn to when in the past a bill, as it was being debated in the House, was there I inquired about the details of the proposed Environmental Council and was told with great zeal that it had already been established and the members had been appointed before the bill even was debated in this House. Can the current Prime Minister opposite tell us if this tribunal will be struck only after Parliament has dealt fully with this bill? Will they be transparent with Canadians on how the appointment process will be undertaken? Can they assure Canadians that a full-time and permanent staff of 20 has not already been determined? After 7 years of Liberal power, the leverage of patronage in this place runs deep. Part 2, the Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal Act should be removed, as it is a bureaucratic middleman with power that will conflict and create redundancy with the Privacy Commissioner's new powers. New powers that mean little if they are not coupled with quick and effective consequences for violators. It will prolong decisions on fines and harm Canada's reputation on holding violators accountable. It would also not align with our friends in the EU, the UK, New Zealand, and Australia, who do not use a tribunal system for issuing fines. It just goes to show Canadians that when it comes to making big government needlessly bigger, Liberals do it well. The third and final part of this bill is the only entirely new component. The Artificial Intelligence and Data Act seeks to regulate an entity, artificial intelligence, that has not been regulated before in this country. It would set standards for the creation and use of AI systems in Canada by both domestic and international entities. More specifically, international and interprovincial trade and commerce in artificial intelligence systems would be regulated through common requirements for the design and use of those systems. It would prohibit certain conduct pertaining to AI systems that could lead to harmful results for individuals and their personal data. There's that mention of personal data. This is a massive undertaking attempting to regulate something that up to this point has been almost entirely unregulated. I also understand that consultations on this were only initiated in June. Logic would dictate that such a bill requires a careful scrutiny and time to get it right. Requiring record keeping and human oversight are positive developments. What we find difficulty with is getting a clear picture of what the final framework will look like, as the minister alone is empowered to establish these regulations. The minister will be able to act independently from Parliament in making rulings and imposing fines. In an age of uncertainty and new horizons for our relationship with AI, this is unacceptable. Parliament, at the very least, independent experts and watchdogs should be central to the creation and enforcement of these rules. It appears that once again this government has chosen to simply tack on a crucial area of concern to Canadians to an already complicated bill and wishes to again entrust sweeping powers to a minister to act independent of parliamentary oversight. Well, Speaker, my final thoughts on today on C27 are as follows. Conservatives are considering this bill through a reasoned approach, appreciating that stakeholders who have been calling for this legislation for years are watching today's debate closely. It's absolutely clear that modern-day protection for Canadians' personal information is required. They must have the ability to access and control its collection, use, monitoring, disclosure, and the right to delete or right to vanish. How can we ensure that data is protected through watertight regulations and strict fines for abuse, while also realizing that not every business affected by this bill will have the resources of Walmart or Amazon? Small and medium-sized businesses should be shielded from onerous regulation that stifles their growth. This is not to say that business interests should weigh equally with personal privacy, but there's a balance to be had, and I believe the Liberals do not have it right here. And furthermore, in a cynical attempt to move their legislation agenda forward, the Liberals have bundled changes to privacy laws with a first-of-its-kind framework for artificial intelligence that once again intends to govern through top-down regulation, not legislation. The Liberals should commit today to splitting this bill up to allow Canadians a clear view of its intended impact. With the commitment that we have, Conservatives will be looking to do the hard work in committee to improve the long-awaited but flawed elements of this legislation. And so, even in an age of convenience, the world in which we live grows even more complicated by the day. So, Canadians deserve privacy protection worthy of 2022 realities and beyond. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. This is, in fact, very progressive legislation that deals with an area of concern that Canadians have and something in which the government is very much concerned about. And that's why we have the legislation. Safety for privacy is of critical importance. We are, in fact, moving into such a significant digital economy, Madam Speaker. Databases, the issue is there. It's today, and I'm somewhat interested in knowing exactly where the Conservatives are going to fall on this legislation. When I hear the member, she seems to express concerns about the area, but there's no indication really in terms of, is the Conservative Party going to be supporting the legislation? We just heard from the Speaker that it's going to be, in terms of voting, on 3 parts. Does the member have any suggested amendments that she is thinking of offhand? I believe that Canadians need this legislation, and just to get her thoughts in regards to, wouldn't it be nice to have legislation of this nature at least pass out of second reading before the end of the year?
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. I don't know if throughout my speech you heard my concerns around the fact that this falls so short to what our international colleagues have created, that is so much stronger in the European Union's 2016 General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR. So obviously we have indicated on this side of the House that we have a lot of concerns, especially with a lack of definition of so many terms that are included in this legislation that need to be clarified. Otherwise, it's just going to create all kinds of additional problems when what we need more than anything is clarity for Canadians on their confidence that their privacy is being protected.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the following question to my colleague. I was fascinated by an aspect of the bill, which is the one on artificial intelligence. Personally, I found that in there was a general framework and a legal framework that was very interesting. There's a goal of regulating exchanges through Canada, interprovincial, and to ban certain practices. Does my colleague at least agree on that it's an important step forward in an area that's really developing artificial intelligence? Thank you.
Yorkton Melville.
I thank my colleague for the question, and I do agree that this is an area that Canada is way behind on, and it's absolutely crucial that we get started in creating that framework. However, what disturbs me is the fact that it was just tossed into this bill dealing with other issues that are significant in themselves, and this alone wasn't even started to be consulted on until June. So I think it is very rash of us to consider it in this legislation. I am thankful that it is going to be voted on separately.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
And thank you to the member. Following perhaps a little bit on the question that was just asked prior by my colleague, we saw just recently 19,000 Canadians were affected by the recent Equifax breach as one example, and that the Office of Privacy Commissioner concluded that the Equifax did not fulfill its obligations to Canadians and entered into a compliance agreement with no fines, no penalties, and compensation for Canadian victims. We're seeing very different fines and penalties for Canadians and Americans, and Canadians are getting the short end of the deal. And I'm wondering if the member could clarify if she feels that it's important that we bring parity and equivalency for citizens on both sides of the border.
Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Yes, I thank the member for the question. There's definitely many areas where Canada is on the short end of the stick when it comes to many of these issues. I certainly think of our ability to have Wi-Fi in our cell phones at a reasonable price in comparison to other countries. In this case as well, again, I think it's really important that we do the due diligence needed, and certainly Canadians, we need to have the same level of ability to have our privacies protected that any other nation has. And I would encourage us to look at the EU version of this and do a far better job of incorporating a lot of what is needed to function even internationally with our other allies.
Good job.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkin and Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her speech. I too share concerns around C-27, particularly around the Artificial Intelligence Data Act. Specifically, I agree with her. Having one minister solely delegated the responsibility for a wide variety of different regulations that could happen that might affect both private as well as public is too much. And as Parliament, we should be looking into this and we should be setting out those parameters. Madam Speaker, the government has basically said to the private sector, we can hold you accountable for serious harm, something they don't even define in the law in C-27, while at the same time giving themselves the ultimate loophole. They say that they can exempt themselves. Not only that, Madam Speaker, some of them are trustworthy organizations that it says in there, but the minister literally can say that any provincial or federal commission or body that it feels should be exempted as well from being allowed to use artificial intelligence and held at a different standard than the private sector can be done. Does the member agree that this particular section, more than anything, needs to be looked at? Because I believe it is too much government overreach, and they've essentially given themselves the ultimate loophole.
Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank my colleague for that question, because that is my deepest concern as well. I mean, we've seen this government on other pieces of legislation come forward and give themselves the authority to create a situation where really it is out of the hands of Parliament and into the hands of a minister as to how things will develop or be implemented. Sorry. So I certainly agree with him that we need to do way more work and make sure that Canadians are truly protected, not by just one individual at a certain point in time who has a great deal of power. In some cases, in that situation, I would say too much power, and ensure that it is done properly with Canadians in mind.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I understand that the Canadian financial sector is feeling stressed because of European rules and regulations, and we might lose access to the important European markets, but Quebec's rules and regulations already aligned with those of Europe's. Yet Bill C-27 has to be well crafted. So does my colleague fear that pressure from the financial institutions, the financial markets, that at committee their influence will be felt?
Thank you for that question, and that is a good one, because this is an example of circumstances where Canadians are having trouble trusting their government to do the right thing, to truly have their backs in this area. We've already seen circumstances in the past year or two where our banks have had unbelievable impact on Canadians' lives by having the powers entrusted to them to do things that are out of line, out of step with really, truly protecting the privacy of Canadians.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her great speech. She talked about that tribunal aspect, and I think it's very important that in this bill, when it comes to privacy protection, besides the Privacy Commissioner, we're going to have another element of a tribunal. Most importantly, I think, out of that process, there will also be still the federal court. So when it comes to having a citizen who's had its data breached, and this is the whole premise of this bill, is to protect that of citizens, children, and adults alike, there's still going to be a tribunal added. So my questions to my colleague are, is there any other jurisdiction that's using a tribunal? And if they aren't, why do we think that's even included in this bill? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you very much. That's a great question. It is deeply disturbing to me when I look that the European Union, the UK, New Zealand and Australia, none of our allies have chosen to use a tribunal. The power is there for their commissioners to make sure that they are being the various entities are being held accountable in regard to individual privacy. Their rules are far, far more specific than ours are in this bill thus far, and it just shows that we are weaker in truly protecting Canadians' privacy rights in comparison to our allies, and it is a sign that we are doing things with an ulterior motive that disturbs me because it gives power again to a different organization within the system that they're creating to basically give different organizations, perhaps government departments, an out.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to inform the House that I'll be splitting my time with my colleagues, the member from Vaughan Woodbridge. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today in support of Bill C-27, the Digital Charter Implementation Act. Madam Speaker, privacy is a long-standing fundamental right for Canadians, and we have never been more reliant on digital economy. Even though we are living in this complex technological era, the current privacy law were last updated over 20 years ago, before smartphones or any social media platforms even existed. This brings us to the cardinal step our government is taking today. We know Canadians need to have confidence that not only their data is safe and their privacy is fully respected, but also that their government is striving to enhance the protection of their privacy through the implementation of timely safeguards in the era where the digital economy is driving transformative change. Madam Speaker, these objectives are exactly what the privacy protection framework of C-27 aims to accomplish. We are introducing new legislation to ensure that our country has critical protection in place to safeguard the security of Canadians. This legislation proposed to not only increase the confidence of Canadians in emerging technologies, but to also strengthen privacy protection for consumers while supporting economic development that results from the responsible use of data and artificial intelligence. This will also pave the path for governing trade and commerce in the private sector as it relates to regulating how private organizations handle personal information and develop AI systems. Upon enactment in law, Bill C-27 will be one of the most substantial improvements to Canadian privacy laws in decades, but it also goes further by establishing a legal framework to regulate high-impact AI systems to better protect consumers. In essence, Madam Speaker, this legislation proposes the following key enactments: the Consumer Privacy Protection Act, the Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal Act, and finally, the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act, or AIDA. Madam Speaker, allow me to expand on each one of these major enactments in detail. Firstly, the enactment of the Consumer Privacy Protection Act proposes to achieve the following: to enhance Canadian control over their personal information by empowering them to respect its deletion and adding new transparency requirements for organizations when obtaining consent from individuals for their information. 2, to create new data mobility rights that promotes consumer choice and innovation. And 3rd, to bolster our privacy enforcement and oversight by granting the Privacy Commissioner of Canada order-making powers to compound organizations to stop the use of personal information through administration monetary penalties for serious breaches of law. Madam Speaker, this aspect of bill is utmost importance to nearly 200 of my constituency in the riding of Richmond Hill, who have voiced their pertinent concern regarding privacy protection and have spoken to me personally in relation to this legislation and what it seeks to achieve for Canadians. As such, through the mentioned key facets, my constituents and in fact all Canadians can rest assured that our government's sole intention is to ensure Canadians have first-class privacy and data protection. Secondly, by enacting the Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal Act, our government seeks to strengthen protection for minors' personal information, introduce greater flexibility for Privacy Commissioner, and explicitly foster more privacy expertise amongst key decision makers. These will be achieved through the establishment of a new administrative tribunal to hear appeals of certain decisions made by the Privacy Commissioner. And that it brings us to the third and most crucial aspect of this legislation, which in my point of view is establishing a new law on artificial intelligence. According to a recent study by Nanos Research on behalf of the Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, key industry stakeholders have expressed a range of concern regarding artificial intelligence. As technologies have matured, risk associated with the AI system has also come to light, including the respect to health, safety, and bias. Madam Speaker, these concerns speak to the need to ensure the responsible development of AI. Moreover, as companies invest in increasingly complex AI systems, Canadians need to have the confidence in AI systems they use every day. It is therefore essential that the use and collection of data follow best practices to protect the rights and freedom of Canadians. Madam Speaker, this brings me to the very reason why I personally identify this enactment as the most crucial aspect of this legislation. It is in response to these legitimate concerns that our government proposes to introduce a new law to promote a unique approach to AI. An approach that will protect Canadians from discrimination, loss of autonomy, and serious harm to their health, safety, and economic well-being. Madam Speaker, the newly proposed AI law contains central provisions that protect commercially sensitive information while ensuring all AI systems do not cause adverse or negative effects on Canadians. Consequently, this approach will establish rules aimed at promoting good data governance practices and respect for Canadians' standards and values. The new law will support responsible innovation by giving companies a clear framework to develop AI systems, compel organizations responsible for AI systems to mitigate potential harm to Canadians, including bias, establish an AI and data commissioner to support the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry in the administration of the Act to encourage innovation in marketplace. And finally, it will impose serious penalties for all use of illegally obtained personal information. It is also notable to mention that this serves as a build-up on our government's previous investment and commitment to expanding the pan-Canadian AI strategy that was first launched in 2017 to enhance growth in Canada's digital economy. Madam Speaker, each of these acts work to provide Canadians with more autonomy over their privacy and increase accountability of personal information that is handled by organizations, while also giving Canadians the freedom to move their information from one organization to another in a secure manner. In quick summary, by introducing this groundbreaking piece of legislation, our government is working to strengthen and modernize our privacy law and to protect Canadian consumers by limiting private companies' abilities to access private information in the digital sector. Most importantly, we are creating new rules for the responsible development of AI alongside the continuation of the advancements of implementation across Canada. The Digital Charter Implementation Act will ensure that Canadians have a strong privacy protection and clear rules of road for businesses, as well as guardrails to govern the responsible use of artificial intelligence. Madam Speaker, as I stand here today in support of this important piece of legislation, I'm confident that given our country's highly skilled workforce, with this vital step, Canada will be well positioned to not only play an important global role in the field of AI, but to also create an environment where Canadian companies can be world leaders in responsible innovation. And most importantly, through this cardinal legislation, Canadians can be reassured that we will never compromise on trust and safety for their privacy, and that their government is wholeheartedly committed to advancing Canadian privacy, protection law while unlocking innovation that promotes a strong economy that works for everyone. In closing, I would like to close this intervention by encouraging all my colleagues in the House to support this valuable piece of legislation by working together to move beyond traditional privacy protection to ensure data control for all Canadians and modernize our laws to adapt the realities of a complex digital economy. This is the only way to advance Canadian digital technology and Canadian values across the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments here. I just want to pick up on something that he talked about around the tribunal, Madam Speaker, and given the fact that the EU, that the United States don't have tribunals, and given the fact that federal court has the ability presently to appeal the Privacy Commissioner, just a simple question from my colleague from the Liberal Party, if he feels that having that tribunal included is a necessity, and if so, why would he feel that way?
Good question. The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to my colleagues. It's not a matter of whether it's necessary or not. I think it's complementary, and it's strengthening the existing laws that we have, and it also further ensures the protection of the data and also provides a venue for the Minister as well as the Canadian to be able to ensure that if it comes to a point of contention, there are many venues to be able to get the support that they needed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention. I would like to come back to the adoption of this legislation, but also its study in committee. It's a very technical bill. The committee needs to take the time to do its job well. In Quebec, we have Bill 25. We want to make sure that Bill 25 and this one here will not overlap because this is such an important area.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, to you, to my colleagues. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the leadership that the Quebec province has shown in developing legislation around privacy. And I want to assure that this legislation is very much a complement and a partner with that legislation. Actually, there are two other provinces that are faced with the same situation: BC and Alberta, as well as Quebec. And the key thing is we are taking a lot of best practices from the province of Quebec in this, and we look forward to hearing more about that when this bill is unanimously approved the second reading and gone to the committee for further review. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks to my colleague who I've enjoyed working with on committee for several years. And I'd like to ask him about the delicate balance that we have here between the interests of business and that of the individual with regards to privacy, ownership of data, and algorithms. I fall more to the individual and person being protected at the kind of the strength of where we should go. Just wondering if he's determined where he's at right now. The bill seems to be a little bit too much slanted towards business organizations at the moment and their use of data. I wonder how he feels about that.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's good to respond to a colleague which we had the pleasure of serving together at the Hindu Committee, and this is, I believe, the bill when it's passed the second reading, it will go to that committee. I actually think it's a very balanced bill between the privacy and also ensuring that the small businesses and the organization who use the data have the guidelines to be able to do the work that they need to serve the Canadian. I believe through the identification or to the anonymization of the data, the issue of the privacy and protection of the data for individuals are protected, as well as giving the data that's needed for the businesses to be able to use it in a way to ensure that it fosters innovation and also being able to effectively run their businesses and compete not only locally but also internationally. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments? The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock. Brief question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my I guess my comments are similar to the member from Windsor-Tecumseh, just around the balancing of the interests of business and the balancing of the interests of the individual. And to some degree, this bill fails to do both of those things. And so business is looking for clarity. Business is looking for a clear set of rules on how they can operate. And I would note that there is from Section 17 to Section 50 is all the exemptions. And exemptions don't allow for clarity, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering if the honourable member thinks that there's enough exemptions in this bill. Thank you.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill, 15 seconds.
Thank you. Well, with 15 seconds, Madam Speaker, I would say, can we have the support of the honourable member across the aisle to ensure that this bill can go to the committee so we can have an opportunity to be able to have conversations such as the one that is tabling. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Honorable
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable members, it's a pleasure for me to rise today to speak to Bill C-27, the Digital Charter Implementation Act, and more specifically, I would like to speak to the new provisions on artificial intelligence and the Data Act. This legislation is designed not only to increase Canadians' confidence in emerging technologies, but also to support the economic development that comes from the responsible use of data and artificial intelligence for other systems. Madam Speaker, as many have noted, Canada is well positioned to play an important role in the global artificial intelligence field, with Canada's highly skilled and diverse workforce and experts in research centres across the country. There is a unique opportunity to create an environment where Canadian companies can be global leaders in responsible innovation that fully embraces the benefits of the digital economy. Pan-Canadian institutes such as the Institut québécois d'intelligence artificielle, the Vector Institute in Toronto, and the Alberta Machine Intelligence Institute in Edmonton are testament to the abundance of talent and resources available in Canada. In addition, according to Global Advantage in January 2020, the number of AI companies in Canada, that is, companies that have a product or service that implements AI, has doubled in the last 5 years to a total of 660.
AI systems has the potential to drive improvements in all sectors of the economy, leading to groundbreaking discoveries with significant economic, health, environmental, and social benefits, including streamlining processes and decision-making, eliminating inefficiencies, and enabling better resource allocation. AI is already augmenting processes and skills in every industry. As noted in the March 2021 report, Artificial Intelligence Policy and Funding in Canada, by McGill University Centre for Interdisciplinary Research in Montreal Studies, the Government of Canada is making massive investments in AI, with $1 billion in government contributions provided across Canada as of August 2020. Madame la Présidente. In addition, in Budget 2021, the Government of Canada committed to expanding the Pan-Canadian AI strategy that was first launched in 2017 with an initial investment of $125 million through the Canadian Institute for Advanced Research. Budget 2021 proposes an additional funding of $443.8 million over 10 years starting in 21-22. It is clear that the government recognizes the potential of this industry and that the development of artificial intelligence technologies will play a fundamental role in the growth of the digital economy. Canadians are also optimistic about the future benefits of AI. For example, a recent study by Nanos Research on behalf of ISED shows that Canadians are almost 7 times more likely to say that the impact of AI will be very positive rather than very unfavorable. However, stakeholders have also expressed a range of concerns regarding AI and automated decision-making systems. As some of these technologies have matured, risks associated with AI systems have also come to light, including with respect to health, safety, and bias. The same Nano survey I mentioned earlier noted that Canadians are most concerned about job loss, AI replacing humans, privacy and security, AI malfunction, and biased decision-making and ethics considerations. These concerns speak to the need to ensure responsible development of AI. The Consumer Privacy Protection Act will address protections related to privacy and related security elements, but what about health, safety, and bias? As machines learn from data sets they are fed, they may replicate many of the past failings that resulted in systemic, desperate treatment of minorities and other marginalized consumers in vital sectors such as banking, housing, and healthcare. Afin de croître la confiance de la population.
In order to increase Canadians' confidence in the use of artificial intelligence, we need our laws to be adapted to the realities of the digital economy. Our digital consultations and feedback following the release of the consultation paper on the modernization of the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act have highlighted some of the issues. Many stakeholders noted concerns about the potential loss of individual control over the use of their personal information in our artificial intelligence applications, the lack of transparency about the resulting decisions and the impacts on individuals and groups. As companies invest in increasingly complex AI systems and algorithmic technologies, Canadians must have confidence in the AI systems they use every day. They also need to have recourse when automated systems make important decisions that can affect their lives. Advancing artificial intelligence systems requires data, lots of data. In particular, personal information is desired to fuel algorithm development and the personalization of services. It's therefore essential that the collection and use of this data follow international standards and best practices to protect the rights and freedoms of Canadians. It's in response to these issues that the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act was introduced with the objective of establishing rules to promote a human-centered approach to artificial intelligence, good data governance practices, and respect for Canadian norms and values. This approach will protect Canadians from a range of potential harms, including discrimination, loss of dignity and autonomy, and serious harm to their health, safety, and economic and social well-being. ADA will support responsible innovation by providing companies with a clear framework to guide the design, development, and deployment of AI systems.
Responsible for AI systems that have high impact on Canadians' identity and mitigate potential harms, including bias. By aligning with international recognized standards, this will ensure market access for Canadian innovations. The proposed AI law contains provisions that protect commercially sensitive information while ensuring that AI systems do not cause adverse or negative effects on Canadians. More precisely, AID contains obligations for organizations that design, develop, or deploy high-impact AI systems to conduct assessments to determine the level of impact of their systems, adopt reasonable administrative, policy, and technical measures to mitigate risks, and assess compliance, maintain records about their artificial intelligence systems, and report harm or risk of imminent harm. The AIDA will also give the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry the necessary tools to engage with organizations and to ensure compliance with the law. While voluntary cooperation will always be the first course of action, the AIDA provides the minister that the minister may order an organization to provide documentation relevant to assessing compliance with the Act. Under AIDA, the minister may also refer questions to the other relevant regulatory bodies, such as the Privacy Commissioner or the Competition Bureau. Also, in cases where there's reasonable grounds to believe that the AI system may cause serious harms, the Minister may order suspension of its use or operations. The Minister will also be able to communicate the compliance issues to the public as a means of further raising awareness about the requirements of the Act. LIDA établirait également.
AIDA will also establish an Artificial Intelligence and Data Commissioner to assist the Minister in administering the Act and to support businesses in understanding their responsibilities and how to comply. The Commissioner will have a dedicated structure and budget for this purpose. These measures will help increase consumer confidence and understanding of these technologies, support the ecosystem, and maintain a flexible legislative framework that is responsive to international technological and regulatory developments. Thank you very much. Questions and comments? The member for Beauport-Limoilou. Madam Speaker, allow me to take 15 seconds to congratulate my colleague who gave half of his speech in French. He has really improved a lot in less than a year. Congratulations. Now, to get to the heart of the matter, my question. Quebec has privacy protection legislation, C-25. At the beginning of the year 2000, PIPEDA, under Section 2B, stated that the Governor and Council would respect Quebec's legislation and would not infringe on the protections of Quebec citizens. In other words, federal legislation would not have precedence over Quebec legislation. So Quebec legislation now has a law that aligns with European law, but Bill C-27 does not have a clause which guarantees that the federal government is going to respect Quebec's jurisdiction. So my question is simple. So will my colleague ensure that the federal government respects Bill 25 in Quebec and that an order in council will be made to that effect? I would like to thank my colleague for her question. And thank you, Alter, for your compliment. I practice all the time. So with regard to Quebec's legislation,
following the province of Quebec, we, much like our child care plan that we've introduced in Canada, here this piece of privacy legislation is really modeled and follows the Quebec law that was put into place. My understanding is, from reading over the notes on the bill, where there's provincial jurisdiction that is deemed to be similar to the law we introduced, we'll obviously hand it over, or I would say defer to the provincial legislation. There's nothing that infringes on the law that is currently placed in Quebec, and I again applaud the Quebec provincial authorities for over the years for bringing forward legislation that the federal government has looked to and modeled. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, and thank you for the. I want to thank the honourable member for his speech. I would just note that there are, from from point 17 to point 50, there is a whole raft of exemptions for this particular bill. Now, it seems interesting to me that we are trying to build something that's predictable for the business community and something that protects the interests of the individual. Would you not say that several pages of exemptions, would the member not think that several pages of exemptions does neither builds in is not giving solidity or definition to business, and is also not protecting the rights of individuals?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank the honourable member for their comments. I will say, obviously, once the bill arrives to committee stage, that There'll be plenty of time to bring forth ideas to strengthen legislation. That is the job of all members of Parliament here. The reason why we are sent here to improve legislation, so I encourage my colleague to do so. This piece of legislation, and we all know as MPs like PIPEDA and so forth, other pieces that we've examined, and I've had the chance to examine it in sitting on some committees, that technology, be it Facebook, Instagram, the use of AI, we need to revise our privacy laws, and this is a very good and solid step in that direction. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his intervention. The issue of the tribunal is an interesting one. Does the member know the cost of the tribunal and what that's going to be? We're taking away a potential resource from the privacy commissioner and/or the court system, and we'll have to create this entire new organization. And I'm just curious as to what the tribunal costing will be.
Honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge, 30 seconds.
I thank the honourable member from Windsor West who I've travelled with, worked with on the Canada-U.S. Interparliamentary Association. What I can say is, from understanding the bill, that the tribunal will provide for access to justice and contribute to further development of privacy expertise. And I think that's very, very important in today's age, where we're dealing with artificial intelligence, where we're dealing with data, and a lot of data, and ensuring that individuals' data is not misused, and that we can move forward and people can have the confidence that the data that is out there, their data, is being protected. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Debate. The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is indeed a pleasure to be able to rise and discuss Bill C-27, the Consumer Privacy Protection Act, the Personal Information and Data Protection and Data Tribunal Act, and the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act. So there's a lot happening here in Bill C-27, and I have a lot of concerns about this bill, and this is why I'll be voting against Bill C-27, because it doesn't do the things that we need to have done to protect the privacy of Canadians. Now, we first, I guess, flag that you see in looking at this legislation is it's called, the very first act it's making is the Consumer Privacy Protection Act. Why isn't it the Canadians Privacy Protection Act? Why are we talking about consumers and giving more ability to corporations to collect the privacy data of Canadians? And that, to me, is something that's very disconcerting, and one of the things that I want to talk about during my presentation here over the next 20 minutes or so. The Personal Information Protection and Electronics Document Act, PEPIDA, was the very first piece of legislation we had back in 2000. So it's been 22 years since we've actually updated information and legislation as it reverts down to the issue around the privacy protection of data that's being shared online. And of course, technology has evolved significantly over the last 20 years. But even if you look at PIPEDA, as it's referred to, it all rolls back to 34 years ago. The Supreme Court of Canada said that privacy is the heart of liberty in a modern state. Privacy is the heart of liberty. And that falls back completely onto the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And the fundamental freedoms under Section 2 of the Charter says, in 2B, freedom of thought, belief, opinion, expression, including the freedom of the press and other media of communication. And Section 2D says freedom of association. So we know very well that people's privacy has to be protected for anything that they're doing online, what they're doing through mobile apps, what they're doing in their email communications, and the collection of that data by service providers, because ultimately anything that you do online goes through a service provider on the internet. And we have to ensure that these freedoms, our charter freedoms, are actually protected to ensure our liberty. And we already know that under freedom of association, a lot of people gather in Facebook groups, in other fora on the internet, has already been violated by the Emergencies Act. We know that during the Freedom Convoy here in the city, that the government was harvesting data, that data was then shared by some means, when you look at the give, send, go, that was actually the data mined off it, shared on Google Maps, distributed across the country, people's individual financial information, the ultimate piece of privacy people should be protecting, went across this country, and the government failed to intervene. So Bill C-27 just falls short on what needs to happen to protect the privacy, recognizing how people are using the internet and modern technologies, especially with mobile apps and everything that's happening on our phones. But the protection of individuals are worth it, and the privacy rights are worthy of constitutional protection, which Bill C-27 fails to recognize. We do not have a definition of privacy rights or a guarantee of privacy rights in Bill C-27, and that's why it fails. Now, Madam Speaker, I am the Shadow Minister of National Defense, but earlier this year I served for a number of months as the Shadow Minister for Ethics and Digital Information. And I can tell you that during my time in serving on the Ethics Committee, we dealt with a number of issues that came up. One of them, of course, was the use of Clearview AI, the facial recognition software that the RCMP and other police agencies used across this country. And we dug in deep as the Ethics Committee and provided a report. But the Liberals let the RCMP make use of this technology under their tenure and didn't say anything until it became public. And what happens is that Clearview AI, American company, was scraping images off of Facebook and other social media like Instagram to populate their database. And that information is then used, using artificial intelligence, to profile and identify people using mass surveillance techniques. And we found, through testimony, that not only was this done illegally, and the Ethics Commissioner found that it was, or the Privacy Commissioner ruled that Clearview AI had broken the law and the RCMP had used it illegally, but we also know that it was racially discriminatory as well. And that was a huge problem, that people of color, that women were unfairly treated by this AI. So Bill C-27 does not regulate the use of facial recognition technology like Clearview AI. That right now we know that the RCMP disagrees with the ruling by the Privacy Commissioner. So the question is, does CSIS, does the Department of National Defense, does the Communications Security Establishment, CSE, are they making use of similar type of technology? And I'll get into some of the recommendations from that report if I have time later on. But we did call, as a committee, and it was adopted by the majority of members on our committee, that called for the federal moratorium of the use of facial recognition technology, and that there be new laws and guardrails and safeguards built in to legislation through PEPIDA and through the Privacy Act. Bill C-27 does not provide that protection to Canadians. It does not ban or install a moratorium on the use of FRT. So that was absent. And also we asked that all companies be prohibited from scraping the images of Canadians off the internet, whether that's through Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, whatever the app might be. But we know that that causes potential harm to Canadians. And yet, again, Bill C-27 fails to recognize this harm. It failed to incorporate recommendations coming from a standing committee of this House into this legislation. One of the other things that we heard about is Tim Hortons was caught mass tracking Canadians who were using their app. So anyone that had the Tim Hortons app that went to a Tim Hortons location and bought a coffee and a donut, well, you were, Madam Speaker, but that app was then used to track the behaviors of consumers of Tim Hortons as they were traveling for the next 30 minutes. You're in trouble now. So again, Madam Speaker, this talks about how the sharing of that personal information, of that mass data violation, the tracking of individual Canadians, violated their privacy rights. And we aren't sure, although Tim Hortons assures us that they aren't doing it now, we aren't sure what happened with that data. Was it shared or sold to other corporations? And again, Bill C-27 gives companies, under Section 55 in the bill, a litany of exceptions to consent to sharing that personal information that they collected through the use of their app. So, Madam Speaker, that again violates our privacy rights. So, although they built in here the consent and the ability for individuals would have to write in and consent or get removed, that terms and conditions, most Canadians, when they download an app and they check the box and say yes, they haven't read those terms and conditions. They don't know that some of these apps, like Tim Hortons was doing, is actually undermining their own privacy rights as it applies to the use of mobility data information. And because those terms and conditions are long, they're legalistic, it's cumbersome, they refuse to actually take the time to read it. And just because they check the box, yes, I consent to using this app, it doesn't give those companies the right to go and violate those individuals' privacy outside of the commercial transaction that takes place between them and, in this situation, Tim Hortons. So with the exemptions that are allowed under the bill for corporations, again, those need to be changed in this bill. There's no way we can support it as conservatives because, again, this is a huge violation of privacy, of mobility, all things that are provided under our charter rights. Now, under this government, we also saw the Liberal Minister of Health stand up and defend the Public Health Agency of Canada that was caught red-handed having companies like TELUS track the movement of Canadians by their cell phones. Now, they said that they de-identified all that data that they collected, but they want to know how Canadians are moving around the country underneath the auspices of COVID and the pandemic and how transmission may be occurring. But again, that was a violation of privacy. And again, we studied this in the committee, made a bunch of recommendations. The government has failed to implement those recommendations in Bill C-27. And Bill C-27 actually gives those companies like TELUS and other mobile service providers the ability to track Canadians' movement across this country. And they may want to call it metadata. They may want to say that it's been de-identified. But we also know from testimony at committee that you can actually re-identify on that metadata that's been turned over to the government. And we got to make sure that when it is done in the public interest and is done under the auspices of national security, public health, national defense, that if that type of data is being collected, then there has to be a way to actually dump that data and ensure that it disappears forever. One of the other studies we undertook was the Pegasus software system, which was very insidious. It's being used for national security, but it has been used in Canada, and right now it's been banned, or similar type of technology is being used right now by the RCMP and CSIS and others. It has the ability to make your phone into a video machine and a listening device. It's a very cryptic, insidious spyware, malware that can get on your phone by very quick, accidentally clicking on a piece of information, like an email, opening it up, and it downloads. Anybody then can listen to, or the individuals in place. They don't have to bug your house anymore. They don't have to use high-grade technology to listen in on an individual of interest. But it does give them the ability to turn on your camera, watch what you're doing, turn on your microphone and hear what you're discussing without you ever knowing it. Madam Speaker, we want to make sure that charter rights are protected. There's times that you have to use this in the collection of data. There was definitely the admission by the RCMP that they've used it over a dozen times, and they have their own system, not Pegasus itself, but one that's similar to it. We know, Madam Speaker, that to use that type of technology to protect the rights of Canadians, there should be a warrant issued. to ensure that it has judicial oversight. Even if it's being used by National Defence and CSC, we have to make sure it's not being used against Canadians, that it's only dealing with those national threats as it refers to those threats that are of foreign entities. So that's something that again, Bill C-27 fails to recognize. I should say this, that we did hear at committee that this type of technology is being used against politicians, that there is foreign interference out there, as we've come to learn on many different occasions, that there is countries out there and other agencies that are interested in what we're saying as politicians, not just here in the House, but the private conversations that we have in caucus, that we have amongst colleagues when we get together for committees, pre-committee meetings, discussions in our offices. Our phones have become listening devices, and so we have to be aware of that. Now, one of the things that we've always talked about is what's the gold level standard to protect individuals, to protect citizens of our country, to ensure that those privacy rights are paramount in all the discussions we have. Well, at the same time, knowing that there is going to be advances in technology, that there's going to be needs to actually go out there at times and have police agencies and national defense and militaries use technology that will violate the rights of some people, but always with that judicial oversight that's provided underneath the Charter. So the gold standard is the European Union's General Data Protection Regulation. And what we're seeing right now is that gold standard is well above and beyond what C-27 is trying to do. Bill C-27 falls way short. And, we always talk at committee, and we heard that the data collection that takes place on these apps, online surveillance measures, has to provide the right to be forgotten. The right to disposal or erasure is another terminology that's used, about making sure that data that's collected, even if it's for the public good, whether it's metadata, at the end of the day, it has to be disposed of. And it shouldn't be that I consent to have my data removed from your database and checking it off, or having to write in to whether it's an app that you're using to buy a coffee at the neighborhood store. It should be that it's your right to be forgotten, that after a certain time frame, that data is erased forever from the databases where they're being held, that they're not used again for commercial purposes, that they're not used to be sold or traded between commercial entities. And I think that gold standard by the European Union, which has it, isn't included in Bill C-27. And again, that's why I think we have so much concerns. So, as we look at this, and you look at Section 55, it's already been mentioned by a number of my colleagues, it has a boatload of exemptions built in for corporations to get around the removal of privacy data. Exemptions that allows them to, write in and make changes and share that data. And so we have to make sure that the onus is not on Canadians to get their privacy information back or get their privacy information removed. The onus should be on the corporations to prove why they need it. The onus has to be also on the government as to why, and this is about transparency and accountability, Madam Speaker. There needs to be the realization that Canadians deserve an explanation of why some of their data may be used, even if it's de-identified. Why is it being used for the build-up of public policy or dealing with issues like a pandemic? Now, just to move forward here a bit, knowing that I only have a couple of minutes left, just some of the things that we saw at committee when we were looking at the facial recognition technology and the power of artificial intelligence and the growing power of AI, we made a number of recommendations, including that whenever the government needs to look at using artificial intelligence or FRT for military or defense or public safety, then those need to be referred to the National Security Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians for study, review, and recommendation, and that they be reported publicly. That there needs to be a public artificial intelligence registry on what algorithmic tools are being used. And yet we do not see that registry for artificial intelligence companies here in Bill C-27. I've already talked about the right to be forgotten, and that there needs to be a set period of time. We've talked about the prohibition of the practice of capturing images of Canadians from public platforms like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. We need to make sure that there is that federal moratorium on FRT and using it until we know that it's been proven that, one, it's needed by police agencies, it's been proven by the justice system that it works, and that we are sure that it's not racializing Canadians in its use. And that ultimately, at the end of the day, the Privacy Commissioner and judicial authorization has to override that. As Daniel Theron, the Privacy Commissioner, said about the RCMP, that it did not take measures to verify the legality of Clearview AI's collection of personal information and lacked any system to ensure that new technologies were deployed lawfully. We determined the RCMP's use of Clear AI to be unlawful since it was illegally collected, and the use of its facial images by its business partners, which is Clearview AI. I'd just say that there is ongoing needs to ensure that charter rights, international human rights, that all that is brought in a collaborative way in how we form all of our opinions on Bill C-27. I hope that the bill is taken back and redrafted. And if not, I hope that there is an opportunity to make massive amendments to this bill so that it actually takes into consideration the privacy rights of all Canadians.
Before we proceed to questions and comments, it is my duty to call the House to order. Conformément à l'article.
It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes Public Safety, the Honourable Member for Saanich, Gulf Islands, Climate Change, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, Fisheries and Oceans. Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I would note, that the last time we've had any real changes to the privacy legislation of this magnitude, you're talking about a couple decades ago. We didn't even have iPhones 20 years ago. And so I would ultimately argue that there is a need for change. Tim Hortons aside, I do believe that the legislation that we're talking about provides a good balance in terms of consumer rights and the issue of privacy versus the whole digital market that is out there. And no doubt it would be nice to see the legislation go before committee where ideally it takes place sometime before the end of the year. And I'm wondering, given the urgency of the issue itself and the fact that we haven't seen anything for 20 years, would the member not agree that it would be nice to see this legislation passed before the end of this year?
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, the Liberals have been government for the last 7 years, Madam Speaker, and they haven't brought forward this legislation and with any urgency. It seems it's been on the docket, off the docket a number of times. He again talks about consumers rather than Canadians. Let's stop looking at people as a commodity. Let's look at them as individuals and their rights. And one of the things that they could actually put into the bill is, as recommended by the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, is details on how Canadians can opt out of being surveilled, on how their data is collected. Why isn't that in here? Why isn't there, we have a national do not call list that you can sign up for so you aren't getting bothered all the time by telemarketers. Why wouldn't we have a national opt-out clause for Canadians to have their data collection by whether it's government interest, whether it's commercial interest, but they have the ability to say, no, I want my privacy rights respected.
Honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague from Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman, spoke about a situation not covered by C-27, and the European law says that there needs to be 2 pieces of ID, and now we're going towards 3. Does my colleague believe that C27 should also legislate regarding the number of methods of identification that businesses should use, which they don't right now? So that's why we have to study this law in committee very thoroughly. Thank you.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank the member for her question, and I don't believe that this bill lives up to the gold standard of European Union law. The European Parliament has been very good at having the general data protection regulation. That is the gold standard. This doesn't provide those types of safeguards in protecting the interests of Canadians. You know, we have to have an ongoing discussion on how the personal information of Canadians is protected. And, you know, Bill C-27, you know, it is a bill, but it doesn't provide all the guardrails that are required in the protection of individual Canadians. So I think that, you know, there should be a task given to either the Industry Committee or to the Ethics Committee to dive in deeper in making sure that we have an opportunity to hear from more witnesses and provide the amendments that are so desperately needed to this bill. And I think it actually needs to go back and redraft it, Madam Speaker. And I thank the member for her question.
And the Honourable Member for Saanich-Scoil-Filans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake for a very thoughtful speech. As a Member of Parliament here grappling with C-27, I have to say I'm grateful that his party assigned him to this area of work sometime in the past, because this is enormously complicated, and this is 3 acts in one. I wanted to just ask him what we should do at this point. The Speaker is now given a ruling that says we'll be able to vote separately on the AI piece of the bill, but I don't think that's good enough. I don't know if the committee will be able to set aside witnesses and only look at the AI piece in a concentrated fashion. I would support anything we could do as opposition members of Parliament to make sure that this bill isn't rushed, to make sure that the artificial intelligence pieces are treated as separately as possible so that we have a good amount of time for amendments, for understanding, and not rushing this through.
Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for her question, and I agree with her. We want to get this right. This shouldn't be a rush. It's not. Let's get this done by Christmas, because, you know, we've got a legislative agenda that we've got to hammer through, as the member from Winnipeg North continues to cheerlead. What we need is taking the time, and if we can split the bill 1, 2, 3 ways, and assign that to other committees outside of the industry, you know, give it also over to public safety to look at the use of this from the standpoint of policing. You can shuffle off definitely the piece on artificial intelligence onto the ethics committee, and making sure that they have the time to dive in deep into the hearing from witnesses about how we improve upon this bill. Ultimately, what we could do is defeat the bill on second reading and send the government back to the drawing board and having them do a broader consultation on how this bill should be written, so that addresses the needs of the industry but protects the rights of Canadians.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I bring to the member's attention the studies that we undertook at the Ethics Committee, where it was reported that agencies of the federal government, including the RCMP, including PHAC, did not follow the existing Treasury Board guidelines on the adoption of new technology. So we're agreeing, I think, all parties, that we need to have updated legislation, but this government is not even following the rules that it already has. So does there need to be more than just new regulation and protection for Canadians' privacy? Is it not also important that the government actually follow the rules that it creates, which it has not done with respect to Canadians' privacy?
Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for his question and for his time as chair of the Ethics Committee and the great job that he did. We know for a fact that we heard from a lot of experts, and it found over and over again that the government wasn't following their own rules, including, as he mentioned, the Privacy Act, the PIPEDA Act that's in place and antiquated, as a member from Winnipeg North pointed out, but that doesn't even follow the guidelines that Treasury Board has. And so, you know, if the government can't even follow the rules as it is currently, it kind of leaves you hopeless that they're going to actually follow the rules of any new legislation we bring in. But I would hope that a future government, a future Conservative government, would actually make sure the legislation is there that puts privacy rights, the charter freedoms of expression, of the ability to have freedom of speech, and is solely protected under legislation for internet use, and that has to be the guiding light in all documentation and legislation that we provide.
Honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to the issue over the bill and the complexity of it, and I was really grateful for the intervention for the member for Burnaby New Westminster and the NDP request to actually separate the votes. Now, we can't actually separate the bill from going to committee or to other committees. We're stuck with actually just having a separate vote on artificial intelligence. I know that the member from the parliamentary secretary wants to rush this through Christmas. Wouldn't it have made more sense to actually then have had three separate bills because they're three extensive pieces of legislation? Maybe perhaps if they do want to move this quicker, they would be willing to actually separate the bills for actually separate studies in the House of Commons, but it requires them, unfortunately. It's not the opposition.
For Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, I want to thank the member for his question. I want to agree that we should be dealing with this in a more focused way. Instead of one big omnibus bill, this should be split up into smaller bills where we can have a more fruitful debate, where we can have a chance for more expert input, and that we would have more parliamentarians actually engaged in the drafting and the potential amendments to any legislation. Because as it is right now, it's going to be referred to only a couple committees. We got a timeline that seems to be pushed by the government, which doesn't work. I'll just say this, is that one of the quotes that I have from the Privacy Commissioner, Daniel Theron, was that most Canadians whose data is used do not know that their data was used. Both the government and the private sector could have done more to inform users that their data was used for the purposes, and that was that data collection that was done through PHAC. He says the second issue is the legislative policy that de-identification information falls outside the reach of privacy laws. And although they're trying to correct that through the legislation, we do know from Christopher Allison that there is, here, I got mixed up here, it was David Lyon who said, high levels studies from various places, one from Imperial College London and the University in Louvain, shows that 99.8% of Americans could be re-identified in a data set that used 15 democratic attributes, Madam Speaker. That is disconcerting, and that's why this legislation falls short.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with a member from Sandwich Gulf Islands today. I'm very pleased to be here to discuss Bill C-27, the Digital Charter Implementation Act of 2022. This bill implements a new world-class regime for the protection of consumers and to ensure that Canadians have confidence that businesses are handling their personal data responsibly and are developing and deploying new technologies in a responsible and ethical way. Well, the bill also includes important changes that will support responsible innovation in an increasingly digital and data-driven marketplace. It's going to modernize Canada's regulatory framework for privacy protection in the private sector in a manner that supports innovation and is interoperable with the data protection laws of Canada's major trading partners. The bill will also reinforce Canada's commitment to responsible artificial intelligence, or AI, development. And Madam Speaker, as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, and indeed as the MP for Halifax with its burgeoning tech sector, I can tell you from first-hand experience that Canada is a world leader in AI with top talent and innovative companies. In a world that is increasingly reliant on digital technologies, this bill will build on Canada's advantage by creating a foundation of trust and ensuring that companies meet the highest standards of responsibility when developing and deploying AI. Madam Speaker, we need to ensure that Canadians' personal information is protected, but there is also a need to support Canadian businesses so that they can grow and they can prosper and innovate in this increasingly digital world. We recognize that technology is growing rapidly and providing companies with large amounts of personal information. This information fuels business decisions. It informs the creation of new products and services for customers. This innovation is critical, but we have to absolutely ensure that this innovation happens in a responsible way. So, Madam Speaker, in my limited time today, I'm going to focus my comments on the first and third parts of the Act, with a focus on enabling and supporting responsible innovation. Beginning with the first part, then. The proposed new Consumer Privacy Protection Act, or CPPA, retains the principles-based approach of our current private sector privacy law in order to continue harnessing the success of a flexible and adaptable privacy law, because we know that circumstances are changing all the time. So to better reflect advances in digital technologies and the emergence of AI and other new technologies, the CPPA contains a number of provisions to support industry innovation without compromising the protections that Canadians depend upon. First, the CPPA includes a new exception to consent to cover specified business activities, and it introduces the concept of legitimate interests into Canada's privacy framework, with updates that take into consideration what we have heard from stakeholders on the previous proposal that came before Parliament in 2020. Back when I was Parliamentary Secretary, as a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, to the Minister of Heritage, and we were considering this. The objective is to help reduce the administrative burden on businesses and on individuals in situations where seeking consent is not meaningful. For example, the use of personal information for shipping of goods that have been requested by that individual. In these situations, the customer clearly anticipates receiving a shipment. The company should be able to undertake this shipment without the law adding extra burden to provide this service. Importantly, this exception may not be used in situations where the organization intends to influence the individual's behavior or decisions. Moreover, given the need to consider interests and potential impacts on individuals, the organization will be required to assess potential impacts on individuals, implement measures to eliminate or mitigate such impacts, and comply with any prescribed requirements. The Privacy Commissioner may review such assessments on request. All in all, the inclusion of a targeted legitimate interest exception aligns with the CPPA, aligns the CPPA with international best practices, including the EU's. Second, the CPPA defines and clarifies how businesses should handle de-identified personal information. In other words, personal information that has been modified to reduce the risk that an individual could be recognized or identified. This framework takes into account the feedback we heard from the former proposal. The bill also defines anonymized information. It confirms that information that has no risk of re-identifying an individual falls outside of the scope of this Act. Madam Speaker, the bill before us today will incentivize organizations to de-identify personal information before using it for research, development, and analysis purposes, further protecting Canadians' privacy. We know that businesses need to invest in R&D to improve their products, which benefits customers by providing them with new and innovative products and services. This provision allows businesses the flexibility to use de-identified data for R&D, which adds value for both customers and firms. However, the CPPA confirms that this information still stays within the protection of the Act and under the oversight of the Privacy Commissioner of Canada, as you'd expect. Recent years have also shown the critical role that data plays in developing evidence-based policies and responding to public crises. Whether it's to respond to public health needs or the now present challenges from climate change or even planning a city, Madam Speaker, data is needed to help us rise to these challenges, but it must be used responsibly and keeping with our values. That is why the CPPA introduces a framework that allows for the use of data in ways that will benefit the public good. It does this by allowing companies to disclose de-identified data to specified public entities, such as hospitals, universities, and libraries. These disclosures are only permitted where specific criteria are satisfied. That is, the personal information must not identify an individual. There must be a socially beneficial purpose, like those related to health, public infrastructure, or environmental protections. This ensures that the privacy of the individuals is protected while making sure that we're using everything at our disposal to respond to increasingly global challenges. Third, the CPPA introduces a new framework for codes and practices and certification systems that enable businesses to proactively demonstrate their compliance with the law. For example, companies that are engaged in a particular business activity could collaborate on the development of a code of practice that outlines how they comply with the specific provisions of the law. With the approval of that code by the Privacy Commissioner, organizations would have greater certainty that they are meeting their obligations. Similarly, the bill provides a scheme for recognizing certification systems that demonstrate compliance with the law. Organizations that choose to participate in approved certification schemes would benefit from a reduced risk of enforcement actions under the Act. This will be especially helpful for small and medium-sized entities that don't necessarily have extensive legal resources at their fingertips. These new frameworks for recognized codes and certifications will make it easier for businesses to demonstrate their compliance with the law to customers, to business partners, and to the Privacy Commissioner of Canada. Madam Speaker, I'd like to move now to the third part of the Act, the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act, or ADA, which will support responsible innovation by giving businesses a clear framework to guide design, development, and deployment of AI, or artificial intelligence systems. AI systems have many benefits and operate across national and provincial boundaries. As I've mentioned, Canada has become a global leader in artificial intelligence through the Pan-Canadian AI strategy. However, as the technology has matured, risks associated with AI systems have also come to light, including with respect to health, safety, and bias. In order for Canadian innovators to maintain this status, common standards are needed for the international and interprovincial trade in AI systems. This bill will guide innovation by building confidence in the technology and protecting Canadians against harms that such systems can cause. Specifically, ADA will ensure that entities responsible for high-impact AI systems identify and mitigate potential harms, including bias. By aligning with internationally recognized standards, this will ensure market access for Canadian innovations. Lastly, an Artificial Intelligence and Data Commissioner will be created with a dual role to support the Minister in administering the Act, to play a supportive role in helping businesses understand their responsibilities and how to comply. We believe that our government is paving the way for Canada to be a world leader in innovation by providing Canadians with clear rules on how it may be developed and used. Madam Speaker, I believe it's imperative that the House move to pass this bill. The Digital Charter Implementation Act will not only protect personal information of Canadians and lay the ground rules for responsible design, development, and deployment and operation of AI systems in Canada, but will also enable the responsible innovation that will promote a strong Canadian economy. With this bill, the government is sending a clear message that responsible innovation is critical for Canada's future economic success and competitiveness. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, former Liberal bagman David McNaughton, then appointed to be the ambassador for Canada to the United States, went on to become the president of Palantir. It's the Dyson of data scooping and meta-tag recombination. His first order of business was to attempt to secure contract with the Canadian federal government, but he had violated the cooling off period for being a public servant. So my question is, what assurances do Canadians have that this will be secure enough, this legislation will protect us from it being used as political weaponry on the taxpayer's dollar?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'd begin by pointing out that, Canadians have never been more reliant on digital data. In fact, as previous honourable member of this House, Scott Bryson, famously quipped, we have a blockbuster legislation, we have blockbuster law in a Netflix world. So it's clear that we need to update this. Now, to the member's question about enforcement and making sure that there are repercussions for misuse of data or violating of the Act. Of course, the Act is creating the Data Commissioner. It's giving the Commissioner powers to impose monetary penalties, administrative monetary penalties. I think that contrary to today's legislative landscape, this Act will actually address the member's concerns.
L'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And I'm very sure that he will work diligently in committee to defend the interests of this bill, and he will be able to count on the support of the Bloc Québécois. A decision was handed down by the chair this afternoon that the bill will be hived off in two, and I'd like to hear from him what the consequences will be on this bill. Does this endanger certain aspects of the bill, in his opinion? What are the consequences of this decision?
Le projet de loi n'est pas séparé.
It's not the bill that's being split, it's the vote.
Thank you. Of course, I want to thank my colleague for his excellent work on the industry committee. We accomplished good things there together, and many more things to come. This ruling was handed down today by the Speaker. We're going to figure out what it means, but I don't think in terms of process, there may be some implications, but I don't think that whatever process implications are, it impacts the content and the imperative that we move ahead with updating our digital privacy laws in Canada. So I look forward to working with him and all the members of the industry committee to get this across the finish line. Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Thank you.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
It's nice to see you again. Madam Speaker, Bill 27 does not explicitly apply to political parties and has been seen in the past the possibility of privacy breaches and misuse exist in the political arena. Should the bill be amended to specifically include political parties? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member for the excellent question, and Madam Speaker, as I mentioned in my remarks, the content of this bill has been driven by past consultations, both on its previous iteration in 2020. It's been driven by discussions with industry partners, but also with social and civil society groups. So we are very confident that the contents of this bill, as they are now, as they stand now, will address the gaps and the out-of-dateness, if I can create a word here. And I do believe that the concerns around political parties are covered under the Elections Modernization Act that we passed in the previous Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very brief question from the Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, the honourable colleague, for his speech. I know that it's very important when we look at a lot of different aspects of this. It's going to be a balance, as he's mentioned, between business and ethics and consumer protection. We believe in privacy as a fundamental human right. One of the definitions that you talked about, the member talked about through you, Madam Speaker, was de-identification versus anonymized. De-identification was used in ethics. We studied the TELUS data for good, where data was just given from TELUS to consumers to the government during COVID. Anonymize is another term. So de-identification is that the risk of the individual being identified remains, where anonymized means that information is scrapped. Can the member please comment on that if he would see anonymized being used more than de-identification? Thank you.
A very brief answer from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you to the member for the question. And my view on this is that we do need to give Canadian creators and innovators every advantage that we can to innovate and to keep Canada in a competitive position, while at the same time protecting the privacy of Canadians and Canadian individuals. So there is absolutely a balance there. We have to find where that line is, and I look forward to the good work ahead at the Industry Committee. We can help to find that balance. Here.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I acknowledge I'm standing today, as any day that I'm in Parliament Hill, on Algonquin land, the Algonquin and Anishinaabe peoples, and a large miigwech to them. I'm speaking today, as we all are, to Bill C-27, which is really three bills in once. My other parliamentary colleagues have already canvassed the bare outlines of this, that we're looking at three bills: an act to create a Consumer Privacy Protection Act, as well as a Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal Act, which also largely replaces some of what we've already had in PIPEDA in the past, and a brand new Artificial Intelligence and Data Act. I'm going to start with the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act because it's the part with which all of us are least familiar. Much of what we see in this bill was previously before Parliament in last session's Bill C-11. There's a lot here to dig into. There's a lot here to understand. As I'm reading through the whole concept of what kind of harms are done by artificial intelligence, I found myself thinking back to a novel that came out in 1949, the kind of technology described in George Orwell's book, famously called 1984, was unthinkable then. His vision, I think sort of the dystopian vision of a great writer like a George Orwell or a Margaret Atwood is hard to imagine. I'll never forget the scene in the opening of A Handmaid's Tale where a woman goes into the store and her cash card, her debit card, is taken from her. At that moment, we didn't have debit cards. And Margaret Atwood had to describe this futuristic concept of a piece of plastic that gave us access to our bank without using cash. No one had heard of it then. So these words from George Orwell, written in 1949, about the way in which artificial intelligence, new technologies, can really cause harm in a dystopian sense. This was from 1984. Quote, "It was terribly dangerous to let your thoughts wander when you were in any public space or within range of a telescreen. The smallest thing could give you away." More recently, the song sung by the Police and written with Sting and others. I never forget once I went to a session on rights to privacy being under assault, and a British jurist brought with him for his opening of the speech, every breath you take, every move you make, every bond you break, every step you take, I'll be watching you. We live in a time when artificial intelligence can be enormously invasive of our privacy, when things like visual recognition systems, as the Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman was just speaking to, these are things that we, obviously for someone like myself born in 1954, this is all rather new. But it's new for people born in 1990 too. It's very new technology, and bringing in legislation to control it is equally new and challenging for us as parliamentarians. The whole notion that we're going to be able to spot the ways in which artificial intelligence can affect our democracy is something that will take time. I am pleased to see, while we talk about harms from this kind of technology, from capturing algorithms, from invading our spaces, we don't have to look any farther than the way Cambridge Analytica was used by the anti-Brexit forces in the UK to harness a public outrage against something based on a pile of disinformation, targeting individuals, collecting their data. Now, that kind of concern, the Cambridge Analytica concern, also gets into part one of this bill, and part two. We really do need to figure out how to control the digital tech giants from harvesting our information. Again, as an example used earlier today in debate, the idea that big digital giants can, for profit motives of large corporations without the consent of Canadians who may have put a family photo on social media, never knowing that their privacy has been invaded and their personal information and personal photos have been used for profit without their permission. So in this sense, I'm just going to flag that in the context of the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act, I hope we will be taking the time necessary to hear witnesses specifically on this. We've developed a pattern in recent years, which is to say the last decade or so, of having witnesses appear on panels. So you'll get 3 or 4 people, and all of us here in this place know this, that committees are trying to hear from a lot of people and receive a lot of evidence. And I think it will do us a disservice to dive into the Artificial and Data Act if we combine panels with people who are experts on PIPEDA and people who are experts on other aspects of this bill, and have a panel with also artificial intelligence and data. The committees that study this bill will be will control their own process. Committees are the masters of their own process. But I would urge the government, the Liberal legislative managers of this piece of legislation, C-27, to follow the lead of the Speaker's ruling earlier today. If we're going to vote on the artificial intelligence piece as a separate piece when we come to vote, at least we could make an effort to ensure that the concentrated effort of committee members and hearing witness testimony isn't diluted through several different pieces of legislation and panels with 3 or 4 witnesses. Members' questions will inevitably and invariably go to 1 or 2. In this format of panels, of pushing witnesses through quickly, we lose a lot of content compared to when I worked in government back in the 1980s. I know it was the dark ages, and no one here in this room was on committees in those days. But committees, we'd hear from a witness who could speak to us for 15 minutes, and then we'd have the rest of an hour to ask that one witness question. Now that we're into something as complicated as this area, I would urge the committee to give it that kind of attention, or to ask the government to send the Part 3, Artificial Intelligence and Data Act, to a different committee so that the study can be thorough and we can educate ourselves as to the unintended consequences that will inevitably occur if we go too fast. Now, turning to the parts of the bill that deal with privacy, I want to put on the record again, and a question was raised moments ago, about should privacy legislation apply to political parties in Canada. At the moment, it does not. Political parties are exempted from the kinds of privacy protections that other organizations, NGOs, and corporations must protect the privacy information of their customers, consumers, and citizens. Je pense que selon le Parti vert du Canada.
I think it is essential to include organizations under the Act to force them to protect the privacy of Canadians.
I tend to agree with the first analysis that one of the NGOs very concerned with privacy information. Open Media, in an article by Brian Stewart, says very clearly that this legislation could actually make things worse in some privacy protection. They give the efforts at Bill C-27's Consumer Privacy Protection Act and Personal Information and Data Tribunal Act a grade of D. In other words, it passes, but just barely. There will be many witnesses, and I can certainly confirm that as a Green Party Member of Parliament in this place, I will be bringing amendments forward, assuming this bill gets through second reading, which I think we can assume, and ends up with committee. In the time remaining, I want to emphasize that Canada is aware that privacy is a fundamental human right. It is part of the UN Declaration on the rights of individuals. I echo some of the sentiments from the Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman in saying, why are we looking at consumer privacy? Maybe we should change that word to Canadians' rights of privacy. I also agree with many members who have spoken today about the problems of Section 18, Sub 3, and the number of exemptions and the question of what is a legitimate reason that people's privacy can be invaded. That should be further clarified, and it's a reasonable person would expect the collection or use for such an activity, fine, but the exemptions seem overly broad. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that if I dive into anything else, I'll go over my allotted time. This is important legislation. We must protect the privacy of Canadians. I think it will call on all parties in this place to set aside partisanship and make an honest effort to review it, not delay it, but an honest effort to review it before this bill leaves this place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question Kamal Par, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe it was in response to a question by the Leader of the Green Party that the member of the Conservative Party responded by saying, well, you know, if we can't, the best thing we implied, the best thing we can do is defeat the legislation and send it back to the drawing board. I don't believe that would be the position of the Leader of the Green Party. But the question that I have for her, Mr. Speaker, is if you take a look, and I can appreciate there is a fear factor. We want to be cautious as we move forward. And what I suggested before in my questions is, it seems to me there's a great deal of interest on all sides of the House to get into the nuts and bolts of the legislation. So given the limited time frame in terms of debate in the House. Would it be better to actually see the legislation going before a committee where the committee has a lot more time to be able to get into the details of the legislation? After all, you still got all a third reading and so forth. And that's why I made reference to, should we be looking at trying to get this legislation through second reading before the end of the year, given the importance of the issue?
The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Well, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will not be the least bit surprised that I hope his government will not use time allocation again to reduce the time available for debate, and I likewise would urge all parties in this place to ensure that everyone who speaks the legislation has really studied it, knows it well, and is prepared to speak to it without notes. I think that will speed along the process of second reading. There are also concerns with legislation that I haven't referenced yet, but I see an honourable colleague in this place who certainly is concerned as well on the rights to children's privacy. We have to be very concerned with the invasive use of images and the right of individuals to be able to get what's now called either erasure or the right to be forgotten. But I agree with the Honourable Member. I'd like to see this bill go to committee. I will vote for it, but I've got a lot of concerns.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her speech and for her engagement in this issue. In light of what's happened the last 2.5 years with this Liberal government engaging in the serious...
I think there's some problems with the translation, so if I'm speaking in English, I'm hoping there's translation coming there to the Okay, the member for Provencher, you can restart the question.
Try it again. I want to thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her engagement and for the excellent speech. In light of what we've seen the last 2.5 years from this government engaging in serious violation of Canadians' privacy and personal freedom rights, and given the fact that they allowed the Public Health Agency of Canada, without judicial authority or approval, to track Canadians on Canadian soil, does she think this legislation will prevent future episodes of that kind of thing happening to Canadian citizens?
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
My honourable colleague from Provencher, I know, disagree on some aspects of the fact set around the Public Health Agency, but I know that there certainly are concerns, and I've agreed in this place before that if an app is tracking personal information, whether it's Tim Hortons or worse, the government, we need to pay close attention to that. I think this legislation makes positive steps forward to prevent that, but I don't think we can say with confidence that it will absolutely ensure that it never happens again.
Questions and comments? The member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her speech. I'd like to hear her on the following. She talks about the importance of data protection, and this bill would apply to the private sector. What about the public sector? Because the government is protecting some aspects of the public sector because there was a lot of fraud with regard to CERB. What about the public interest there? The member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you to my colleague. We have the exact same questions as he has just raised with the examples he has just given. There has been fraud, so we must protect privacy law, the privacy of Canadians and Quebecers, but this legislation has to go even farther.
The translation problem we have. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, and I know that my honourable colleague spoke about rights, and I know and I agree with her that privacy rights are an important part of the digital age. And like other rights, we must be clear where we stand on them. I'm wondering if the member agrees with me that making it easier for Facebooks and the Googles of the world to use Canadians' personal information in ways they have nothing to do with their services in the guise of helping small business is a right place to stand. That's one of the certainly concerns that I have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Saanich Fallons, in a very short.
The honourable colleague from Winnipeg Centre, I think the Googles and Facebooks of this world, history will look back at them and put them in a category with evil flesh merchants of times gone by. They are appalling, and they get away with murder. They get away with stealing our privacy for their profit. And I think all of these so-called platforms should be treated as publishers so that common law can deal with them, and they can't be anonymously destroying people's lives, that people will know who said that, and the publisher is held to account and can be sued for abuses that are spread and for disinformation.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate. The member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will share my time with my honourable colleague for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, who I would like to congratulate for her hard work. Mr. Speaker, today I have the pleasure of speaking about a bill which is as relevant as it is complex. A bill that, in its current form, contains a number of gray areas and question marks for us at the Bloc Québécois, but a bill that, all in all, is very promising. Bill C-27 is called the Digital Charter Implementation Act. It happens to be sponsored by the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, the member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain, and the bill is at second reading. The bill would create three separate laws. One, the Consumer Privacy Protection Act, which would be changes to the former act. Second, the Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal Act. And thirdly, the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act, a very interesting new piece of legislation. The essence of Bill C-27 is to strengthen the protection for anonymity and the privacy of Canadian citizens. As digital technology becomes more prevalent in our lives, it's never been harder to ensure that our privacy and personal data are respected. Until now, all kinds of organizations have taken advantage of the fact that there is no legal framework to protect consumers. In Canada, personal data is a commodity which has no legal owner. One need only think of the Cambridge Analytica scandal during the 2016 U.S. election. Bill C-27 aims to change this sorry state of affairs, which threatens our democracy, our privacy, and social peace. It not only rather limits and constrains the excessive freedom of organizations which collect and exchange our data, but it also gives them new responsibilities. In short, this piece of legislation puts the individual and the idea of consent back at the center of the issue of the exchange of digital data. And that's not nothing, because it partially fills a legal void in Canada. So the Bloc Québécois will support this bill. I say in Canada because Quebec's National Assembly already, back in September 2021, adopted Bill 25 on the protection of personal information. It's a good piece of legislation, and Bill C-27 is very much modeled on that piece of legislation, something we're very proud of.
Since the protection of personal information is shared jurisdiction, it is crucial for us in the Bloc Québécois that C-27 not take precedence over Quebec law. You know as well, Mr. Speaker. For the moment, it seems that this is not the case, but it will be up to the committee to ensure this. Speaking of the study in committee, many gray areas remain and need to be clarified. In the opinion of Daniel Terrien, the former Privacy Commissioner of Canada, Bill C-27 is too timid in its current form. I have something we could study at committee, and that is the right to an image. Since we are talking about consent, the protection of anonymity, personal data, and the need to adapt our legal framework to the digital age, I think it would be quite relevant to address this topic. Like digital technology, the world of photography has changed a lot in the last 20 years, thanks to the smartphones almost all of us own. Sometimes we even have two. More and more pictures are being taken. According to some estimates, every day there would be more than 3 billion photographs taken worldwide. 3 billion. An image is a form of personal data. Its use or sharing is inextricably linked to the principle of consent, without which one violates an individual's right to privacy. However, I believe that we currently have an interpretation of the right to an image that is too strict and that it harms street and press photography. My father, Antoine Desilets, a press photographer, was also, in his own way, a street photographer. Street photography is generally defined as the practice of taking pictures outdoors, where the main subject is a human presence, in spontaneous situations, and in public places, such as the street, parks, beaches, or demonstrations. A good example of this type of photography is the Kiss at City Hall by the famous photographer from France, Doisneau. Moreover, this famous photograph has been the target of multiple lawsuits. Various people all claim to be one or the other of the two people in the photo. So here's a little story closer to home. In 1987, a Quebec photographer and a friend named Gilles Duclos took a picture of a woman in the street. Following the publication of the photo in a magazine, the woman decided to sue Gilbert Duclos. She claimed she'd been made fun of by her friends and felt she'd been wronged. At the end of a 2-year legal saga that ended at the Supreme Court, the woman won her case. For more than 3 decades, this decision, known as the Duclos decision, has served as a precedent. Recently, the debate was rekindled by the case of a veiled woman and her husband, photographed in a flea market in Sainte-Foy. Since the publication was made without their consent, the photographer was ordered to pay $3,500 to each of them, each of the two people in that picture. But those people were veiled. There is no doubt that the Duclos decision was invoked to vindicate the plaintiffs. Today, it is very easy to sue a photographer and win. This means that many press and street photographers are concerned about being sued and unfortunately practice a form of self-censorship in order to protect themselves and the newspapers they work for. The artistic, journalistic, and archival consequences of this self-censorship are, in my opinion, serious. On October 1st, a group of 12 street photographers published a book under the direction of the eminent Jean Lauzon entitled Le droit à l'image. We in the Bloc Québécois believe that the committee studying Bill C-27 should take its time and interview every expert they need in the interest of crafting a solid piece of legislation. My suggestion is the following. As long as we are talking about consent, privacy, the right to anonymity, and personal data in the digital age, why not invite experts like Jean Lauzon to enlighten us on how to modernize the issue of image rights? In addition, when does the image of an individual captured in a public space become private? Once again, the need for verbal versus written consent. Perhaps the definition of the subject. There would be a myriad of elements to review. In other respects, I am in favor of C-27 because it gives hope that we can begin to plug the gaping hole through which our data is currently flowing and being commercialized or used in various ways. Most importantly, we'll need to ensure that Quebec law, of course, takes precedence over Canadian law, as is usually the case in matters of shared jurisdiction. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Have a good rest of the day.
Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member raises a real fascinating issue, the capturing of images and how does one protect the privacy of the individual, especially when it's in a public setting. And, I think that could be applied in many different ways. And it's interesting to see how that sort of a discussion would in fact take place at a standing committee. The question I have for the member is, he's right in the sense that the legislation isn't that far off. I don't know all the details of it, obviously, but I'm told, led to believe, and the members affirmed it in terms of, Quebec has done some fabulous work on this issue, and I'm wondering if he could provide any insights in terms of how the Quebec legislature actually dealt with the issue of capturing an image, public versus privacy issues.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. That's a very relevant question. The law in Quebec doesn't deal with this too much, but the subject remains. Jurisprudence goes back to 1997 or 87. When you talk about pictures taken in public, the definition of public isn't clear. The definition of private isn't clear. I could be on the street embracing my mistress. That's my private life. But in a place that under the law, the current federal law, is a public space. So there's a whole type of notions like this that could be defined specifically to modernize this. And it's very unfortunate that Mr. Duclos is still dealing with this burden, with this jurisprudence. Thank you.
Comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, does the member agree that creating 2 new categories of data exempt from privacy protection is concerning on the part of the Liberals and could be a gift to technology giants that they're too close to? The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. There's always surprises from our colleagues. I think this is a relevant bill. Overall, it's very relevant. At this time, it's something that we really need to deal with. But my concern is how it will be dealt with in committee. The committee, with a bill like this, is very important. Beyond the words that the bill has, there's the work that will be done in committee that will be critical for the future. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Peace at River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Speaker. And I just would like to call attention of the House and this member to Section 15 of the bill, subsection 6, where it says it's not appropriate to rely on an individual's implied consent of their personal information is collected and used for the described in subsection 18. And then you get to subsection 18, and then it says that you can use a person's implied consent when collecting this. So it's fascinating to me that this bill, on the one hand, says you can't use implied consent, and then in the exemptions part it says, oh, but you can rely on the implied consent. What are we trying to do with this bill? It's really muddying the waters for me, and I'm wondering if the honourable colleague has a comment about that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. There need to be specifications on that. If I just talk about photography, there's implied consent that needs a definition that isn't easy. Implicit consent from the subject. In some situations, that could be a look that says, yes, I consent. In another context, it could be asking the person to be photographed if they agree. Or, in a third scenario, it could be asking for written consent. So I think it's very important and very relevant, not just with photography, which is part of my life, but it's very important that the committee does its work in an exemplary fashion by bringing in experts from all backgrounds. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to speak to this bill following my colleague from Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, who I'd like to congratulate, and to follow my colleague from Trois-Rivières, who's a specialist in ethics, who also talked to us about the potential consequences of this bill and the dangers we're facing, because unfortunately very few people are interested in this type of bill. Yet in the digital age, we cannot afford not to regulate the use of personal information. And we cannot deny the fact that the digital shift has become more pronounced in Quebec and elsewhere in the last decade, and that this has greatly changed our lifestyles. It's impressive to see how far companies have come during the pandemic, and I think it's more appropriate to discuss it today. However, I would like to draw your attention to the new section on artificial intelligence, which I believe deserves serious consideration. Section 3 of the bill raises many questions, and there are mixed opinions from experts in the field of artificial intelligence. The use and utility of artificial intelligence is a rapidly developing field that has the potential to expand beyond our control and jurisdiction if we do not begin to frame the practice and define certain concepts. Recent developments in the field of artificial intelligence in general and deep learning in particular have allowed for the creation of autonomous intelligent agents, i.e. robots, capable of determining their actions without the intervention of a third party. The autonomy of these agents raises new questions about civil liability, and we will have to think about the criminal provisions that will apply, for example, if someone is placed in a dangerous situation. What direction should we take, and what form of legal personality are we giving them? What legislative framework is best suited to the context of these autonomous agents? At the moment, we are missing some definitions that we think are important. And the legal experts who are examining from a legal point of view the provisions that are in the bill before us have confirmed this again today. What is a high-risk intelligence system? What is a high-impact system? The algorithms that are produced in applications using artificial intelligence allows artificial beings to create a good or service, generate predictions or results. If we compare with human beings and the already existing framework, how will we interpret the notions of independence and unpredictability that are attributable to these artificial beings? Expert testimony will shed light on this. At the moment, there are a lot of goods in which a layer of artificial intelligence is incorporated. 90% of these goods should not pose a problem. Experts from Meta have even stated that this technology has reached its limits because the data to train an algorithm is not in sufficient quantity and lacks depth. I come back to the basic issue with C-27. Until the department clarifies its thinking on what constitutes a high-impact system, it is difficult to assess the scope of Section 3. Supposing that everything can be considered high risk, this will mean that many companies will be held accountable. And if you have a lot of accountability, well, that means that the Googles of this world may be the only ones able to assume the risk of using artificial intelligence. Anything that a machine does instead of us, software that is developed that generates predictions, results like a calculator does, we don't need that to be covered here. When you look at the parallels with European law, they're looking at employment discrimination systems that would determine whether you can get a permit to study there. And that's kind of the limits of what the machine can do for us. So while the legislation in this document regarding artificial intelligence is far from comprehensive, I think it's important that we start somewhere. By starting here with a framework, we can pave the way for legislation that goes further. Mr. Speaker, tonight's speech will allow colleagues to better understand what needs to be clarified as soon as possible to allow for a very important reflection on the framework we will have to give to applications that will use artificial intelligence and how to deal with the data of these systems. 1. To regulate international and interprovincial trade in artificial intelligence by establishing pan-Canadian requirements on the design, development, and use of AI systems. 2. To prohibit certain uses of AI that may cause harm to individuals. The Act is very clear on many other aspects, including a requirement to appoint an AI lead within organizations that use the technology. And the responsibilities are quite comprehensive. In addition to the artificial intelligence legislation contained in Part 3, the bill also contains Part 1, the Consumer Privacy Protection Act. Changes from the previous law. Part 2, the Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal Establishment Act. And Part 4, the coming into force provisions of the bill. As my colleagues have explained to you, there are many valuable elements contained in the other sections of this bill, such as the creation of a tribunal and penalties. One of the laws in C-27 will create a tribunal to deal with complaints about the use of privacy data. And the law provides for stiff penalties for non-compliance of up to 3% of revenue of a multinational company. There are more citizen-friendly provisions against a company misusing digital data. There are certainly weaknesses in this bill, but they can be dealt with in committee, I believe. And there might be the need for further new legislation. But utilities. In terms of additional legislation, more protection is needed for data that is contained in the public sector, because this bill only deals with the private sector. I am thinking in particular of fraud in relation to the CRA and the CERB payment. This has been a particular problem because in 2020, hackers were able to fraudulently request the $2,000 in monthly payments and change the direct deposit information for nearly 13,000 accounts. Other weaknesses now. In addition, little is being done to address fraud, and this bill unfortunately provides no relief or recourse for those whose data has already been compromised. Whether it's financial, medical, or educational data, to name a few, nearly every relevant detail of our lives have been digitally recorded, making it an easy target for those who want to take advantage of it, and has been for some time. And then there's quantum computing around the corner. This means we need to find and develop better ways to verify identities online. We need to have more rigorous methods, whether it's changing our password requirements, biometrics, or voice recognition. Recently, at committee, we heard about how easy it is for fraudsters to call the telecommunication centers and pretend to be someone else to access their data. It's necessary to improve identity verification methods, and we need to find a way to help those who have already fallen prey to fraud, whether through an amendment to C-27 or additional legislation. Now, next steps. There's a level of complexity to this bill, so it will be favorably referred to the Industry and Technology Committee, where we will have the opportunity to hear from experts in the field. At this stage, I'd like to thank the leadership of the Minister and his team. We were reassured by the answers provided. This law already exists in Quebec. We're thinking of Bill 64, which became Law 25. So we wanted to understand when the federal legislation would apply and if the changes we had requested in Bill C-11, which had been tabled during the previous Parliament, had been incorporated. We are satisfied with the answers that we've received to date. We will do our due diligence, as there are many changes in this bill and the devil is often in the details. In the department's technical briefings since the release of Bill C-27, we have asked how much time companies have to adapt their practices and comply. We expect that there will be a significant transition period between the passage of Bill C-27 and its coming into force. As well, because the bill provides for a significant increase in penalties, it is likely that the government will hold consultations and hearings to gather input from stakeholders. But I'd like to conclude, Mr. Speaker, because I've just returned from Tokyo, where I accompanied the Minister of Innovation, Science, and Technology. There was a global partnership there on artificial intelligence, and the leadership is in Quebec and in France. The first summit was in 2020, and so I want to name some values that we'll need to reflect on. Responsible development, ethics, the fight against disinformation and propaganda, trust, education. These are values we need to hold. Control, consent, transparency, portability, interoperability, responsibility. These are all values that we need to have with open data and these ecosystems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
questions and comments.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would concur with the member and many others that have provided the comment, in essence, saying that this Bill C-27 is a substantive piece of legislation. Ultimately there and designed to ensure privacy for Canadians. And as I made reference earlier, I think that we could take a look in terms of just how effective and well the response has been to the Quebec legislation that was passed just over a year ago, I understand, is what the member was saying. Taking into consideration AI, the tribunal, digital, and just how much the digital economy has grown. With that in mind, 20 years ago is the last time we've seen any sort of substantive changes to our privacy legislation. And I'm wondering if the member could just provide his thoughts in regards to why it is important that we update and modernize. After all, 20 years ago, we didn't even have iPhones.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for his question and his comment. And I think it is very urgent to table this bill, and I'd like to commend the leadership for having understood what was the errors made in C-11 and for making improvements. Because the minister said that we had to reflect on the importance of the Quebec law to guide this bill here, and I'd like to thank him for having listened to us and the respect. So, but when we talk about how urgent it is to act, well, Europe is pressing us to act because Europe is threatening to withdraw its trust in our AI systems in Canada. So it's better late than never, but I do hope that this principle will be adopted very quickly. But we need to get to committee and hear from experts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In comments, question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the individual, thank you for your speech. Thank him for his speech through you. I have concerns around the fact that we're expecting this government to do a good job when he mentioned the CERB, which was in many ways abused. And we're aware that the government, in an effort to roll it out quickly, removed all the checks and balances on the EI system. So how does that build confidence for him and for other Canadians in putting their trust in their ability to do this correctly?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est un élément majeur, l'enjeu de la confiance. Et trop souvent, on est négligent. Combien de fois dans une application, on va juste cliquer « J'accepte » sans lire les conséquences que ça a. Nos données sont effectivement répandues à travers le monde. Puis quand on réfléchit à ces éléments-là, moi, l'intelligence artificielle, c'est somme toute quelque chose qui me fait peur, sincèrement. Quand on entend des éléments, un conférencier était venu au Parlement, puis dans un comité, dans une salle, la Chambre des communes, puis je vous raconte son histoire. Comment on peut demander à l'intelligence artificielle de se rendre le plus rapidement possible à Toronto? Bon, on a juste à simuler un accident, faire en sorte que les gens, ou un radar police, de sorte que les gens vont quitter la route. Et par ça, ben, ça va nous permettre d'arriver...
Je pense qu'on n'a pas de traduction simultanée, donc...
I'm going to just speak in French to make sure that the interpretation is working. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue can recommence his answer. That's not easy, Mr. Speaker. But what I was talking about was the aspect of trust, because for me, AI is something that scares me, because you can't ask AI to do certain things. For example, there was a speaker who came to a meeting that we had here in Parliament, and he said, well, what are the risks? Well, what if I go to Toronto and there's a lot of traffic? What can we ask AI to do? Well, how can I get to Toronto faster? Well, cause an accident. And, there might be a police radar around. There could be very realistic photos that can be taken with AI. For example, a Parliament building on fire. So all of this means that we are we're responsible as individuals, and often we have an app. We just say, yes, I accept the conditions instead of doing our due diligence, and that has consequences. As I said, we send so much data abroad, and with the advent of quantum computing, well, we may have to suffer the consequences of what we're seeing in the cloud. So as of now, I think that it is never too late to put in place a bill that supervises all of this, but we definitely need to hear from experts in committees so they can tell us how to improve this bill, because I'm very eager to hear from them. Thank you. Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague. This bill, C-27, does not explain clearly how it might privacy might be attacked, and if my colleague agrees that this bill should be amended to specifically include political parties.
Ms. Kamal.
The Honourable Member. Very briefly, but first I'd like to thank my colleague from Nanaimo Ladysmith for her question. And yes, we have a responsibility as political parties. We have personal data of individuals. So if that needs to be included in the bill, well, then I think we should go ahead with it. Thank you. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's always a privilege to rise on behalf of the residents of Kelowna Lake Country. Today we are debating Bill C-27, an act to enact the Consumer Privacy Protection Act, the Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal Act, and the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act. Canadians know that we no longer live in the year 2000, but unfortunately much of our digital regulation still does. We've come a long way since Canadians' primary online concern was Y2K. The last time Parliament passed a digital privacy framework was PIPEDA, the Personal Information Protection and Electronics Document Act, on the 13th of April, 2000. The most popular website in Canada that month was AOL. When Parliament last wrote these regulations, millions of homes didn't have dial-up, let alone Wi-Fi. Cellular phones lacked apps or facial recognition, and people still called libraries to get information continually and did not have the Alexas of the world as an alternative. And they also called restaurants directly only for delivery. Digital advertising amounted to flashing banners and pop-up ads. In only 22 years, we've experienced a paradigm shift in how we treat privacy online. Mr. Speaker, personal data collection is the main engine driving the digital economy. A Facebook account is now effectively required to use certain types of websites and help those websites. A laptop can create a biometric password for your bank account, and Canadians are more concerned about privacy than ever before. Mr. Speaker, one of the most common videos I share with residents in my community of Kelowna Lake Country is one relating to privacy concerns during my questioning at an industry committee in 2020, as many people reach out to me about privacy concerns. It was to a Google Canada representative regarding cell phone tracking. This was in the immediate aftermath of reports of Canadian cell phone data being used to track people's locations during the pandemic. Cell phone tracking is something I continue to receive correspondence about, and I'm sure other members in this House do as well. As traditionally defined, our right to privacy has meant limiting the information others can get about us. The privacy of your digital should be no different than the physical right to privacy on your property. Canadians must have the right to access and control the collection, use, monitoring, retention, and disclosure of their personal data. Privacy as a fundamental right is not stipulated in this legislation we are discussing today, Bill C-27. It is mentioned in the preamble, which is the narrative at the beginning, but that is not binding. It's actually not in the legislation itself. While the degree to which someone wishes to use this right is ultimately up to the individual, Parliament should still seek to update the rules using detailed definitions and explicit protections. Canadians are anxious to see action on this, and I have many concerns about this legislation, which I will outline here today. As drafted, Bill C-27 offers definitions surrounding consent rules to collect or preserve personal information. It mandates that when personal information is collected, tech companies must protect the identity of the original user when it is used for research or commercial purposes. The legislation outlines severe penalties for those who do not comply and provides real powers of investigation and enforcement. It presents Canada's first regulations surrounding the development of artificial intelligence systems. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-27 does not present even though it does present welcoming first steps in Bill C-27 in digital information protection, there's still a long road to go if we are to secure digital rights to the standard of privacy regulation Canadians expect, and most importantly, a protection of personal privacy rights. Mr. Speaker, as is mentioned in Bill C-27, digital privacy rights are in serious need of updating. However, they are not in this legislation. I agree with the purpose of this legislation, and many of my concerns are around inefficient regulatory bureaucracy being created, the list of exemptions, and how artificial intelligence legislation included in this legislation has huge gaps and should really be its own legislation. First, from a purely operational perspective, while the legislation does empower the Privacy Commissioner's Office for compliance, it also constructs a parallel bureaucracy in the creation of a digital tribunal. If C-27 is enacted, Canada's Privacy Commissioner can recommend that the tribunal impose a fine after finding that a company has violated our privacy laws. But the final decision to pursue monetary penalties will ultimately rest with the new tribunal. Will this result in a duplicate investigation undertaken by the tribunal to confirm the commissioners? As someone who operated my own small business, I'm all too aware of delays and repetitiveness of government bureaucracy. While it's important to have an appeal function, it's evident in this legislation that the Liberals are creating a costly, bureaucratic, regulatory merry-go-round for decisions. Canadians looking to see privacy offenders held accountable and the need to be able to see justice done in a reasonable time frame is a reasonable expectation. Why not give Canada's Privacy Commissioner more authority? And, of course, Canadian courts stand available. The EU, UK, New Zealand, and Australia don't have similar tribunals to mediate their fines. In addition to concerns about duplications of process, I'm worried we may be leaving the definitions of offending activity too broad. Mr. Speaker, while a fairly clear definition in Bill C-27 we're debating here today has the consent requirement in personal data collection, there is also a lengthy list of exemptions from this requirement. Some of these exemptions are also enormously broad. For example, under exemptions for business activities, the legislation states, and I'll quote, "An organization may collect or use an individual's personal information without their knowledge or consent if the collection or use is made for the purpose of a business activity described in subsection 2, and the personal information is not collected or used for the purpose of influencing the individual's behavior or decisions," unquote. On plain reading, this exemption deals more with the field of human psychology than it really does with business regulation. Also in the legislation, an organization may collect or use an individual's personal information without their knowledge or consent if the collection or use is made for the purpose on an activity where the organization has, quote, "legitimate interest that outweighs any potential adverse effect on the individual resulting from that collection or use," unquote. There is also an exemption to consent that allows an organization to disclose personal information without the individual's knowledge or consent for a, quote, "socially beneficial purpose," unquote. This is defined as a, quote, "a purpose related to health, the provision or improvement of public amenities or infrastructure, protection of the environment, or any other prescribed purpose," unquote. So who determines what constitutes a socially beneficial purpose. This sounds incredibly subjective, and I have a lot of concerns when legislation is this vague. Mr. Speaker, let's give a very simple example. Suppose a person using a coffee company app occasionally adds flavorings to their coffee while doing a mobile order. That company could recommend a new product with those flavorings already in it while you're not physically in their business. Is it not personal information that's collected and used for the purpose of influencing the individual's decision, as is in this legislation? This example is not hypothetical. In an investigation from Actions in 2020, Tim Hortons was caught tracking consumers' locations who had their app installed on their phones, even when they were not using the company's app. Tim Hortons argued that this was for a business activity, targeted advertising. However, the report from the Federal Privacy Commissioner found that the company never used it for that purpose. Instead, it was vacuuming up data for an undefined future purpose. But would they have been cleared if these current regulations in C-27 were in place? And if they had argued it was to be used for future business activity or for some socially beneficial purpose, which is an exemption in the legislation. Mr. Speaker, while I worry about the loopholes this legislation, Bill C-27, may create for large corporations, I'm equally concerned about the potential burden it may place on startups as well. This legislation calls for companies to have a privacy watchdog and maintain a public data storage code of conduct. It is vital for companies like Google, Facebook, or Amazon that have become so integral to our everyday lives and oversee our financial details and private information. Having an officer internally to advocate for users' privacy is likely long overdue. Having an officer internally to advocate for users' privacy is long overdue. However, while that requirement won't put much financial burden on these Fortune 500 companies, it could undermine the ability of Canadian digital innovators to get started. Canada has seen a boom in small-scale technology companies for everything from video game and animation studios to wellness or shopping sites for almost every good and service you can imagine. Digital privacy laws should be strong enough to not require a startup with just a few staff to have to be mandated to have such a position internally. We should ensure that a concept of scale is appropriately applied in regulating the giants of today and should not crush the future digital entrepreneurial spirit of tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to address the presence of Canada's first artificial intelligence AI regulations in this bill. While I do welcome the progress on recognizing this growing innovation need of regulatory framework, I do question whether it's a topic too large to be properly studied and included in this bill. In just the last few months, we've seen rapid evolution of AI's ability to create an online demand digital artwork, for example, thanks to the self-evolving abilities of machine learning. AI's impact on everything from our foreign policies to agriculture production is evident. Computer scientists observe a phenomenon known as Moore's Law, which showed that the processing power of a computer would exponentially double every 2 years. And in the 57 years since this was proposed, this law has apparently not been broken. I'm concerned that most of the rules around AI will be in regulation and not in legislation. And we've seen the Liberals do this many times. They don't want to do the hard work to put policies into legislation to be brought to Parliament and committees and then to be debated and voted on. They prefer to do the work behind closed doors and bring forth whatever regulations they want to impose without transparency and scrutiny. And we've seen the Liberals conduct themselves many, many times this way. Mr. Speaker, experts in the field have already made the case that Bill C-27 falls seriously short of the global gold standard, the EU's 2016 General Data Protection Regulation. Canadians deserve nothing less. Though Conservatives agree with the premise of strengthening our digital privacy protection, this bill has many concerns and gaps. In Section 6, it outlines that the privacy protections do not apply with respect to personal information that has been anonymized. And this is defined in this legislation as irreversibly and permanently modifying personal information in accordance with generally accepted practices to ensure that no individual can be identified from the information, whether directly or indirectly by any means. There are a lot of risks around this, Mr. Speaker. Under this legislation, information can be disclosed in numerous ways, and that is very concerning. This goes back to what I was mentioning at the beginning of my speech about my questioning to Google Canada early in the pandemic about tracing people's locations through their phones and sending it to the government. The legislation creates more costly bureaucracy, does not protect personal privacy as a fundamental right, has questionable exemptions to protect people's privacy based on ideologies, allows the government to create large areas of regulations with no oversight or transparency, and is far from the gold standard other countries have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member has made reference to other things that, or some things that were mentioned previously, where I'm forming the opinion that the Conservative Party does not support having a tribunal. And so I guess I'm looking for a clarification on that point. Is the Conservative Party's approach to say that once a commission has made a decision, that a tribunal would not be warranted, that the only recourse would then to have some sort of a federal court? What would they replace the tribunal with, or would there be anything that it would be replaced with?
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comment from the member opposite. One of the things in this legislation is to create a whole new bureaucracy, and when you look at the gold standard that exists in other countries around the world, which I did mention them in my speech, they don't have the need for such an organization or department, if you want to call it, to exist. So I think it's questionable where this came from. Why not give more authority to the Privacy Commissioner and that department? And it's really not the gold standard that other countries are doing, who actually already have a lot of regulations that are further along than we have. So the question comes to bear: where did this idea come from, and why do we feel that we need this in Canada when a lot of our allies don't have this type of a requirement?
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The member for Beauport, Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill mainly legislates the private sector. However, the bill says virtually nothing about the duties and obligations of the public sector. You really have to work hard to prove that fraud has been committed in the public sector and at all levels of government. So what does my colleague think about the responsibility of the public sector of government with regard to helping victims of fraud caused by weakness in identification methods of the public sector?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the honourable member. There is different legislation that is covered for the government, but philosophically, absolutely. I mean, the government should be held accountable to keep Canadians' information safe. We know that there have been breaches over time. I mean, look at even one of the most recent ones with the ArriveCan app. How there was information that was sent out to 10,000 people that wasn't accurate. We know that there's been other breaches over time. So it's imperative that Canadians know that the government is also held to account for the information that they're holding on their part with all the different departments that a Canadian citizen might correspond with.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, the right to private right of action would allow individuals and groups of consumers to seek compensation in court. This has been used effectively in the United States, but to remedy violations. But it is very burdensome, I would argue, in Bill C-27 to make it even usable. For example, if the Privacy Commissioner does not investigate a rule on a complaint, an individual has no right of action. If the Privacy Commissioner does investigate and rule on a complaint, but the tribunal does not uphold it, the individual has no right of action. So these are a couple of examples. Does my honourable colleague feel that this bill should be amended to fix this? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. Well, I think one of the things that we've seen over time from this government, from this Liberal government, is building up bureaucracy, building up red tape, making things more difficult for people. And so, just as a general philosophy, anytime that we can strip away red tape, where we can create efficiencies, where we can take away, bureaucracy is a good thing. Now, of course, we need to have rules and policies in place. We also need to have the department serving Canadians, and that should really be their focus. They should be focusing on making sure that people follow rules. But as soon as you get into really difficult bureaucratic regimes and a lot of red tape, it just makes it more difficult for everyone.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Abitibi.
The member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to follow up on my colleague's question, my colleague for Beauport-Limoilou. But thank you to my colleague for her speech and for her observations. I'd like to hear her about data the government holds. What about a 2- or 3-step authentication factor, different passwords, vocal recognition, facial recognition, sending a text message? It might be time that the federal government itself applies some of these measures. So what does my friend think of this? Is there a better way to protect the data of Canadians that the government holds?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague here. I'm not sure what the actual specific ideas might be, but I think in general, anytime that we can do anything to protect the privacy of Canadians, whether it's within government, within the private sector, whatever all those different levels are, it's a good thing. And I know that it's something that people are extremely concerned with. As I mentioned in my speech, I do often get a lot of my local residents reaching out to me about privacy concerns that they have. So I think that we need to do everything that we can within our legislative powers to make sure that people's personal privacy is protected.
When we return, the member will have about 3 minutes left in questions and comments. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement.
It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House, or rather, it is my duty to inform the House that the House do now adjourn.
Well, the last time we visited this topic, we were talking, of course, about the Minister of Public Safety claiming that police had asked for him and his government to invoke the Emergencies Act. Now we know that that's not true. And this is pretty consistent with this government. It's part of a pattern of disinformation and a lack of transparency. Now, since the time that the minister made that false claim, we've heard that the stories of the ArriveCan app, and we have more than $54 million spent on this app that wrongly sent thousands of Canadians into quarantine. Could have been built for many orders of magnitude less. Some say hundreds of thousands of dollars. Some say, at most $1 million, certainly not $54 million. But we can't get the details. They won't even tell us who did the work. They won't even tell us who the subcontractors are. And while we wait for the government to slowly produce invoices for us, and as parliamentarians and Canadians pore over that data, I'll note that one of the hard-working staff member who's been on my team for years, he is a tireless tireless in his pursuit of the truth and answers and accountability. He's a great Canadian, Jordan Johnston from Victoria by the Sea, Prince Edward Island. Everyone back home should be really proud of the work that Jordan does. Pouring through the information that this government gives us in drip, drip, drip. Because we see a lack of transparency from this government at every opportunity. Now, they promised in 2015 that they'd be open by default, but they are anything but that. And so whether it's with the minister's false claims on the police requesting the government invoke the Emergencies Act, which was really just used as a way for the government to punish people that they disagreed with, we see it also with the ArriveCan app. They don't want to tell us which Liberal insiders got these contracts. They don't want to tell us who got rich on the Arrive scam. So we're going to keep asking the government for answers. We're going to keep demanding accountability. And it looks like they're going to keep, misleading Canadians and providing disinformation to throw us off the trail of whose pockets are being lined and who's getting rich on these contracts. So my question, Speaker, to the government is, it's very straightforward. It goes back to that promise that they made in 2015. It speaks to the times that we've heard from this Prime Minister, heard him say, the story in the Globe and Mail is false. The stories that, in the newspapers of late, the Prime Minister said about having been briefed about foreign interference in our elections when he won't tell us which 11 candidates were receiving cash from communist China. He won't tell us. He says those stories in the media are false. They're not being straightforward with Canadians. We want that transparency. Canadians deserve it. Conservatives demand it. When will the government finally be transparent with Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good to see you, and it's good to have a chance to debate the Honourable Member opposite of me. And I think we want to unpack a couple of things in the member's questions in relation to what we saw last winter. And what we saw this past winter, we saw a state of emergency declared in Ottawa with protesters blocking key infrastructure and harassing and intimidating citizens. But also, Mr. Speaker, we saw interference with transportation and other critical infrastructure throughout the country, which was, Mr. Speaker, preventing the movement of people and essential goods. The illegal blockades we witnessed were well-funded and constituted a serious threat to national security. We knew through our engagement with partners that law enforcement had certain tools available to address illegal protests and blockades. Existing powers included those under provincial and municipal statutes in place to address traffic and noise violations. But as all Canadians saw, Mr. Speaker, despite those existing tools, the situation was rapidly changing and changing in a bad way. And we saw it reached a point at which local law enforcement, for example, here in the nation's capital of Ottawa, required additional assistance to address the unique situation posed by the illegal blockades. Also, Mr. Speaker, we saw that the economy as a whole was being affected by the situation, with safety and security of Canadians in more than one province affected. We knew the decision to invoke the Emergency Act was becoming clear. Now, invoking the Act was a measure, and the Prime Minister and others have spoke to this, was a measure of last resort, which is the situation we found ourselves in. The new measures the Act provided were additional to existing tools, Mr. Speaker, and they were squarely aimed at public safety and protecting our country's interests. The new measures were temporary and in place to address a specific emergency. They helped to prohibit unlawful assembly that interrupted the movement of people and goods, affected trade, or interfered with critical infrastructure. They also helped to deter the financing of the occupations and end material protests to the illegal demonstrations. They helped to secure our border crossings, bridges, airports, and other public institutions, Mr. Speaker. As well, Mr. Speaker, thanks to the temporary measures available under the Act, we saw vehicles towed, including most vividly here in Ottawa, where Wellington Street and the streets of the downtown core were finally given back to the public of Ottawa. And we saw the Act being used to bring about the peaceful conclusion of the illegal blockades at ports of entry, at the border, and deterring unlawful actions and encouraging, in fact, peaceful protest. Mr. Speaker, on February 14th, we invoked the Act at the right time, for the right reasons, in the right way. And, Mr. Speaker, we revoked it at the right time, for the right reasons, and the most responsible way. And now we find ourselves looking back, able to take a necessary look at what was done and what can be done, quite frankly, differently. And along with the significant limits and safeguards it provided, we knew that accountability mechanisms were also built into the very Act. Mr. Speaker, that includes the Special Joint Committee on the Declaration of Emergency Scrutiny and the invocation of the Act. And it includes the work of the Public Order Emergency Commission, which is examining the aspects of public order emergency and the Emergencies Act. This is the accountability Canadians demand. That's exactly what they'll get, thanks to our responsible, timely, and effective use of the Emergency Act, just as the Act intended. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's response, and I don't think that I've had the opportunity to engage in debate directly through you with the member before, Speaker. But aside from what the government perceived, and in spite of their discussions and their trepidations, the situation is that the minister claims something happened, and that's not supported by the evidence that was offered under oath by the heads of the relevant agencies. The OPP, the RCMP, the Ottawa Police, none of them asked him for the military police, none of them asked the minister in this government to invoke the Act. And we know that CSIS has said that it didn't meet the threshold required. And so Canadians want transparency, they want accountability, and they want honesty. When are they going to get it?
The honourable member for Cape Breton Canso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member for the follow-up question. And indeed, I do believe that the process is doing what it's supposed to do in terms of providing people, Canadians, an oversight, an overview of what transpired. And I would respectfully disagree with the member opposite. You know, last winter, as I mentioned in my statement, participants in illegal blockades and protests adopted a number of threatening acts, disrupting the peace and impacting the Canadian economy. Quite frankly, the folks in Ottawa and other parts of Canada were under siege. And I think we took the necessary steps in short order. And I think that the review process is certainly fulfilling or showing that we did the right thing. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to rise to take up a point that I debated in this place when we first had the news from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change in the spring of this year, that we had less time than we thought we had in responding to the urgency of the science, that if we didn't reduce our emissions rapidly, we would lose any chance of holding to 1.5 degrees Celsius global average temperature increase, and we had to stay below 2 degrees. At that point, I quoted the United Nations Secretary General in my question to the government members. The Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, had recently said of the promises made in Paris at COP21 in 2015 versus the delivery on climate action by governments around the world, he said, some governments are promising to reduce emissions, but emissions are increasing. He said, put simply, quote, they are lying, unquote. And I asked the honourable government members if they thought that when the UN Secretary General was speaking of governments that were doing one thing and saying the other, who did our government think Antonio Guterres was referencing? Since the time of my question, it's been clear that additional support has come from this government to the expansion of fossil fuel development. And now we have a very clear difference here, and I want to set out the problem because I want to be fair to all concerned. The government of the current Liberal minority, supported by the NDP in their Competence Supply Agreement, appears to believe, or at least wants Canadians to believe, that net zero by 2050 is a target that will ensure we can hold our increase in global average temperature to less than 1.5 degrees, or at least as far below 2 degrees as possible. They put forward this notion, they emphasized it again in the Climate Accountability Act that was passed in the last Parliament, even though it's not true. It's not true that achieving net zero by 2050 assures us of a livable world. In fact, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change Science, as delivered in the 6th Assessment Report, makes it very clear that the 2050 target of net zero is irrelevant. I've got to underscore that word. It's irrelevant if emissions continue to rise in the near term. In other words, a 2050 target without, and this is from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, emissions must peak globally and begin to fall dramatically at the latest before 2025, or any hope of 1.5 or 2 is gone. Now, a 2-degree Celsius world, Mr. Speaker, is unthinkable, and yet we're on track to it. Again, quoting Antonio Guterres, the United Nations, when COP27 opened just earlier this month in Sharm el-Sheikh, and he said, the world is on a highway to climate hell, foot on the accelerator. So again, when we ask, what governments does this Canadian government believe the UN is referencing when they say some governments are promising and doing the opposite? Put simply, they are lying. And to whom does this government think it applies to say, foot on the accelerator, when we have a government that is insisting on building pipelines, expanding production, and drilling off Newfoundland? Whom is the United Nations referencing? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my my honourable friend and colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, I can't speak for the Secretary General nor speculate about which leaders he is referring to. However, what appears to be underlying his statement is a deep concern with the state of global emissions, despite several decades of international cooperation and political commitments. And let me say, Mr. Speaker, I share this deep concern, and so does our government. With less than a decade left to 2030, and with countries around the world quickly moving to a cleaner economy, Canada's 2030 target of 40 to 45% below 2005 levels is ambitious, necessary, and achievable, reflecting both the scale of the climate crisis and economic opportunity that climate action presents. This target reflects Canada's highest possible ambition in light of its current national circumstances. Canada's 2030 emissions reduction plan is a roadmap that goes sector by sector and outlines the measures and strategies for Canada to reach this target and lays the foundations for achieving net zero emissions by 2050. This plan includes $9.1 billion in new investments and a suite of new measures to help mobilize Canada towards a truly sustainable economy and a leading competitor in the global transition to cleaner industries and technologies. This plan builds on the strong foundation set by the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change and the Strengthened Climate Plan. Since 2015, the government has delivered $100 billion in investments for climate action. These efforts are working, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to the actions of millions of Canadians, we have been able to halt our once upward trend of emissions and bend it downward. This roadmap will build on this progress and chart the course to lowering emissions by 40% below 2005 levels. Of course, ambitious action by Canada is alone not enough. Climate change is a global crisis that requires global solutions. Under the Paris Agreement, all have adopted national emissions targets. Like Canada, many have recently come forward with even stronger commitments. Still, there is much more to be done at the global level, and Canada will continue to play a key role and strongly advocate that all countries, particularly members of the G20, do their part to achieve 1.5 degrees temperature goal. We need more countries, Mr. Speaker, to adopt stronger targets and formal commitments to achieve net zero emissions. We need to see greater public and private investment in low carbon solutions. We need to see an even more deliberate and rapid move away from unabated coal. And as we move forward in driving down Canada's own emissions, we will continue to engage with international partners from all over the world and advocate for increased ambition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, the exchange I've just had with my friend and colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, exactly explains our problem. Canada's targets are currently out of sync with what the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change says we must do. Spending billions of dollars on good programs is excellent, but while this government gives with one hand, it takes with the other. So climate action absolutely promote heat pumps, absolutely promote electric cars is a drop in the bucket, while bucketfuls of effort continue to go that increase our production of oil and gas that goes to other countries where burned there puts us on the highway to climate hell. Our foot in this country is on the accelerator. If I do nothing before I die, then get this Prime Minister to get his heavy foot off the accelerator, I will die happy.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Jen, just to repeat, the 2030 emissions reduction plan provides a credible pathway to a lower range of our target of 40% below 2005 levels, enhanced climate ambition from provinces and territories, municipalities, industry, the financial sector, as well as the acceleration of clean technology, innovation, and deployment of that technology will drive further reductions. These collective efforts will give Canada the accelerated momentum that is needed to achieve the upper bound of Canada's emission reduction target and put us on track to net zero emissions by 2050. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here today as I asked a question on November 17th to the government around when they will finally return our coastal waters back to wild salmon, specifically looking at getting fish farms, open net fish farms out of the water. The evidence is clear. These fish farms are polluting, they're destroying marine ecosystems and livelihoods, yet this Liberal government continues to prop up rich Norwegian CEOs who are the owners of these fish farms and allow them to continue on with business as usual while destroying marine life and the future of wild Pacific salmon. The minister's response in particular, in light of the detrimental consequences on our environment and coastal communities, was beyond inadequate. And so I'm here today to ask for action today. Last Friday, the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and Coast Guard and I were invited and attended a ceremony and meeting on the Tsleil-Waututh First Nations territory, whereby chiefs and representatives from First Nation territories across BC, including representation from Snuneymuxw, which is found in the riding in which I represent, Nanaimo Ladysmith. And they were focused on the protection of wild Pacific salmon and were united to get open net fish farms out of the water. In this meeting, the minister and I had the honor of participating in a salmon dance, on a side note, which is something that I will carry with me forever in my memories. It was an honor. In this meeting, we witnessed as chiefs shared the many ways in which First Nations and wild salmon are interconnected, and not only for food security, but for social, ceremonial, and First Nation inherent and constitutionally protected rights to fish harvesting to provide for their communities. In fact, 90% of BC First Nations rely on wild salmon. Despite this, we are seeing historic low returns. Vital wild salmon are facing many threats, such as the impacts of climate crisis, including extreme weather, flooding, heat domes, forest fires, warming waters. All this while we're continuing to allow fish farms in our coastal waters to damage our marine ecosystems. We see salmon that are left to swim through diseases and sea lice found in key migratory routes, spewing all of these from polluting fish farms that are being allowed to be maintained and continue business by this government. I forgot to put the time on my timer, but I'm going to just continue on until Mr. Speaker, you tell me I'm done. Great, thank you. We heard from First Nations chiefs in this meeting who spoke to the diseases that were being carried by fish exposed to the impacts of fish farms and being described as glowing, covered in sores with sea lice never seen before. There's endless examples of the impacts that First Nation chiefs across British Columbia described to us that impacted both wild salmon and their coastal communities. And I'm wondering if my colleague can provide us with the reassurance and the action today that we're going to move away from open net fish farms and finally follow through with the plan to get them out. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member opposite for her question. We sit on Fisheries Committee, and I have a great deal of respect for her and her work. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that wild Pacific salmon are of great importance to the communities in British Columbia, both culturally and economically, and that wild Pacific salmon are facing historic threats from a variety of stressors. It is therefore a priority of the Government of Canada to protect and restore our oceans and coasts, and we are taking, Mr. Speaker, a wide range of actions to halt and reverse the decline in wild Pacific salmon populations. For example, Mr. Speaker, with the funding announced through Budget 2021, we are investing $647 million over 5 years to conserve the wild Pacific salmon. And in fact, Minister Murray, Mr. Speaker, has also been mandated to continue to work with the province of British Columbia and Indigenous communities to create a responsible plan to transition from open net pen salmon farming in coastal waters, BC waters, by 2025. Mr. Speaker, we're fully committed to this and indeed are making progress towards a plan. On July 29, 2022, Minister Murray released a discussion framework that outlines proposed vision for open net pen.
Order. The second time, so I'll warn him on the second time. Using the name of the minister is probably not the best thing to do. So the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard. The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Canso.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. On July 29, 2022, the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Coast Guard released a discussion framework that outlines a proposed vision for open net pen transition in BC in a manner that is progressively minimizes or eliminates interactions between salmon open net pens and wild salmon, while also taking into account social, cultural, and economic objectives. The proposed framework is helping guide comprehensive engagement in First Nations in BC, the province, agriculture industry in BC, environmental stakeholders, and other interested parties to hear their diverse perspectives on the transition of open net pen agriculture in BC. Over the coming months, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to gather input and take into account the many diverse views of agriculture. The feedback, Mr. Speaker, and input received during this engagement will be key, will be instrumental in the development of a final transition plan, which we expect to complete in the spring of 2023, and which will build on 4 objectives. Number 1, create a pathway for existing agriculture operations to adopt alternative production methods that minimize or eliminate interactions between farmed and wild salmon. Number 2, improve transparency on how the government assesses and responds to new scientific information to build confidence and trust in the aquaculture. Number 3, provide greater opportunities for collaborative planning and decision-making with First Nations partners. And number 4, advance innovation and attracting investment to support the adoption of alternative production technologies in the province of British Columbia. While the transition plan is being developed, Mr. Speaker, licenses for marine finfish agricultural facilities in the province of BC outside of the Discovery Islands area will also be renewed for 2 years. The renewals include stronger requirements for agricultural facilities, including the implementation of a standardized reporting requirements and sea lice management plans, as well as wild salmon monitoring. We will continue, Mr. Speaker, to work with partners and key stakeholders to advance sustainable agriculture in BC. The Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Coast Guard, is fully committed to promptly developing a responsible transition plan for open net pen aquaculture in partnership with BC, the province, First Nations, industry, and other interested parties. We believe this work will drive Canada toward technological innovation and place us, Mr. Speaker, at the forefront of modern, sustainable aquaculture. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes. The science is clear. We know that open net fish farms need to get out of our water. We're hearing from First Nations chiefs who are very clear that they want open net fish farms out of the water. We've seen Washington State say no more to fish farms in the water. Seashell Nation also have said no to fish farms in the water. I'm hearing an argument that there isn't enough, that the scientific evidence is inconclusive, which is untrue. There's clear scientific evidence that shows that these fish farms are damaging, and even if that were to be the case, we need to be implementing the precautionary approach to ensure that we're erring on the side of caution and protecting wild salmon. So I'll ask again, through the Speaker, when will this government finally get fish farms out of the water and protect wild salmon?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the member opposite through you for the question. As mentioned, given the unprecedented threats that the wild Pacific salmon are facing, we agree we must take action to conserve and protect them. That is why the government, through the minister, her mandate letter, is developing a planned transition for open net pen salmon agriculture in coastal waters. We'll continue to engage, as I stated in my previous statement, with all the stakeholders in BC that puts forward a plan that transitions us in a coordinated, strategic, and outcomes-based way.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Have a nice evening.
Thank you.